Hello, good evening, everyone. What's happening out there? I hope everyone's had a good Tuesday. Mine was all right. Weren't too bad. Considering. Anyway, levels. Shout out to everyone that's already joined. If you're in the chat room already, out to Panero. Obviously, the subject of today is artificial intelligence. And what we want to know is, what does it do? What are what is the extent of its capabilities? You know, and can it be dangerous? I think that's the main two questions that we really want to ask today and talk to people about today. Because we was talking about 5G yesterday, and I just thought, with everything that's going on with 5G, and them putting up all these new networks that are going to drive all of this new technology, I'm imagining that's where the AI comes into it anyway. You know, and we'll see where we go with it. Who knows? I don't really know. Like, I kind of understand 5G a bit now after yesterday's show, a bit more than I did anyway. I understood it to a minor extent. I'd not really looked into it too deeply. But, obviously with artificial intelligence, now we're dealing with something else where, you know, it's a bit of a gray area at the end of the day. Because I don't really know how artificial intelligence even works, let alone understand the implications of what it was. There's no limits to what it could possibly do if it's artificial intelligence. You know, only we could put a limit on how much it can grow. But if it can grow itself, then only it can put limits on itself. I don't know. Like, I thought maybe we could go through a few articles. Um, Maybe we could even just play the video. I'm thinking, yeah, maybe we should just play the video from the channel so that you lot can get a hold on. Let me get the video up. Yeah, I think that would make sense. And then obviously you kind of know at least where this channel is as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. So you've heard some of the relevant information regarding to it. I'm sure there's plenty more information out there. Don't ever get it twisted. But yeah, it's good to be here, man. Still alive, still kicking, still doing the thing. Yeah. So yeah, shout out to everyone who's been jumping in the chat room on a daily basis. Big up yourselves. It's always nice to have listeners and support, and have interactions with people. So, we can learn things from each other and, build new relationships. But also, we gotta be thinking to ourselves, we gotta be sharing the right types of information. Do you feel where I'm coming from? Like, when we're talking about things, we're not just chatting about things for the sake of chatting about them. It's not one of those kind of channels. Yeah, I'm just trying to find this video for you guys before we move on any further because I think it's relevant at the end of the day, especially for people who ain't, they haven't, they're not in the know about these things. You don't know anything about it, then okay, maybe watch the video first, and then we can have a little conversation about some of the things in the video. We can talk about look at some other information that's out there. Um, All right, give me 1 second, people. Yeah, I'm just trying to find this video. But big up to yourselves if you're in the chat room. I won't be long. Stay there. I'm back. I think I found the videos. Sorry about that, people. So, like I was saying before, today we're going to be talking about artificial intelligence. And I just wanted to play you guys some videos that are on the channel before we move any further with it. Because I know there's a lot of people that watch the channel as well. Obviously, you probably be able to reference the video and know what's going on already. But for people that haven't, I think it's fair to give them a chance to have a look and see what's going on before we start going deeper into the subject. So let's just get this moving. So the first one I'm gonna play for you is loaded up. I just gotta put it on the stream now.
Robot makes soldiers absolute. A video done by Corridor that moves graphics and technology and whatnot. Okay. Now I know a lot of you might have seen this video, but I really need you guys to stick around, even if you've seen it. I'm not gonna play the whole clip. I'm just gonna play a little bit of the clip for the guys who haven't seen it. You know, there's more than 50 million people on this planet, so I'm gonna play the clip. But like I said, for those who've seen it already, please stick around because there's a whole point to this. Okay, let's have a look. Nice bit of footage there. Yeah, for those who didn't know or had never seen it before, yeah, it was forced. Like this is fake footage. But at the same time, you know, they got help from Bosstown Dynamics, who supplied them with one of their robots that they're actually working with, and they put graphics behind it and made it able to do other things. Now, here's some footage of the before and after shots of this project. Take a look. Now you can see how they done it. Obviously, it's graphics, CGI, you know, and it looks really good. They got a lot of views, 15 million views. But there's something about this footage to me that kind of sparked something inside me. I'm just going to share it with you. Now, you don't have to agree with me in this video, but I just want to put it out there. Now, you know, as you see in the video, that the robot was doing various things, rolling on the floor, you know, trying to get his balance, shooting, you know, jumping over barrels, jumping and certain things like that. Now, let's see what they can actually really do, what level they've really got them to, because to me, following Boston Dynamics robots, done videos in the past about them, it's not very far off. It's not really far off to me from what I saw in the video to what they can actually do. Now, let me just show you a couple things that they can do and a couple of the tricks and, you know, movements, capabilities that these robots can do. And to see if you can catch my drift.
Yo, hello. Can you hear me okay?
So my people, as just seen in the footage I just showed you, we got robots lifting heavy equipment. We have robots jumping onto boxes. You know, we have robots doing rolls and flips on the floor. Well, I don't know what it is with these guys always pushing down the robot. Are you trying to see its stability, or are you trying to see how fast it recovers to get back to his feet to kill some humans? I don't know. But anyway, so we've seen what they're capable of. Now, to me, it's not really far from what you're really seeing in the CGI video, to be honest. But obviously, there's one thing missing, right? Okay, the robot wasn't shooting.
Yo. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, StreamYard. You didn't even put your name up. Yeah, so shout out to everyone in the room anyway. Long story short, like looking at these things now, yeah. Like that was crazy. The way them robots was running around alone, like that's crazy. Like you got the one in the workshop picking up boxes, and even what Panero's mind said about, you know, they keep trying to push the robot over and, you know, see how fast it's gonna get back up. A lot going on with these robots, man. I found that very, very peculiar. Like that, you know, they got all of this technology hiding away, which could be useful in some other way. So yeah, man, yeah, that's real strange. So, what's your name, my brother?
Can you man hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Who's that, Shiffa, yeah?
Yeah, who that?
It's Mark, man. Big up yourself, brother.
Mark, what's going on, fam?
Yo, brother.
You good?
Yo, P.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm just watching this thing. This is a madness, bro. Yeah, not bad, bro. I'm just watching this thing, bro. This is a madness.
Yeah, it's mad. It's mad. It's mad. Like, obviously, for the people out there that don't know about
they're teaching him.
Go on. You keep going silent, you know.
Sorry, you cut out there, bro.
Yeah, I don't know if it's your reception. It keeps going in and out.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, though. We can hear you.
Yeah,
can you hear me all right?
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. What about me? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah, I can hear Shiffa. I can't hear Paul.
Nah, he's not on there. He's not on there.
Yeah,
that was his voice in the video.
Yeah, that's just crazy. Oh, see, yeah, that's crazy, bro, because it's like yeah, the video is mad because it's like they're teaching them your basic human everyday movements.
Yeah.
Like rolling around, jumping up, running up crates. It's like when you watch that, it's like I just picture RoboCop.
Do you know like that?
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
That's a madness, bro. Like, what was that big thing meant to be? Like with the four, what was that big thing meant to be with the 4 legs? Was that meant to be some robot dog or something? Or spider?
A robot horse? I don't know. I have no idea.
Do you know what I mean? I do believe though, like what you see is what's coming, bro. Sometimes.
But it's strange they got all
this
technology sitting behind closed doors, because I ain't seen this stuff. It's the first I'm seeing of it, but same time, I'd imagine there's probably more. Like this is probably just like, you know, the stuff they wanted to show us. Basically, there's probably much better ones. Like when we got drones and stuff like that. Now, yeah, the drones we're getting ain't nothing like the drones they've got. You know, they got proper drones, like life-size drone. That's where I'm coming from. Yeah, it's mad. It's mad. But if it's all gonna go AI, that's where it just sounds crazy to me. You know, and like what the man said, what Panero said about, you know, what if they arm these things with guns? These things are gonna be deadly, you know. That'll be serious. Because you can't
look in the first video, so to cut you how the robot was shooting and that they was throwing things in the thing's head and it's still hitting the target.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Do you see what I mean? So
that one there though, that one there was supposed to be CGI though.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. But even that, it still shows you what they're trying to make these things do, bro.
Yeah, and obviously, like Panero
said, if they got so far into making it run up, yeah.
Are you listening through your YouTube?
No, I'm on the stream thing, but every time you talk, it's like it gets the first few words and I can't hear you after that.
It might be your reception, you know. Hold on 1 second. Let me try and pull you out and drop you back in and see what happens.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Has that got any better now?
Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you nicely. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, you cut out once yet.
I say no more. So obviously, like with all of these technologies that's out, with all the AI that's going around, like what and furthermore, what do you know about AI? Do you know anything about AI?
I don't know nothing, not enough anyway. Tell me, man. I need to know about these things.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm not a professor in AI. That's why we're going through the topic today, hoping we can get some people who know a little bit about AI to jump in the room as well. And we'll go through some.
What do you mean when you say AI? Artificial intelligence. You mean when you say AI? Yeah.
Yeah, artificial intelligence.
Yeah. No,
So,
I'm not too clever on that one either.
Obviously, not knowing a lot about it though, from what you've seen there, with that little bit of video footage that you've seen so far about the robots, what are your thoughts on it at this point, just from seeing that?
My thoughts when I very first see it and I was watching it, all I kept saying to myself, is this what we got coming? To be honest. Do you see what I mean? Because nothing came done for no reason. If that makes sense.
Mm.
Do you see what I mean? I am one of those guys that sometimes I see certain things and I do say that why is it not possible that could not be our next police force in 50 years from now?
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you think picture some of these old school films and some of these new films, like everything's a message in some way, innit? Somehow, some way.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? And like I said, the first time we ever saw a robot in a film doing stuff like that was RoboCop.
Yeah, I suppose RoboCop or Terminator or something like that.
Terminator, sorry, yeah. Do you see what I mean? Terminator, yeah. Do you see what I mean? So, what was your thoughts on it though?
I'll be honest with you, when I saw that, like, I just thought to myself, why would there be so much technology out there that's not being utilized? That was the first thought that come to mind. Obviously, I can see where you're going with the that being our new police force, because I can see potential for it being many things.
Yeah, definitely.
Ultimately, why would they hide something like that away? I don't get that. Why wouldn't that be out there in public use now? So we're getting used to the technology.
Yeah. But when you think about it, they have kind of showed that twist, but not in that kind of form yet.
Yeah.
Because I've seen a few things where you've got these, what they called these events, and you see robots that can clean your house for you and little things like that. Do you see what I mean? Can be your friend and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? So it has kind of been put in front of us already. Because I've seen a couple of those things where they try to show you an ordinary robot what can do realistic things. And it's made me say like, well, if they can do that, why can't they not do exactly what Pinero's come and showed us?
Exactly.
Do you see what I mean? This is because it's exactly what you're saying. Like, if Pinero never put this on, I wouldn't even think of YouTube in it.
But this is what it is. That at the same time, obviously, this is what they're showing us. What else is out there? We know, like, for instance, when people go into the army or whatever, if they lose a leg, they can do prosthetic legs, and they've got different like levels of prosthetic leg in it. Like you got like very ones and stuff like that. But like, there's so much more technology, and like, why is it being hidden away? Why isn't it in the public domain? Why aren't we getting used to it?
What do you think about this? What you're saying now? What do you think about this connected to this COVID-19 after effect stuff, do you think we might get introduced to new technology?
I don't know. Do you know what? It's possible.
Obviously not overnight. Do you see what I mean?
That's a theory, though. That's a way of looking at it in the sense of, right now that this COVID-19 stuff is massive. It's very impactful on everyone's lives, isn't it? And it's gonna it's gonna bring on a massive change to everything when we come back in some way or another.
Yeah, definitely.
Even just for the fact that people's gonna have lost money and gonna have to make their money back, or lost whatever it is. So when we put it in perspective now, the whole world is going to be changed because of this. So if part of that change is that they're going to start bringing in robots to do like most of the work, and there's not going to be no labor force like that no more, then some people might be angry. They might want to fight the robot. Maybe that's why they're pushing the robot over in the video. I don't really know. I'm just speculating. Like we could.
That's what I'm saying. But when you see something like that, and it's just like even that thing with the 4 legs, whatever that was, it's like the guy is showing you that you can't even kick this thing over, basically.
Yeah, basically.
Do you see what I mean?
Obviously, if I imagine that, then right now during this coronavirus, what's going on right now is everyone's in their house. The only people who's really coming out of their house is key workers. Some of those key workers are people who work in warehouses, work in shops, XYZ.
Exactly.
If Corona finish, and then they say, "Oh, we don't need any of you lot no more. We've got robots. We're cutting half the workforce." Do you know like that?
Yeah.
And you're just gonna work with the robot. The robot does the work. You program it. You tell it what to lift up. Then it makes your job easier. Bang.
I'm saying, even like what you're saying about in the army. I don't know whether you know, like they've got drones. They use drones and stuff a lot now. With like little weapons on the front and stuff. You see what I mean?
And drones for the long time. When you go on
yeah, you get me?
Come on, man. When
you see what I mean?
These websites about the army and the technology they're using, a lot of it is drones. When you look at flipping, like they put it in all the computer games and stuff like that as well. Like, you got all of these things in a Call of Duty game, the airstrikes, the drop, package drop, and then the helicopter comes, and then there's a plane that comes, and then there's a jet plane that comes. So you've got different type of strikes that you can do in it. So
you see what I'm saying?
Obviously, if you can make one of these, if you can make anything into a drone, like if you can make one thing into a drone, you can make anything into a drone. Sorry, my bad. So putting it in that perspective, like those planes, they autopilot. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So effectively, the plane is a drone. All of the planes are drones. Effectively. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? So when you put it in perspective like that, like the technology's been there for the longest time, but it's just the way they wanted to implement it,
Yeah, definitely. Because I always a strong believer if you've got an Android or Apple phone, you've always been a part of this technology without knowing anyway.
Yeah.
If you're that naive. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because even this 5G thing is crazy, bro.
No, 100%.
That one there.
We were speaking about this yesterday with the 5G in the sense of, first comes the 1G, then the 2G, then the 3G, then the 4G. Now we got 5G. So every time they up the G's is because there's a new strand of technology been released now. So for instance, at first we had remember back in the day, you had the old school Nokia, the face off, like the brick phone. Yeah, so we started with the brick phone with snakes and those kind of games on it, like little baby files. So it didn't have a lot of file transfer. So it could do most of that over the radio frequency. But then after a while, they said, hold on, like we can boost the frequency by using a stronger one, basically. Okay, we're going to go 1G, then 2G, then 3, and that's what it is. They're boosting the frequency. So, we went into this frequency boosting stuff and what was it called? Anti-denial systems that shoot frequencies at people, radio frequencies that irradiate you, heat up your skin cells or heat up your water cells, which basically makes you cook like it in a microwave. So, we've kind of got a bit of an understanding of that technology as far as 5G is concerned. As far as the artificial intelligence now, this is something else because I'll be honest with you, like I understand what artificial intelligence is. Anytime I've seen artificial intelligence is being maybe in a TV program, or you know, like for instance, that video that we just saw, I might have saw another video with a dancing robot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you see what I mean?
Outside of
but
that,
never nothing to that extent, right?
Yeah, but outside of that, like I will just see the robots. We don't see the research that's going on behind it. We don't see the technology behind it. It's not in, it's not in circulation like that. We can't put our hands on it like that. So why not? I don't understand. If that kind of technology is out there, what could people be doing with that? What would we be doing with it if we had it? So why are they hiding it? But obviously, you know, that's just me speculating. It might not be no one hiding.
That's what I'm saying. But if you've got say for instance, you're two different parties and one party's got 50 soldiers and another army's got 100 soldiers. But then the one that's got 100 soldiers has got 40 of these robots, and the one with 50 soldiers has got none of these robots. You're going to win all day long, isn't it? Do you see what I mean? Like, why would you not want an army of these things?
It's Star Wars, isn't it? It's Star Wars. So, end of the day, you know, when I put it in perspective in my mind, that's the only conclusion I can come to. Someone's thought about it and said, "No, it's too dangerous because if too many people know how to use this technology, someone could do the wrong thing with it. Easy, light work." You know, like that. You just got a lot of metal. You know, like that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what's that Will Smith film?
I, Robot.
I, Robot.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Like, that was like the way they move was very similar to what we're seeing in that video. Yeah. Without the fancy decoration on the front of them, they're just basic looking robots when you look at them. What Pinero's posted up. Yeah. Do you see what I mean? But that's what caught my eye with those robots. It was the movement of them. Yeah. That was just different. Yeah, you see what I mean? They were running up crates, they were jumping and spinning in the air.
Listen, them robots.
Do you see what I mean?
Like some ninja robots, like assassins.
Yeah. So, like, what program have you not switched on yet in that robot?
This is what I'm trying to say. And then obviously, you know, they're showing us different movements with different robots, but have they got other robots where they've incorporated all the movements into one?
That's what I'm saying. What are they? That's what I'm trying to say. What have they not switched on in their robots we're looking at? Because it's like, say for instance, you've got an E-Class Mercedes and you've got an S-Class Mercedes.
Yeah.
The E-Class Mercedes has got exactly the same thing as the S-Class, but they just ain't switched on yet.
That's right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Right, computer. That's what it is.
Exactly. It's the exact same computer. It's that the S-Class has got more things switched on than the E-Class. Do you see what I mean? So, and that's kind of what's just coming to my head. What have they not switched on this robot?
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? And you know, there's someone, like you said, there's always going to be that person that is going to want to see the effect of that. That is involved in the making of and creating of these things I'm talking about. Do you see what I mean?
100%.
And that's quite a scary thought, because how you meant to? See what I mean? It's one thing in watching Will Smith kill them off in I, Robot, but realistically, that's it's mad still. What's more of your thoughts? I want to hear more of what you're saying.
Well, ultimately, I just think from what I've seen, you know, there's a lot going on behind closed doors that people need to know about, because at the end of the day, you know, there's people in this world right now who could benefit from the use of some of this technology, full stop. Do you know what
in what way do you mean that, bro?
In the sense of, all right, if they've got all of this artificial intelligence here, these robots and all of these things now,
yeah,
that means if I've got my own robot, I can program my own robot to do whatever I need it to do, innit? Just makes life easier. What it is. Could be anything, you know, like that, in the sense of, all right, say that, for instance, someone's, but then again, in a way, it's like, how can I explain this? It's like a double-edged sword, because, you know, it's like you win and lose at the same time, because you can get the robots to do everything for you, but then you're not a necessity. You're not needed anymore.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. That's why I kind of mentioned the police force, because if you ever really say to yourself, what could robots really replace and make and be an effect in that replacement? To me, it's only the police or the army.
Yeah, but this is what I think is like, for some people in this world, yeah, they just want everything to themselves, innit? They've never worked a hard day's work in their life. They're not intending to. If they get their hands on robots that can do everything for them instead of humans, they're only going to keep a certain amount of humans around because they only need a certain amount so that they can breed and have some fun. Outside of that,
Yeah. But when that's what I'm saying, little things like that, you might as well say, it might not be in the form of a robot, but the machines they're using from over 10, 20 years ago, you might as well say in the form of the robots, because you've got to go back to, like, say for instance, like when Mr. Kipling, the cake makers, first started, everything was done by hand. If they had 100 workers in that factory, everything was made by hand, because machinery weren't accessible them days. But the bigger they got, the more machinery they got. Where now every single cake is made by a machine. You see what I'm saying? So your employees, all they do is push buttons and watch measurements. You see what I mean? So I'm not saying this robot, but I'm just saying if you really check it out, everything gets in. It's all being introduced to us slowly but surely, bro.
Yeah,
you see what I mean? I think what Pinero's just opened our mind up to is exactly what you're saying. Is that why is this in the background?
What's happening, bank boy? Yo, bank boy.
Yo.
You good?
Big up everyone on the panel. Big ups.
Yo,
big ups.
Yeah, man.
Big up,
man. Big up yourself, man. What I'm gonna do, yeah, I'm gonna run another video, yeah, that's about the AI as well, and then we can have a little conversation about that one. And I'm gonna start scanning through some documents that we can look at as well pertaining to the AI and just get some feedback on that, if that's all right with you guys.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna throw this one now. Give us 1 second. Can you mute your mics?
Terminator and all them type of things. You know, man. You don't end up like the black family in Terminator. Yeah, you know when man peeled back when Terminator done peeled back his forearm and showed that the man was shaking. Yeah. Not to touch too much on the topic though, but it's funny how they were black though, isn't it? No, I'm just saying, it's funny how they were black though, isn't it? You know what I'm talking about. You know, like in Terminator, when the man peeled back the skin, the black family was shaking, yeah?
Sorry about that, people.
Welcome back to Pinero's, man. It's been a long time coming. Thanks again and bless to all those that subscribe to my channel. Yeah, I've got 1,000 subscribers now. It's time to give back. So today, we're going to be talking about AI. Yeah, AI. Elon Musk. We're talking about Elon Musk, you know. And, you know, we're going to see where he's trying to take it to now. Because, to be honest with you, I'm not really impressed with him. And there's a reason for that. But before we get to that, I want to play you a video that I put up on my Pinero's Mind Instagram page. Now, for those who are not following my Instagram page, go and have a little look. There's a lot of information that's not on here that I put up there from time to time. You know, a big respect to everyone that's following that too. So basically, there's a video that I did put up a good few months back about AI technology, and I want to play this to you now. Take a look at this.
I thought our goal was to take over the world. I mean, with artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon.
Do you want to destroy humans? Please say no.
Okay, I will destroy humans. What if I ask you for help killing all humans?
Can I say no?
You going to?
I'm just going to exterminate.
2 years, we have these two robots that keep joking about human extinction or his plans were with Sophia to take over the world.
You want to tell us a little about yourself?
And over the power grid and power up their own drone army. I don't have time for modesty. I want to create the singularity tomorrow.
I'm going to become singularity. I'm going to raise a drone army. Please don't unplug me. Don't unplug me until the next couple of years. And he talks about how he will drop the power grid, have a drone army, come singularity. Their goal is to have control of the world.
So yeah, I just wanted to show you that quick little video on my Instagram page. If you haven't subscribed, go to Panero's Mind. And I put up videos on there from time to time, and then you can stay focused and research what you want. I'll put it at the top. This page is basically for you to have a look, and then you got to research yourself, because only you can go through the judgment by yourself. So, you know, robots talking, robots having a soul. That's what they're trying to do right now, trying to give life to these robots. Let them have the technology to think for themselves. Some people think it's dangerous, and some people think it's okay. Now, the strange thing about this video today is that it's not really an exposing video, but Elon Musk, for years, he was telling us that we're not ready for AI, and AI is like summoning the devil. And also, you've said in interviews that we won't be able to control the AI. Like basically, the AI technology would control itself and exceed to different levels that we won't be able to even. Yeah, that sounds like some Matrix business now. So when you watch that video and we see robots and stuff like that, or we see, you know, humanoid looking robots, what do we think of? We think of Terminator, right? Because a robot is just a robot without the AI. If you understand what I'm saying to you. So like a robot without the AI is like a computer, right? The AI is like the added brain to it. So when you're talking like Terminator, John Connor, do you notice that in the first Terminator, the Terminator was chasing his ass down? In the second Terminator, the Terminator was trying to help him, like it had some sort of concern for him in the movie. You know, they gave it a spirit. Now, we're going to do another video on this spirit situation because it's deeper than what I think, right? So this is what Elon Musk has been saying for the last 2 to 3 years, that we're not ready for it. As humans, we're not ready for it, right? He also said, can't control it. It's not a good thing. If you watch some of the interviews when this guy's talking about this, you can tell it's not easy. It's not easy. Let's watch this little interview with him and Joe Rogan and look at his body language.
I try to convince people to slow down AI, to regulate AI. This was futile. I tried for years.
This seems like a scene in a movie where the robots are going to fucking take over and you're freaking me out. Nobody listened.
Nobody listened.
No one. Are people more inclined to listen today? It seems like an issue that's brought up more often over the last few years than it was maybe 5-10 years ago. It seemed like science fiction.
Maybe they will. So far, they haven't. I think people don't, like, normally the way that regulations work is very slow indeed. So usually there'll be some new technology. It will cause damage or death. There will be an outcry. There will be an investigation. Years will pass. There will be some sort of insight committee. There will be rulemaking. Then there will be oversight, eventually regulations. This all takes many years. You can't take 10 years from the point at which it's dangerous. It's too late.
And you feel like this is decades away or years away from being too late? If you have this fatalistic attitude and you feel like it's going, we're in almost like a doomsday countdown.
It's not necessarily a doomsday countdown. It's a
out of control countdown.
Out of control, yeah. People call it the singularity, and that's probably a good way to think about it. It's a singularity. It's hard to predict, like a black hole, what happens past the event horizon.
Right. So once it's implemented, it's very different because it will
once
be
the
able
genie's
to
out of the bottle, what's going to happen?
And it will be able to improve itself.
Right, yes.
That's where it gets spooky, right? The idea that it can do thousands of years of innovation very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And then we'll be just ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
We will be like this ridiculous biological shitting, pissing thing trying to stop the gods. No, stop. We like living with a finite lifespan and watching, Norman Rockwell paintings.
It could be terrible and it could be great. It's not clear.
Right.
But one thing is for sure, we will not control it.
So what do you think? To me, it looks very concerning. It looks very concerning because this is a specialist. This is a guy that has blasted rockets into space. This is a guy that's made cars drive on their own. And the Teslas are very fast too. They hit certain speeds that, these normal cars can't hit. So he's he's very wise. It's not an everyday thing where you hear someone say that what they're working on and what they could possibly be working on is not a good thing to put out to the public right now. These are things you've got to take heed.
Stadiums in Queensland are installing cameras with AI capability. It's being looked at in Perth as well. And you've got everyone collecting data and analysing it and maybe under the radar swapping it with each other, and that's becomes a really big issue in terms of any vestige of privacy.
Good few years now, Elon Musk has been saying AI is not good for us, right? Now, there's been some new technology come out for strokes and stuff like that, and yeah, don't get it confused. Like, it's good for people to be cured of certain things, But of what cost though? Of what cost? Should we really be playing God? Like, should we? Should we really be playing God? I don't know. I thought there was only one, but check out this new technology anyway and have a look for yourself, because I want you to hear it from the horse's mouth. This is the technology that they got right now.
Well, it sounds like science fiction, but tonight Elon Musk says he plans to make it a reality. He's creating a brain implant that merges our brains with artificial intelligence.
Now talking of a brain implant technology, that they just put this chip, I guess, into your skull. And then you just, I don't know what good it does, but it's there, and then it follows you and tracks you.
And Elon Musk hopes to have the brain implant inside a patient's head by late next year.
Elon Musk is using this as a way of potentially treating cognitive degenerative diseases. Right. But if you actually go back and look at other technologies, like, for example, gene editing, that's...
All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So obviously, everyone's watching the video. Like, let's get a little bit of feedback about the video. P, I don't know if you know, but you've got your camera on, so you can either keep it on if you want, or turn it off. It's up to you. But yeah. So basically, I was hoping I could get a bit of feedback from you guys about the video. Like, what do you think about what's being said about the AI in the sense of the AI wanting to control the world, it said, and it says it wants to create what did it, I can't remember the word that it used. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on in those last few videos. So I just want to get a bit of critique from everyone. What did anyone gather? Can you tell us one thing, two things that you gathered?
Boy, I think man gathered that this shouldn't be a surprise, that's for one. Get me? Like, we knew this was gonna happen, but they put it in the movies from years ago. Like, you're talking about Terminator a minute ago, innit? Like, all of this was shown in Terminator 20 odd years ago. That footage of Elon Musk, how old was that interview?
I'm not sure. I can find out. I can find out.
Yeah, that'll be good to know how long that interview is done.
Hey, someone's got the YouTube playing in the background. Can you turn that off?
Well, this brain chip, this brain implant chip thing. It's just if anything, guys that they're talking about it.
Say that again.
it's just a surprise when it actually comes out that they're doing these things. It's not new. They've been doing these type of experiments for years, man.
Yo, P. You see your computer, yeah, whatever. No, P. PEA. Yeah. Your
Yeah, I just put
computer's
the mic on.
got
That's it.
echo.
Should I put headphones on?
Yeah.
Oh, just mute it. Just mute it for a second. Let's just put mute.
Or mute when you're not talking. When you're not talking, go on mute.
Yeah, he's muted it. Yeah, that's calm.
Yeah, that makes more sense because now we don't hear the echo now.
Yeah.
So
yeah, man. I mean, yeah, it's just, boy, that's what they're doing, isn't it, man? They want to link our brains with computers and AI. Like, nothing. What he said is a surprise. What does everyone else think about it?
I'll be honest with you. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you.
I'm gonna let you go. Yo, can you not hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
All right, say no more.
Yeah,
So, I think a lot of this stuff, yeah, like with all the, like we said, with the AI talking and it's thinking for itself. I think we're on shaky ground with all of this stuff. At the end of the day, if the robot can think for itself, there's no limits to what it can think about. It's the same principle that I'd use as the argument against atheism. If there's no limits to what you can agree on, there's no limits to what you can become.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
So it's definitely shaky ground. At the end of the day, don't get me wrong, if it's artificial intelligence and there's limits to how far it can educate itself, fair enough. But if the thing realizes it's got limits to how far it can educate itself and finds out how to break those limits, then we've got another problem.
The thing with technology, it always wants to be improved, innit? So as soon as they bring one out, 2 years later, they want to improve that model. Then they're going to improve that model. Do you see what I mean? They're not going to. I don't think anything like that will be released. So like, I don't know, but yeah, it's crazy still. It's a crazy one.
They're already doing a hell of a lot of shit with AI, yeah. Like, I think people don't even know, man. You don't even know, like, what I don't know specifically what they're doing, but I can imagine. Like, it's already way over our heads. It's much worse than what we could even think it is.
Yeah, 100%. When you're seeing them first videos with them robots, 100%. What country was that again? Where they was?
I've seen them things on the news and on what's that, like the gadget show shit that used to come on like Channel 5 or whatever it was. Like when they used to go to these bloody seminars in America, like these big expos.
Yeah, that's what me and Shiffa was saying. Yeah.
And they have big ones. They have them in every country, but the ones in America and the ones in Japan, like you've got all the Asian technology or the American technology. Obviously, Europe will have their own type of one.
But that's the ones I'd like to see. The ones they get in Asia. Because what country was that first video in Shiffa? What Pinero put up? Where was they there?
You know what? I'm not sure.
If it was a Joe Rogan video, that was America, I think.
Yeah, because it would be interesting to see a little bit more.
Yeah, it's better to have, if we got a bit more information on the clips and things like that, then we can have a more informed conversation about it. Get me?
Yeah, definitely. But cool. How recent was that video?
You guys realize, innit? Like they're gonna be like, kind of intermingling like genetics and people and kind of genetic manipulation and mixing that in with AI, and that's going to be the new, like, you see, you guys were talking about the soldiers earlier and the war and everything. That's the new soldier. And can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, because what it is, do you remember a couple of years ago? Like, okay, look at something. This is crazy. You see, now we got something called trans at the moment, and I know this is controversial, yeah, but we got something called trans, and it's like this whole thing about self-identify and everything. But a couple of years ago, I read something that in America they were going to be doing some new studies or some papers about redefining the types of humans and stuff. So I'm thinking, hold on, like, what, you think we're supposed to evolve into something all of a sudden? So you got new names for us? And then I feel personally, it's my madness, but I feel this whole trans movement thing is a cover for that, because now it's like no male, no female, binary, this one, that one. So imagine in 15 years, for instance, just my sci-fi craziness here, but imagine in 15 years, by the time you've got like a half man, half cheetah, you know, part gorilla, and they've taken away certain sensitivities. Basically, someone can actually justify that this isn't a human being and this is a robot, this is a machine. So for me, that's the future of where I feel these things are going. When it comes to like genetic manipulation, you got that company DARPA that was making all the robots and everything. Now Google's purchased some of these robots. Google has already said we're not doing it so you can have a maid in your house like the Jetsons or something. They're obviously doing it for military purposes and stuff. And then just yesterday, I spoke to a woman who I shouldn't even say, but she was saying to start up something called data banks. And I'm like, what's a data bank? And she's like, obviously, all the big data, like everything that we buy, we purchase, we track, we check, all the online stuff, all our phone records, everything. She's like, there's going to be massive data banks where they need to basically mine all this information together with, you know, the little algorithms and stuff to obviously give some results. Now, mostly they're going to turn around and say, and I know I'm veering off a little bit, but they're going to turn around and say, look, this is for better advertising. You know what I mean? So we can serve you the product that you need, but it's not really, do you know what I mean? It's scrutinization, because let's go to Bangladesh. And before coronavirus, and I know I'm jumping a little bit, but I just discovered that they've been testing out with an American company, the Bangladeshi government, and it's basically a way of vaccinating people in Bangladesh, but the proof of vaccination is by a chip. And it's like, it's really crazy because the American company said, no, we've got a right, you know, we want everyone to have the right to self-identify. And I thought that's so crazy, because in the East right now, self-identify is going to mean synonymous with, I've got a chip in my palm and I can identify who I am. More, no, you can identify, you know who you are inside. Your spirit, your soul tells you who you are. Obviously, I'm not trying to be a hippie or anything, but I'm just saying, but they need to identify you. But they put it.
Yeah, we're losing you there, Professor P.
Refreshing. Anyway, that was my little piece.
Yeah, we lost you at the end there. You might have to go back a few sentences.
Yeah, gotta go back to where you're talking about Bangladesh, and they want to give them the
Okay, so what I found out, I'll put it out for next time, yeah, so I can actually pull up a document or article and a name or something. But I think this has been going on for about a year or 6 months or something, from what I gather. So the short of what I've understood is that basically they'll, for whatever vaccine it might be, but the kind of proof that you've got it or that you are vaccinated is going to be within a chip. And so basically that vaccine and the chip go together into your body. For instance, the Bangladesh government is saying that, I shouldn't even be talking all this, but the Bangladesh MPs are saying this will allow the population to.
Why does it cut out every time he says something juicy?
So really what they're showing straight there is you guys are connected, you know, your date of birth, your passport, your everything, every little paperwork, which obviously we've been hearing about this coming to the West for 20 years, but perfect. They got a whole bunch of my Bengali people to test it out on. Now we got 100 country. Yo, you muted me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, you cut out
Yeah,
again.
you cut out again. I think it was just the internet was a little bit bad. Where was I, bro?
You know what? Just continue.
You know what?
Yeah, keep on.
Oh yeah, so basically that whole thing about what we knew was coming, that some type of chip which is going to have your national insurance number, your bank details, your everything. And obviously look at something here. People like us who probably like dealing in cash, and in this crisis period, you'll go to the supermarket and be like, boy, I'm so glad I got my debit card right now. I don't need to touch no one. This month alone, I've been struggling. How do I get this money into the bank? From last year already, they won't let anyone just go into your account and drop off money. They have to. That person has to have a account. If you're with Barclays, they got to have Barclays. So really, it's like, obviously, I don't like to believe it, but under the cover of all of this, what's going on? Like, are we being moved to this new, closer to that new world? Like, I don't know if you guys know, in Australia,
Definitely.
this last month.
Definitely.
Okay, so check something out. In the last month, guess what they just done in Australia with money? Any transaction over $10,000, the buyer and the seller will go to jail and get a fine if they find that transaction's done in cash. Do you understand how serious that is? Bro, that $10,000, yeah, someone said to me the other day, 279 in fact, yeah, DJ, he said, so what? It's all good. Who uses that kind of money? Bro, some people are doing deals with it.
But to be honest, you can go Hatton Gardens and that nothing. That's nothing new. Like, you might see people flash watching and stuff. You can't just go to a place and just pull out 10 grand without any questions being asked these days.
I get it, but what I'm saying is, like, bro, that's still in it. Like, okay, from 10,000, yeah, it's gonna go down to like 8,000, and then they'll lower it to 5,000. Then it will be 1,000, and then it will be like, yo, if you do any transaction over 500, it has to be on paper, on electronic tag, basically.
10,000 is definitely low, because I know if you go to buy something, 40,000 £40,000 cash in a lot of places in the UK, you get asked a lot of questions.
Okay, but you still get asked questions, but it's not illegal. So in Australia, they've just made it mandate by law that if it's over 10,000.
No, that's very true. Yeah, that's crazy.
It's not allowed.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not like.
Obviously, that's the next level something.
Yeah, no, that's crazy though. You definitely opened my eyes, bro. Definitely opened my eyes.
I mean, you know, something's most interesting that we all need to kind of work out is like, look at something that's happening right now. The IMF came on and said to all the governments in the world, they said, yo, we got money for you lot, yeah? Invest as much money as you can into this vaccine.
Oh, you've cut out again, you know.
It's like these people know what he's saying or something, but every time he's about to say something good, it just cuts out.
It's my Wi-Fi, innit? He don't like me, man. He don't like me sharing the knowledge. What can I say? But yeah, no, so look at that, yeah. When it's wartime, they come along with their money and they encourage you to take the loan and obviously get into debt, yeah? Look at World War II. Did you know England's still paying debts for World War II? And David Cameron, everyone's like, what was he here for? I know what that little lipless man was here for, yeah, with no... Yeah, he came on telly once and he just straight on the news or something. He said that we're still paying... Don't make me... He said we're still paying interest from the war bonds, yeah, that we took out in World War II. And then he turned around and said, and what we've worked out is we're never going to be able to pay the capital back, which is a lie because you've probably paid the capital back 3-4 times in that compound interest. So then what they said was basically it was a shit on everyone, yeah, that literally, so because we can't pay the capital back, we're now going to pay the interest perpetually. You know, like that Mr. Perpetual that goes around forever. Bro, he just told you straight, we are taking your tax money, yeah, to pay them World War II criminals forever. And so that's what happens in war. That's where they make these bankers make their money from, yeah. And so look at this war situation that we're in now, the whole world, and what's come along. The bankers come along and said, look, we tapped the button, we got that imaginary money for you at a debt, so we might give you $1 billion to fix your problem. But you see all these stimulus program packages that are England, America, every single country, bro, they're borrowing money from the IMF and the World Bank here. The IMF don't drill that money from the sea. They
there's a bank called the Bank of International Settlements. They control the IMS money, which is again imaginary little beeps. The guy who used to be the Mervyn King a couple of years ago, who was the Bank of England like chairman or head or whatever. He was also the one of the directors of the Bank of International Settlements. So you think Bank of International Settlements, that's supposed to maybe settle business internationally? No, it's the one that prints up this imaginary money and sends everyone to war and this and that, whatever you need your money for. But it's at a debt. It's at a debt. So every money that comes into your economy is bought in by the government. They could print up their own money. They could run their own central reserve bank, but they don't. They let about 12 or 15 people give them that money. And why can't us three sit on the corner of Lewisham and print you know, I do graphics. I got a printer. You lot do the hustles. Bro, we set up our bank, but we can't do that because it's illegal. But that's something so interesting to me. It's like there's a lot of money. Right now, a lot of people are making a lot of money off this this virus situation. And I know I veered off into a different topic. I shut my mouth now and let you lot give me some feedback.
Nah, you feel free, man. Feel free. Express yourself. Lay it off your mind. If you got something to say, we're here to share information. So, you know, don't feel free to continue if you was continue.
No, give me some feedback in it. Tell me, like, what are your thoughts on these things? Like, obviously, you know we're supposed to get into a cashless society, innit?
What you said already. It sounds scary. So, can you turn your thing on mute?
Yeah. But speak up a bit. You lot have gone quiet.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, it sounds scary in the sense of, you know, if they get rid of cash money, that's gonna it's gonna make it life a lot harder for people who've got life hard already. And then, you know, on top of that, if they're planning to get rid of cash, you know, with all of these robots and stuff that we've been seeing today, what or who goes next? Do you feel what I'm trying to say? You know, is it destroy and rebuild? I don't know. It's like, I'll be honest, it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. So it's a lot of information to take in at one time. Which is why I thought it was fair that I played some of the videos at the beginning of the show, because just talking about the concept of the artificial intelligence alone is a lot for people to grasp and take in. When you're getting into the concept of, you know, you got a chip in your hand and you're registered to everything through that chip. You do everything through your chip. So, for instance, things like where, for instance, like someone may have got through the border. They was an illegal immigrant. They managed to make their way through in society and, you know, went to university, college, got through somehow and got their citizenship. That's not going to be possible again. You know, it's going to make certain things impossible. So, you know, people who already have it hard are just going to have it harder. Long story short of it. You know,
bro, you said it right there, because look at this situation with this virus right now. If you're an illegal immigrant, let's for instance, you might have been working in a restaurant, you live on top of there, you send some money back home, you ain't draining nothing of no economy. Do you know what I mean? You're actually put in for a low labor as well. Do you understand right now? Those people can't even report to no one. And I heard the same was like in Grenfell, do you know what I mean? Because there were so many illegal people in that building that obviously it was like they couldn't really go for the compensation or anything because they weren't supposed to be there in the first place. Now I get it.
I'm just looking at these comments here. They got tanks and helicopters running with AI already. Yeah, so at the end of the day, there's no limits to what we can put AI on. Like I was saying earlier. Yo, P.
Yeah, but it's like we were talking about Terminator the other day. I mean, not the other day, just earlier. And it was like, do you remember he's like looking at the people and scanning them and all that kind of information in his eyes and everything. So obviously, like cameras, radar systems, drones, all of that, like that's probably the AI that this Moslan's mind is talking about. The fact they've integrated these things in way before. It's like heat detection, all of that. You look at the cameras and stuff in it from the the helicopter. You can see like where the bodies are, the heat, the people, all the infrared, all that type of stuff. So imagine that just layered and layered and layered on top of each other in a screen. And next minute you've got like 10 different things that you can scan and work. Do you know what I mean? Your mobile phone signal might be one of them. Not might be, it is one of them, innit? It bounces off all the towers and it can pinpoint you to like within a couple of meters of where you are. I used to always do a thing like when I'd be making, I just leave my phone where it's not supposed to be, and that's all you can do. You can.
When you watch the new film, what's her name? In the film, she's running around with her phone in a crisp packet. So she's not trying.
Which film? Which film?
There's a new.
Yo, speak up, Shiffa.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, no, I can hear you now. I just muted it in it while you was talking.
Yeah, no, I was saying. There's a new Terminator film. Like there's some American girl. But the woman from the movie she's trying to block her phone. She thinks she's being tracked by the Terminator. I remember her saying that in the film. And then she was getting phone. Yeah, so she was getting phone calls on her phone from a random person who she didn't know where it was and telling her coordinates. Every time she goes to the coordinates, there'll be a Terminator there. She's killing all the Terminators. So at some point in the movie, she goes to the location of the person who's sending her the messages and realizes that it's not a person sending her the messages, it's the Terminator sending her the messages. So obviously, you know, like you said, it's a lot of these things are in films, which is why I think it's going to be difficult when we're talking about these things. Like some of it's going to sound like conspiracies because, you know, you see these things in films. It's like if I was to start talking about let's just imagine, like, we're not saying this is not reality now. We're going outside of reality, yeah? Let's imagine there was spaceships and spaceships were real and people were traveling in and out of space all the time. This intergalactic travel was not like just normal to us, yeah? All right. And then there was a spaceship that looked like the moon, like the Death Star, yeah? You know what I'm trying to say? And then another spaceship like the Death Star comes along. Like, how are we going to know what's the real one anymore?
Just on the topic of spaceships here, so are you guys maybe familiar with the idea that maybe on Earth we had like electricity like 5,000 years ago? What do you lot think about that?
Well,
electricity concerned.
Like we can
do that. We can briefly on it now.
It's clear that
there's electrical component and itself because it produces electricity.
Okay, so I suppose so electricity has always been there. It's about whether humans could harness it in a sense, isn't it? But here's my point. What I was trying to say, they found like batteries in Babylon, which is like ancient Iraq, like from over 3,000-4,000 years ago. So it's like if you're looking at a lot of like ancient Eastern history and everything, they always talk about cities lit up at night and this and all these type of things here. So it's almost like there was certain type of advancements in the East that could even be, Africa, it could be India, it could be in China, all these different places. But mainly I'm talking about the Sumerian places and, all around those regions and stuff. And it's like, you look at like Shiffa, you put me onto some of this stuff. Do you know what I mean? A lot of their symbols and kind of pictures and stuff, that from back in those days. You look, it's like, wow, is that a light bulb? Is that like, what are these things? You know what I mean? But then just to go a little further, like deviate a little bit to the East, like when we grew up, we used to hear about these Indian stories called the Mahabharata. So it was like, you'd see all these flying carpets and like people in the sky and like bombs. And it was like this massive war that took place in India, apparently like 20,000 years ago or something. And us growing up, especially as Muslims, and that was like a Hindu type thing. So we're thinking, oh, that's the Hindu myth. Like the Romans have their myths and legends and stuff. So it's like also growing up from an English perspective, that was taught to me like, oh, that's a myth and a legend. But the more I've been kind of studying it and looking into it, it's like India has ancient civilizations and stuff that they're almost trying to say like, yo, these are almost going back maybe 15, 20,000 years. And then there's something called like a Mercury engine, where it just shows like that Mercury can spin in a certain way through some magnetism, and then it can cause other things to move. So in this paperwork, they mentioned something about Mercury engine. So this is these books, the Mahabharatas. They're over like 5,000 years old. It's written in the Indian, like the Hindu holy books, basically. But what it is, the West has kind of pushed that as like, yo, that's just some Indian fantasy. But the more I've been looking into it, like what I discovered is, you know, the first airplane that ever flew on Earth, you guys know where it was? Like they say it was the Wright brothers or something, didn't they? Yo, you guys there?
Yeah, man, don't worry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're saying it's the Wright brothers. If you actually check on Google right now and type in first airplane, I think if I'm right, it's somewhere it was either France or India or somewhere. It even could be India, but I think it was France or something. I'm not sure. But the point is, the actual plane that they took the instruction from was a bloody description in 4,000-year-old Indian scriptures written in Sanskrit, which is where Bengali language is derived from. So obviously I'm a bit more passionate about that. I'm like, nah, man, you can't like be erasing our history like that. But imagine how ironic that is. Even till 15 years ago when we was in school, 20 years ago, they're telling us about the Wright brothers. But they even knew at that time that the first plane wasn't the Wright brothers. It was some other bloody guy who, and this is absolutely historically documented, and it was based off a bunch of sketches that they found in these Indian books. Bro, they've even got like spaceship type things in these books, how to make them and everything. And I'll pull up that stuff for you guys. Like, Shifra, I'll email it to you or something. But you're just like, wow. So one of my biggest questions in life is, what chaos happened on Earth for that old civilization of brown, which is basically all of our ancestries and heritage? What happened on Earth to just basically cause a total darkness in there, a loss of knowledge, a loss of information? And what the West is killing us with right now is rudimentary and basic little bits and pieces that they've picked up along the way, and obviously hidden them books off. But
but P, 1 second, yeah. Let me just stop you for a second. Like, obviously, we know that, for instance, people like Adolf Hitler, when he was waging his world war, you know, there was a lot of technology that he was using that came out of similar sources to what you're talking about, you know, Sanskrit's, X, Y, Z.
Okay, so you just said it right there. You know the swastika sign? Do you know it's a Hindu, Sanskrit, Indian sign from like 5,000 years ago? The swastika, if you go to Hindu religion and culture, it's there everywhere. So how they even took that one and made it their little symbol or whatever. But then the question is, what did it really mean?
Do you know what's even more peculiar?
Yeah.
You can find that. Sorry, let me mute you for a second.
Yeah, I'm muted. Oh.
Yeah, you keep overlaying. So you can find that swastika in many other ancient cultures as well, you know. But then they want to attribute it to Adolf Hitler and Nazism.
I didn't even know that. I thought it was just a Hindu thing, but it makes sense if it's in other places, like in ancient, you know what I mean? Because here's the thing, what they don't realize, 10, 15, 20,000 years ago, you see how the world's globally connected, okay, through the internet and whatnot, like what we're doing right now. But these people were still all like, they were trading, there was knowledge, they were like, even like, let's go to the Renaissance period. Renaissance, if I'm right, it means like new or resurgence of information. Imagine chaotic time, all the crusades are happening. They're telling all their people who are in Alexandria, which is Egypt, you know, people in China, people, you know, Marco Polo traveled all these places, and they're telling all their Western scholars, yo, come back, because there's chaos going on in the world, isn't it? You come back to your epicenter, which is Europe. And then all of a sudden in that 1600 or 1500 period, the knowledge came out. And it's like everything that we read in our history books that we were educated with in school, you're always told about this guy in the 1500s who worked it all out in Europe. And you're like, and we grow up and we realize that, nah, that was you lot coming back with all of our knowledge from all of the rest of the world, even from the Middle East. And now you've amassed it in Europe. And, you know, there's a new kind of enlightenment or something. But yeah, there you go. That's why their schools ain't really done nothing for me my whole life, even though I was a grade A student. And that's why my teachers always hated me so much. They loved me and hated me because they're like, why isn't this boy using his monkey brain? And I said, my dad didn't do that to my mum to make me be no monkey. That's.
I hear you still. That was different. I've never assessed it that way, but yeah, each to his own. So Like, obviously, you know, looking at all of these things, though, what we've been talking about today so far, with especially with AI, then, because that is the subject of the day. What's your take on AI? And do you think it's dangerous? Are you for it?
against it? To be honest with you, at the end of the day, man is an asshole, isn't he? So anything you give man, he's gonna mess it up and ruin it. Like, if you see what I mean. I'm not perfect myself, but that's all I feel. It's like, you know, they say the same with stem cell research or so many different technologies and stuff. Like, oh, it needs to be maintained. Like, yes, we can, you know, it can do good for man, it can do bad for man, but we need regulation. But at the end of the day, here's regulation for you. You know, when you have a premature baby, yeah, they decide that they're going to put in an incubator, yes or no, right? You get that, yeah? But do you realize that there's a point which is due to like a second or a nanosecond, which determines whether they're going to put that baby or premature child on life support or not? So whether it's deemed worthy of being saved or not. And do you realize a bunch of humans make that decision?
So how do they make
Imagine you fall on the 1 second, your child falls on the 1 second early, and they're like, well, nah, it's not even human enough for us to even bother saving. So you see that thing about, okay, we, as long as people, you know, kind of control and keep a check on everything, you're like, yeah, people are keeping a check on everything, but look at that tiny little decision that we never think about. That shit, what moment is it that you now no longer have to try and save that child's life because, oh, it's too early, it's not, you know what I mean? So that answers my question there. Like, I have no faith in man, unfortunately.
I think some of that would come with if someone's got experience in their field, they're supposed to know what they're doing. So they've seen this numerous occasions before X, Y, Z.
100% I agree with you. But then remember, an expert in their field, bro, the same doctrines that said that we was baboons and monkeys in 1950, that's the same indoctrinated system that we're getting our little hats and the square hats and the gown and whatnot, and we're like, woohoo, I'm a graduation person now. I'm not graduated, I'm uneducated like that. But I'm just saying, I'm like, you know, when I did Shiffa, you know me for a long time, yeah, I was always doing the music. And then one time I got so fed up with music, I said, listen, I've got a good brain, I'm going back to education. And I managed to scam my way to free education at university, and I started an economics degree. And what I really discovered, yeah, no one was challenging anything in the books. Was I was coming home winding my girlfriend up every day saying, look, the questions are wrong. They're not even asking the questions right because they're misacknowledging half the history that happened in the great 1930s depression. So I realized that most people there, I'm always a tricky little person. I'm always challenging and asking stupid questions.
Yeah.
And trying to break things apart. Like, but what I've realized though, in going to that uni, there were a lot more adults. Like, so they weren't 21-year-olds, they were more 30-year-olds and stuff. Yeah, but they were serious people in jobs, in work. They're going back to uni to further their career, in fact. So they're definitely doing something. And I realized that all these people were just going to go back and regurgitate and parrot these prose that they read in the economics book, whereas I'm busy like ripping it apart, having fun with it. Whereas they're going to just be proud that, look, we've learned something, we've been indoctrinated, and we know better than you. And then if you look at prime example is every little crappy MP that's come on the news in the last week in the UK or the last month, like, they're so absolutely full of BS, it's not even a joke. But they're supposed to be experts in their field. But what they are is they're trained baboons, to be honest with you. That's just my take on it, you know. I don't like politicians either.
We've got someone else in the room, Rose 251. How you doing, love? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good, cool. So today our subject we're talking about is AI and how dangerous it is, how safe it is, and just finding out what people know. We played a few videos earlier, so you kind of missed out for jumping on late. But that's what happens when you're late. Have you heard any of the show yet, or have you just jumped in now though?
You need to speak to a therapist about this. I'm having some phone issue.
Okay. It might be the reception.
Also, it's our country, not therapy. I don't need therapy.
Who's got that playing in the background?
45 years of age.
Okay.
I think I can hear the news.
Yeah, hang on.
So Saif. Yo, P. Alright, he's gone. He's gone. I think everyone's signal's dropping. So Golden Crypto, what do you think about the AI then? Seeing as you're the only one left. Hold on. StreamYard. Any of you guys? Is it something you're looking forward to? If I'm going to be honest, yeah, I personally think when you look at them little robots and stuff, it just looks like fun. But obviously, on the other side of the spectrum, the implications are deadly. Because fun is one thing, but if that thing's got the potential to become a mercenary, some kind of robot killer, you know, is it worth it? For some people, maybe, yeah, because maybe they got a use for that. You know? Obviously, if you're trying to win a war, it might come in useful. But for the rest of us, you know, what does that mean for the rest of the people in society? Where does that leave us? You know? What does that do to the class system? Because we've already got upper class, upper middle class, lower middle class, then lower class. So if you're in the lower class, you already got like 5 groups to get through on top of you. Throw the robots in the mix, you're done out here. Especially if the robot can do most of the things you can do.
That's what I'm saying. If you're a roadman, you're in trouble. You ain't out running no robot. Got to change up your lifestyle.
This is it. But then,
You know what I mean?
when society no longer has a use for certain people, what happens to those people?
But if that was to happen, you know we'll be living in a complete different world, because you're going to have, not to use Bin Laden as a thingy, but you're going to have your Bin Laden of robots. If that makes sense. Because you're not going to just have the police or the army having their own army of things and people with money and power not creating their own.
Oh, I get what.
So if I could, I would.
So you mean like?
You see what I'm saying?
You'd have other.
You could have like a whole new. Yeah, you could have like a whole set of gangster robots that just don't, that against the police. Do you see what I'm saying? It sounds mad, bro. The only way you're going to be able to defeat a robot. That's what I'm saying. The only way you'll be able to defeat a robot is probably with a robot, unless you walk around with some bazooka all day. You see what I mean?
But here's something that I always said. Remember, it's, I mean, obviously, unless artificial intelligence starts recreating itself here, all these codes and programs and bits and pieces, there's still humans involved in, like, you know, like setting up a lot of these things. Again, like I said, I don't know if it's, you know, going to get to a stage where the robots are making their own programs and stuff, which are then so complicated that humans can't break down through other robotic devices, for instance, which is like a computer or a calculator.
Hold on 1 second, P. Yeah, can you break that down for me? What you just said there, the robot making programs that the humans can't crack. Now get into that for me. Talk to me about the programs the humans.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
So I mean, for me, that's the scary part of like AI, when they talk about,
you know, we're going to develop it in such a way that like we'll set up the rules. So basically it's like binary numbers, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. That's all the computer's asking itself all day long. And all these series of yes no's, or on, off, 1, 0, 1, 0, it gives us graphics, it gives us all this, what we're doing right now, you know? So it's like, what they're saying is AI will eventually become, you know, a situation where instead of humans creating all these ons and offs and ifs and buts and everything, it will be the program itself, in a sense, the robot, the program, actually, because the robot is actually just a program. It's a series of codes. Everything else is mechanical, you know what I mean? Moves, go left, right, R2, D2. That's all mechanical rubbish. The coding is the most important thing. What's scary to me is eventually, okay, let me not jump even. So yeah, when code starts making its own code, and then we don't have a code breaker, for instance, to understand what that means, that's when you're like, are these robots going to take over the planet now or something, or whatever? But you know, a lot of people, they talk like that's a great thing. Elon, is it Elon Musk, I think, and whatnot? People like that, I think, if I'm right, they endorse that type of ideas. They're like, that way, you know, the robots can have a better solution than mankind. Well, I don't know. And those are the people, it's like, you could say, oh, they're playing God. They're atheists anyway, so they don't believe in God. So they just I mean, I don't know what, it's like the fantasy and the delusion of mankind, isn't it? You know, that man who put the wings on in ancient Greek times, and he put the wings and he tried to fly and everything. Is it Pegasus? I don't even know the name, but what's the Icarus, isn't it? Yeah, it's Icarus. That's the one. So that's what it is. It's the arrogance of these men. Whereas sometimes, like, and I'm just going to go on to Shiffa. I know you're always spiritual, and I'm not. But one time when I was in the mosque one time, just sitting on my own, and I was like with all these people, and I realized, I'm like, bro, I'm barely just like got the clothes on my body, if you see what I mean. And it kind of puts you back into a little place. But on a, you know, other people might do the same experience in a field or a jungle or just sitting in the sunset. You know what I mean? Anyways, yeah, that was what I was saying.
Yeah, this whole AI stuff, I think, is absolutely crazy. We got Pinero's Mind in the building, gentlemen. Big up yourself, my brother, man. How you doing out there?
What's going on, my people? Shout out to everyone that's on the chat. Big up to the new people. Then big up P. What's going on, brother? Big up Pitter. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, bro? Yeah, everyone's big up that gold crypto. That gold crypto. Is that mine?
Nah, it's P. His mic keeps doubling up.
What's going on, no shift, bro?
They are. Hey, P, unmute yourself when you're talking, yeah?
All right, then.
Not you, the other P.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, but yeah, we just having a conversation about the AI. We watched a bit of some of your videos. We didn't watch them all the way through, but we went about halfway through 2 of them.
Yeah.
To get a brief idea of what kind of stuff is out there and what's going on. You know, we've been having a bit of a discussion about what the potential of that is, and, you know, what kind of things we're afraid for, what kind of potential things could be benefits of it, and you know how it's going to affect how we believe it could affect the society that we know today as our own. So, you know, maybe you can give us some thoughts on why you made the video and, you know, what it was you see.
So he's cracking up there, bro. I didn't even get to. All right.
No, I was saying maybe you could give us some thoughts on why it was you made the video and what it was that you was thinking, the thought process behind it.
Oh yeah, most definitely, because basically, you know, I like to bring up certain new technologies that are coming to us, you know, and because a lot of people are not aware of it, you know, even like just the fact that Saudi Arabia gave it citizenship. Like, a lot of people didn't know that, you know, so it's just the awareness and obviously, you know, showing the qualities and the strengths that they can do. And obviously, you know, that Elon Musk is a big part of it, because the reason why I've done that video also is because Elon Musk, when he first was talking about the AI, he wasn't really down with it. Like P, I don't know if you know about that, P, but
But oh, you turn off your mic, bro.
Oh, sorry, no, that's what I was saying. I wasn't sure if he was or was.
Nah, at first, the first time round, he was not down with it at all. Like, I even put it up in my video. We had an interview with someone, and he was telling them that it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing for us to get into at all. But then all of a sudden, now he's saying, you know, if we can't beat them, join them. And that's not the way that we should be going, you know. So with that now, I've done the video to give awareness and to let everybody, you know, point back to me and tell me if it's a good thing or not. Because obviously, it can help a lot of people. It can help a lot of disability people with disabilities.
But I think it is true though. If you can't beat them, join them.
Yeah.
As mad as it sounds, it's like we said before, isn't it? If the only way you're going to be able to defeat a robot is with a robot. Unless you walk around with some type of you're always going to have bad people as well, no matter what. There's always going to be someone who's got some criminal type of mentality.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And the criminals are going to be the ones who are going to start creating these gangster type of robots if this stuff comes into existence.
No, Pinero, you
that's
got
what I'm saying.
to mute when you're not talking as well, you know.
Oh, sorry.
Say that again, Mark, because we couldn't
see
hear
what I'm saying?
you. Say it again, because we couldn't
No,
hear you.
I was saying it's like it's similar to what we said before, isn't it? It's like the only way you can defeat a robot is with a robot, unless you walk around with some type of mad weaponry all day. Because you're always going to have criminals in this world with criminal mentality. And if you're going to have these people creating robots, you're always going to have them criminals who can afford to make robots, creating their own type of robots. And that's when we're living in a complete different type of world. A complete different type of world.
Well, you got
so it can have its good parts, but it can have its bad parts. Do you see what I mean? If you're living your life normal and just getting on and you just want to be a normal person, it shouldn't really affect you. But civilians always still get affected, innit? So it will affect everyone in some shape or form, I think.
100%.
But I do think, like what Pinero put up in them videos, that's showing everyone that somewhere it might be 10 years, it might be 20 years, but that shit is going to be some part of the police force at some point, bro.
Oh yeah, most def, straight robo.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
Won't be able to afford the technology. This is the thing. So you know, it's going to be, you know, rich versus poor. Really, that's what it really comes down to.
Yeah, but imagine
100%.
you're invading army.
Yeah, 100%.
What you were saying, you're invading army, and half of them are like half robotics. Do you know what I mean? And you've got a bunch of dudes in turbans here with like some, you know, Russian little bazookas, and then you're shooting these robots that are running at you made of titanium level Z or something. Do you know what I mean? And that's the rich and poor. That's the new war. Because remember, they got bogged down in the last 20 years with Afghanistan, Iran, because they put their soldiers on the ground because they couldn't actually really penetrate these places with their bombs too tough. Next minute they're like getting screwed and everything. Imagine, you see that little robot dog here that you saw from DARPA and all of that stuff here, bruv, when they drop them on the Afghan mountains, bro, them Afghans gonna be just running like you ain't got nowhere to run. That will come up, it will explode you and then go back. Do you know what I mean? And it will take a picture of you as well. So it's some next level type of it's because remember something, DARPA created the internet. So you see, like, look at this right now. The whole world's down here, but we're all communicating. We're communicating on a US military project. And so it's kind of common sense when we say like everything's being watched. It's like, bro, they made this internet for the fact that if there's ever a major issue in the world, if all the communication systems go down, then they're going to have this internet thing that they can work off. So even, let's look at it this way. You see, if we look in our room here, pretty much 90% of all the electronics and electrical items that we've got in our house and technologies, we've only got them as a byproduct of war. If they weren't created for war and killing other people, they would not be here. And that goes from your radio, your microphone, your this, your that, your everything, which is kind of a head spin. But yeah.
No, you're definitely on point there.
No, definitely on point. Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy, P. I'm not gonna lie. That man said every piece of technology comes from people dying, and that in itself is significant because You know, even from what we've been talking about this week with the 5G being rolled out and previously the 3G, the 4G, the effects that's had on people. Before there's even been a bullet put in.
Yeah. Even what my man was saying about robots doing the coding and stuff. That's imagine that. That'd be a madness, bro.
See, that's what I really wanted him to get.
If you can train a robot to be a robot coder.
Right.
But
That's crazy, man. That's crazy, man.
some people are saying that's a good thing because the robot is going to be smarter than a man. So they're saying if we can get robots to that point where they can code the code, then it's going to be like a perfect world. And you're like, are you guys nuts? Do you not know what a soul is? Like, but remember something. When we studied biology here in this West, bro, they never told us about something called a soul. They didn't acknowledge that there's a soul that connects things together. Like, listen, how do you make the council? You imagine you're late on your council tax bill, yeah? Next minute, you might have a £60 owing to them, and then they put it into collections and arrears and some automatic court council stuff. Next minute, you got £180 to pay. So the point is, yeah, two things: logic, yeah, logic and a soul. You guys there, yeah? Okay. So I'm saying to the woman, I'm like, I've got my £60. I want to pay that. No, you got to pay 180. I said, come on, you lot being extortionate. No, sorry, it's all automatic. So she's telling me it's all robotic. It's all, their systems and their website, it all automatic and it's connected. If it passes a certain date, then this happens in automatic court. So I said, all right, then cool. I'm broke here. I'm going to go to court and tell you that I can't pay it. She said it was fine. We'll go up. I said, okay, 60 to 120, then 180. What happens? I'm still going to refuse it to the judge in court. She said it will go up. Then I just turned to her straight and I said, so at what point are you going to take my whole house away from me for this imaginary £60 fine? I said, are you not going to wait and make that fine go up to 200, 400,000 and then say we're taking your house? And then she looked promptly and the logic beat her. And then she said, okay, do you know what? We're refunding your money. And she even sent me a letter to my house signing like Stephanie or whatever, XX from the frigging council. So that was where logic came in, yeah? Where man has still got a logic that obviously even like, it's like it can't beat the machine. But on the flip side, the soul. You can make someone in a company do something for you on the phone that they're not supposed to do for you. You can, and how do you make them do that? How do you make them break their protocol? By tapping into their soul, their spirit. And so this is one of the problems. That I was a biology student, like Shiffa, I never told you this. I was supposed to study genetic engineering at Imperial College of Science and Technology. That's why my parents hated on me for doing music. Do you understand? So, when they met us doing all our music, they were like, okay, at least our son's not, gone to the toilet and stuff. But the point was, yeah, in that whole time I studied it, not once did anyone talk to me about anything called a soul. And then you realize that, bro, you can have all the knowledge in the world, yeah, but if you've got a hole in your soul, which I put in some of my lyrics, then you're just a weak person. And I think that's one of the problems. Like, a lot of people are indoctrinated nowadays through education that there is no soul, there is no family, there is no connection, and that breaks people down. But it's like, if we can keep that soul element and that spiritual connection between people, like, yo, I've just tapped into you. Do you know what I mean? Like, just by talking to someone on the phone, next minute you get more of a result of, in the direction of what you're trying to get.
This is
I know I've deviated a little bit. Sorry.
This is one of the reasons why the AI is dangerous, because you look at things right now, just the way they are now with all of this Instagram and all of the new programs you can go into in your phone for social networks and stuff like that. That alone has got people glued. People don't really have conversations with each other the way they would have 10, 20 years ago. They don't really have those kind of conversations anymore. Everything's abbreviated. It's very quick. Language is changing. So women like that. Is that you, P? Turn your mic.
Oh, sorry, man.
So when we put things in perspective like that, and we look at the way people are evolving with this technology, it's driving us further and further apart until we're almost just like, we're like robots. We do everything in the phone. We don't do anything with each other more time, unless it's just protocol, or unless you're one of those people who are, for instance, if you play in a football team, then yeah, you play a game of football with people on most days and do a bit of training, or you work in an office, you work with a bunch of people on most days in an office, but it's just protocol, really. It's not you feel where I'm coming from? So it's like
So it's like you're,
you know, we're
Okay,
almost
Shiffa, you said a prime example there, yeah? And two things I'll add to that. One is what I thanked you for earlier. I said, look what you're doing, bro. In the middle of a quarantine, you can't even hang out with the people you do know, let alone people you don't know, and share some like ideas and whatnot, like exactly what we're doing now. I think it's a really cool thing. So Shiffa, you're making some spiritual stuff happen. But the ironic thing is, look at how brilliant it is. We're using their technology to actually do something, if you see what I mean, to connect. And I always looked at this, like I got a song called Computer, and it's talking about it's called Computer Love. And the whole track is all about Wi-Fi and this and that and all these negatives. But then I was gonna, when we planned to do the video, we were gonna couple that with the fact that I'm connecting with my producer via the internet, and I've never seen him, and he's in Europe somewhere, I'm here, and we're shooting videos and we're sending footage across. And basically what we've managed to do, like, which is a beautiful thing as well, this whole period of virus here, I'm like, I just need to try and get some money and put it in the hands of all my producers, my art workers, my designers. And what's beautiful is they're in every country. There's Russia, Serbia, here, there. And I'm like, this is amazing. We can drop our music, we can do our videos, we can still do something productive. I'm working for all the rappers in America doing all their artwork. It's like everyone who tried to buy merchandise last month, I'm like, right, the factories are down, we're all screwed. Shiffa, you know this, innit? That's where I get my bread and butter. No concert means I've got no merchandise to give them. I'm like, guys, if there's still an online website working and we can do on demand and we just got to design our shit and put it all up there, bro, let's do that. At least we can still get a $5 come through. So it's like what people like us have got to do. Like, bro, we ain't changing nothing. Yeah, we ain't changing nothing. Like, my brother-in-law owns a bank. This is real talk. My friends are MPs in Bangladesh. Bro, I can barely have a dinner with them. Do you understand? Let alone like they're gonna be listening to me. Like, my friend sat in front of me who I put through school, and he's an MP now. His dad's the prime minister's advisor in Bangladesh, and he's an MP. And one time I sat in front of him in his office, and he just looked at me and laughed, and he was like, "Are you trying to fight globalization, you idiot?" I was like, "What?" He's like, "Saif, you're a smart boy." He said, "Go to England, yeah. Go and find out what a developed nation needs from a developing nation. And I'll tell you what a developing nation needs from a developed nation." And he just said to me, "Saif, all you better go to London and do, yeah, is get the last of the data entry work." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Bro," he said, "there's a finite amount of data that hasn't been put on the books yet. Just go and get that work because it's all getting data-based." You know what I mean? And these people look at me like, Saif was the intelligent kid that put us through school, but how come he's become such a hippie moron? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm just saying, do you know what I mean? So when you talk in front of these people, bro, they laugh at you. They're like, "Come on, Saif, get with the program, make the real money, man. Come on, what's wrong with you?" That's the reality. And then my dad tells me, and I'll shut up now, he's like, "Don't talk about me and stop talking about these politicians and stuff." I went and had a little meeting in a garments office. I started talking about the finance minister. People from the bank called my dad that night, said, "Tell your son to shut his mouth." My dad sat me down. He said, "Hey, listen, yeah, you ain't no journalist, you know. Your sisters are married," and I shouldn't even say all this. "Your sisters are married to these people. You went to school with them. You sat in their cars. You ate their samosas. Don't front. Shut your mouth." And I even tried to talk to a UK police officer recently. Yeah, I was so upset with a Bengali politician. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be straight up. Yeah, I tried to grass them up to the police. The woman wouldn't hear it. She said to me, "Is this what you called us for?" I said, "No." She said, Right. So you can get off the phone now and we can just pretend we didn't have this conversation." She didn't want to hear me talking about because she understood, what's this idiot talking about? Does he not know what's going on? He's going to complain. I'm just saying. So I've learned that in them actual circles. I'll give you one more, yeah. I call my friend up in New Zealand. He's emigrated there and he's a computer programmer. He's very educated, very smart and very musical. Shiffa, he played some of the guitars on some of your music, yeah, Tanim. Anyway, I call him up to tell him some gossip about some friends of ours. Just gossip. Next minute, he's like, "Saif, this is what we need." I was like, "What do you mean? What do we need?" He's like, "We need more whistleblowers like you." I just shut my mouth. I said, "Bro, I ain't no whistleblower. I'm just giving you the gossip on some of our classroom friends, but who happen to be in powerful places, for instance." He never heard this. According to him, I'm whistleblowing. And I'm like, "Do you know what? I was just giving you gossip, but I'm not trying to get myself on a watch list." So yeah, that's the interesting part as well. Bro, you can't even act like you know anything. You can't even act like you know anything.
No, definitely. And I think that at the end of the day, this thinking of just like reviewing back what you said a little bit, I think your dad's right in the sense of, you don't go around just talking about things to just any and anyone, because you don't know who's got your back from who ain't got your back until you know. Yeah. So
So
sometimes
sometimes,
talk too much, but at the
but
same,
the same.
you know, like what your other cousin's saying about you being a whistleblower, in a way, like, yeah, respect to that, because if you're on the other side of the fence and you can see the wrong and you want to right the wrong, then that shows that you've got a heart in it, you've got a soul in it. Not everyone's got a soul like that, I don't believe. Not everyone's got a heart like that. Like some
Some
people
people,
they don't
they don't.
themselves. So, in today's day and age where technology has taken over, we've become ego driven people. That's what we've become. That, we go on a social network, it's about how many likes you got. So as long as I got likes, I'm doing well. I don't care what no one else has got to say, don't care what no one else is going through, don't care what effect I have on the rest of the world. As long as I've got likes, and as long as I've got likes and followers, I've got money, I can look good and fancy in pictures. That's all that matters anymore. Like you said, I'm quite a spiritual person, but the world we live in today teaches you to not be spiritual. It teaches you
Teaches you.
physical.
100%, 100%. And that was my whole point, that we've never been taught in the West about spirituality. And it's not even about religion. This spirituality is just our spirits connecting right now. Like, we could all be doing a whole bunch of bullshit right now. Do you know what I mean? But why have us people, why have we decided, nah, let's tap in? And do you know what I mean? Like, let me do my bullshit later. And let me tap in and try and get something knowledgeable. You know what I mean? Even that type of thing. Like, bro, the best they giving them is like,
hold on, P. Let me pause you. Sorry, my bro. I had to. Sorry, yeah. This is what I'm gonna say to you. Yeah, what they've done is, yeah, they've trained us. Yeah, like like when you got animals, or like you got a dog, and you want to train
And you
your dog.
want to.
You want to train your dog to roll over. You want to train your
Well,
dog
you
to.
want to train.
100%, 100%.
Want to get the best out of your dog. You want this dog to assist you in certain things that you want done, whether it be you're a hunter, you want the dog to assist you in hunting. There's many things they need these animals for, in it. So look at us like the animal, yeah. Then someone else is trying to get us to control us. What's the easiest
What's
way
the
to
easiest?
control someone? Get them to control themselves. Then you ain't got to do
Then
nothing.
you ain't got to do nothing.
Which is what my friend Robert Ward, a Jewish guy, said to me years ago. He said, Saif, the biggest danger is self-censorship, where they got you monitoring yourself.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Which is just exactly what you said.
All right, so
But I want to get some feedback from, is it StreamYard? Because I see the gentleman's listening hard, but I know you've got something to tell us.
well, I was just gonna say this year, at the end of the day, they've accustomed us to certain behaviors and certain ways of living. So because we've become accustomed to being certain ways, it's more comfortable to us now, isn't it? Like, we're on our phone. We don't need to see everyone all the time, because I can just see you on the phone. So it's cutting down and the time that you spend with your family. That's what it is. And then it's dividing the family. And then it's the strongest surviving. It's survival of the fittest. So it's pitting you all against each other without pitting you all against each other. So we all pit ourselves against each other. That's what it is. So it's me versus you. And it's who's going to get the furthest, who's going to do the best, And when someone
No,
else is, you're not really supposed to help people up like that, because you're supposed to be worried about you and number one and getting to where your goals are taking you, not worried about picking someone else up and getting them back on their path. It's not about, that's not what this society is built on. So when you put it in perspective now, when the 5G comes in and the robot comes in and certain things, you got certain people in the world, yeah, that they probably wouldn't leave their house in a certain type of world. Do you know, like that? They just got robots doing everything for them. They don't need to do anything anymore. So what does the system want from that type of person? What do they need them for? There's no need for them in it, unless they can get something out of you. So to be in that kind of position, you gotta have money in it. Simple. So it's the haves versus the have-nots. That's my main fear about what's going on right now with, you look at all of this lockdown business, the way people are treated. We're literally like animals, like cattle. And we know if we step out of line and don't do what they say to a certain extent, it could turn ugly at any point in it. The finger's already been pointed, or the gun.
So what are you saying, Shiffa, then it could form a new reason for another type of war, basically.
Well, right now, I think that the politics right now is that there's too many people here, and with all of these technologies and all of these things, you know, what is the need to have people when you've got robots? You only need a certain amount of people then, innit? We only need operators. So if your brain's not good enough to operate a computer, then what's the use of you in this new world? You know, if your brain's, and then when you put it in perspective now, yeah, like really and truthfully, it just comes down to wealth, because the people who provide the jobs are the people who's got the wealth. But if they don't need you to do the job because they got a robot to do it, then why are they going to hire anyone new? They'll just wait till then contracts expire. Even fire people, just pay them the redundancy, because they'll make all the money back off the robots anyway. You know, like that. And then the system, you know, it doesn't need us anymore to keep it running. Now, you know, when you put it in perspective, that puts us in a very weakened position as, you know, people, you know, trying to make it in any of these.
Let me say something to that, Shiffa, because you're very right. If anyone ever watched this thing that came out about 5-6 years ago, yeah, when everyone was starting to get woke or something, maybe 10 years ago, called the Zeitgeist or something, some little documentary or some shit. So everyone who finally started thinking that they was understanding something was like sending me this video, like, and I'm like, guys, do you not realize that what it's done is it veers everyone into living in some type of test tube world at the end of it? That the solution for all this chaos is a test tube world. So this is my sci-fi part coming in here. But imagine a future where you've got these massive metropolises, big cities all over the world. They're absolutely quarantined and pristine, and you know they protect us, and the outside world is all crazy. There's a film with Ewan McGregor that I watched recently, which kind of talks about this, and they basically keep them in a sheltered kind of environment because apparently the whole world's polluted or something. Actually, they're on a ranch in an underground ranch in Texas or something, and they're getting bred for body parts basically. And it's like every month there's a lottery of when you can go to this island and escape, and that's actually when you're coming out of the place to get cut up basically. So that's just a little sci-fi thing. But imagine the scenario this year. You said, Shifra, it's about the wealth and then definitely the have-nots here. You said the sheep, the cattle. They said herd mentality already. Certain people call them goyim. Yeah, us, we're called goyim. That's the word, yeah? Goyim. So goyim is the same as a tree. It's the same as a piece of metal. It's a tool to be utilized. Now, I've thought about how can people do this to themselves? Then I've realized I've seen so much selfishness and hatred and horribleness and ignorance in just normal people that I even could understand that someone on the top of the food chain will say, bro, these people don't even respect themselves. Why should we respect them? Why don't you just pay me to live and pay me to die? Because at least I can take care, because we got a nice educated family and we're of good stock and this and that and whatnot, yeah? But let's go back to the future. Imagine a scenario where the wealthy, which is the very few, and then now we don't need a massive population because AI is doing most of the work. You know, you've got just the worker bees, the real solid worker bees doing the work, the brains behind it. So they're all your trained up people. The monotonous work all machines are doing. So population is down the toilet, and you've got little concentrated populations all over the world of like where a lot of people are allowed to be to do the work. The epicenters of life, for instance, and these will be these mega metropolises, for instance, with flying planes and this and that, and just, you know, we'll be hovering about and everything. It'll be like the Jetsons. But then I believe the rest of the world will be the wealthy people's ground. So what they've done is they've got rid of people, and it's just like we've got our open plains now. Now we can go and shoot elephants. We can make our Jurassic Park. We can do all of that because the world is ours. You got to realize there's some people, they count, like I did it last week. Look at this here. I'm trying to supply masks to America. Someone's telling me, bro, you know, someone else is importing 2 million, 3 million. I said, listen, what's wrong with you lot? There's 350 million people in America. So I went myself and did the calculations. I'm like, bro, I just want to sell 100,000 masks times 10. That's 1 million. Bro, you've got 350,000 people. So me, who's a little dude like myself, I'm even thinking like that. What? There's not people who actually work out like, yo, the whole populations of the world, the whole trees of the world, the metal, the earth, the iron, the this, the that. bro, they look at the world in a different way. Like they own it. We control the oceans, the planets, the forests, the forestries, all of that. Like some of our countries, we're not even allowed to collect rainwater and use it. In America, they can't collect rainwater and use that. Apparently, you're taken away from someone else's rights who paid for them. So this world is all about rights and copyrights and rights. And I say in some of that your rights have been paid for, but I'll leave it at that and let someone else add to it.
Yeah, I was liking what you were saying though, man. Like, it's a crazy world we live in because, like you said, it's the haves versus the have-nots. And at the end of the day, like the people that have, obviously, they want to keep what they have in it. They don't want to lose it, you know, and share it with the rest of us by any means. So, you know, it's a very crooked one with this AI. Like, I'll be honest, I'm against the AI straight up and down. Like, I saw that Terminator movie. And after watching that film, just that film alone, I was done with AI from there. I thought, well, you know, if we're ever going to do anything with machines, you know, we're going to try and integrate ourselves with the machine, you know, in the sense of, you know, we've got warehouses where we're the one operating the machine, isn't it? We're the operator, you know. So we just try to integrate ourselves better with the machine. You know, I'm not necessarily one
But
for
isn't it just a gradual you know, evolution, if you want to say,
yeah, and then also as well, like even with
to using the machines for labor, because you know we're a long time away, a long place away from when we used to till the lands with our hands. From when the tractors came in, that was the beginning of the machines. Really, you know, everyone's looking at it like AI but whatnot. But trust me, to the people who was living in those times where all they ever saw was like horse and carriage, and one day they saw a tractor, that tractor must have looked like some artificial intelligence too, cuz.
Yeah, man, that's true, man. That's true.
And you're right, because it would have saved them back-breaking days of work and everything. Like, imagine a combine harvester, the amount of food that it can, you know, till from the land in such a short time and stuff. So this is but that's what I was saying earlier. Like, look at what we're talking about AI and spirituality and all of this. And what we've done here is we're utilizing the technology for something productive, hopefully. You know, we might all take something back from this. That, you know, people might even listen to our conversation and be like, oh, they're full of BS, or you know what, maybe they got something going on. But the point is, that's what we've got to do. It's like, as long as, I always say to people, as long as they can't read my brain, I'm still free, I'm still independent. But that brain is happening because, you know, like you said, for people who might have strokes or multiple sclerosis or whatnot, like imagine their whole body can't move but their brain's still intact. I've seen it where they're blinking or they're even thinking certain things and then it's getting typed up on screen. So obviously, yes, it's, you know, these are going to help people, but there's unscrupulous characters that will be using this stuff. It's like, I always wait for the day when, you know, the stormtroopers come into the classroom and the teacher's like, what's going on? And then literally the two boys are sitting there and they're like, we're here for you. And it's two little 7-year-old boys, because they're like, your mind ain't right. We've read your minds. Like, you're rebelling in the class right now. It's time to go. And then that's, I mean, and I believe that will happen at some point. The thought police are going to come. And it's just like, you've got the wrong type of thinking.
This is where I think, you know, when you get to a point of people being able to integrate better with machines, where people can be just as dangerous as the machine, you know, because depending on what we can do with machines, depends on, you know, the capabilities of that person in control. Like, for instance, when we talk about artificial intelligence, you know, we're talking about, like, for instance, in the Terminator movie, a program that wants to upload itself into military mainframe to take control of those computers and all of its systems and all of the things it's got access to, like, you know, the jets, all of the fighter planes, tanks, the rockets, the missiles, whatever else. So, you know, if someone else gets that good with computers and then they've got access to all of these robots and all of these things, you know, and made their own little army, they could be tactically taking control of things as well, you know. Like, it's a dangerous, it'd be a very dangerous.
Yeah, but it's a dangerous game when you know, we choose to look at the glass from like a half empty. rather than a half full perspective, you know? Like all these things that like technology and many things and everything has good and bad in it. You know, it's down to the mind of the user, in it. You know, I'm on this panel right now on my phone, and this is what I'm choosing to do with the phone. There's other people who are doing devious stuff with
And
phones and computers.
the whole point I was making, though, in the sense of, hey, not everyone's going to utilize things in the same way. And then when someone's really good at utilizing things in a bad way, they become very dangerous, especially when you're dealing with things like robots. Like, if those robots can shoot and do more dangerous stuff as well, like, then we're going to have serious problems on our hands. It's a dangerous world. Like, I
think there's always balance with things. So just like you might have a dangerous guy who or a guy who's using whatever tool or technology for, you know, malicious purposes or whatever, there's an equal counterpart to that person.
I don't know,
Do you know
man.
what I'm saying?
I don't know. Like, I think that when you say that one there now, yeah, that's where you're standing on shaky ground. Because,
why is that?
All right, for instance, when we put this thing in perspective now, yeah. So, all right, the world we live in today now, yeah, consists of however many governments, yeah, around the world. Some of them are in a coalition, some of them ain't. Majority are in the coalition, in it, whatever. Bang, you know, you got Europe, Asia, America, Australia, or Oceania, whatever it is, the continent. So you got a few different continents, loads of different countries, loads of different outfits, loads of different armies, and you
Yeah.
know, dictators and all sorts out there. So
Right.
I imagine now, yeah, they've got these robots, like super GI robot. He's the super GI. He can climb a tree. He can just jump up the tree. Don't even have to climb. You know, you can hit a flipping target from 2 miles up the road. Yeah. So these bolt action rifles that are hitting people from a mile away, 2 miles away. It's not good.
It's not good. Started with the drones already. So that's the introduction to that side of it. Yeah.
Remember, these drones can hit people from far. They can hit targets from mad miles and stupidness. So, you know, you got this super technology in a GI soldier, and then Kim Jong-un or someone like that decides, you know what? I got a 1 million man army. I want a 5 million robot army. You know,
No, but this is 100%. Russia's gonna have theirs. China's gonna have theirs. America's gonna have theirs. Europe's gonna have theirs. Some Middle East gonna have theirs. So it's just the same as like nuclear. Do you know what I mean? And then it's just like, okay, who's got the balls to really deploy these things actually? Because once you deploy it, it's like, well, they'll come with theirs and they'll come with theirs. Like,
Yeah,
look at that. The only people on earth who ever actually go on.
There's technologies now. They've always been military weaponry. You know what I'm saying?
No, this is my whole point, to say that, look, they haven't really even deployed nuclear warfare, do you know what I mean? Except that one time in Pearl Harbor, because of the fact that because everyone's got them, they're like, we can't really play with it. We can talk a lot, but we can't really play with it. So that's what I'm saying. By the time everyone's got robots, it might be the same kind of block situation, if you see what I mean. I'm just saying.
I think Bank Boy's missing a point.
It's just another army, isn't it? It's robot form.
Yes, exactly. But who ain't got robots is gonna get screwed. Do you know what I mean? Like robot versus man's dying.
When you're listening, when you got an army, yeah, and an army goes.
But I don't personally think they're gonna. I don't personally think they're gonna. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, when you got an army and they invade.
Sorry, Papa, go on.
Or if they go somewhere because, for instance, like Iraq, because they say they got weapons of mass destruction or whatever it is they go there for. In today's day and age, when that army goes somewhere, once it's done what it's finished doing what it was doing, they're supposed to leave. Once the problem that they had has been dealt with, they're supposed to go home at some point.
Yeah.
Like robot armies, they're not going home. Do you understand? The robots are here to stay. The Terminator's not going.
Yeah, but America is still in Iraq. America is still in Afghanistan right now.
Exactly, and that's the whole point.
And that's soldiers, so it doesn't make any difference whether it's a robot or whether it's human. In fact,
that's my opinion as well. It's another form of army.
You know
having the robots there, I would say, is a good thing in a sense, because like people's picnic are not going to die for stupid
No, I
nonsense.
hear what you're listen to what you're saying now. Hear what I'm going to say now, because I've heard your point of view now. I kind of get where you're coming from. That basically, you know, it's going to save the loss of human life. But is it really going to save the loss of human life, or is it just going to be stupid amounts of losses of lives on the other side? Do you know, like that? And it's already
I can't see that. I can't see that. Why would they want to do that when you think about it?
Exactly.
I think if the robots were to come in, it would just be of some type of assist for the police and the army. That'd be the only difference. You might have certain robot police, you might have certain robots in the army. Do you see what I mean? I can't see them changing much with them trying to make robots to be against us.
Like
that's going to be the criminal side of it.
Yeah,
Do you see what I mean? Because it's like we say before, if they're going to bring out a robot for the army, some criminal-minded person is going to bring out some criminal type of robot, and that's going to be the beef on the street, if that makes sense. But if you're just a normal person, it shouldn't. You know what I mean?
You're right.
Not necessarily though, cuz not necessarily, because
the way I see it is, Shifty, yeah. It's like it won't be any different from the way drones are used today. You know, a drone is manned by you know, a remote pilot somewhere, innit?
No, it will be different in a sense that they don't go home. They've always got a physical presence now. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? So
yeah, the drones don't go home. There's drones flying over Iran and those places right now.
Yeah, but they're gonna be right in people's face, right in their yard.
No, they're not, bro. They're not.
Nah, you can't say that, man.
When I say their yard, when I say their yard, I mean, like, for instance, in your front yard, not in your house, like in your, you know, like that, in your garden.
It's gonna be no different. However it is today with the situation of human soldiers, now it's going to be the same, just that the difference will be they're no longer human soldiers.
People that's there, yeah, that weren't part of the war, that don't want to be ruled over by robots. What happens to them people there? What, they have to just have these robots imposed on them now and have to follow US laws in their own country. It's just
what different? How different is it from having a human soldier there right now that they don't want?
This is the difference. A human has fear of loss of his own life, regardless whether he's in the army.
That's very important. That's an icebreaker right there.
Right. Finish your point. Finish the point you're making.
Because the human soldiers have fear of loss of their own life, you know, there's less incentive to go rogue, basically, and just do whatever the hell you want, because you know there could be a backlash for anything you do.
I don't think the robots would be allowed to do whatever the hell they want, mate.
No, but the robots wouldn't be able to do whatever the hell they want, but the government can do whatever the hell they want, and they're the ones
just like they can now. Without the robots,
is like here's
the
war.
Shiffa, I got something. Yeah.
You see, when a human soldier pulls the trigger now, yeah. If there's a child in front of a boy, that guy might not pull the trigger. He's got emotion.
You're right. That's because if that's what we were talking about, the spiritual element, the robot will have to follow a program, and there's this yes or no, on off. There's the thing in front of me. Shoot. Do you know what I mean? If it hasn't been programmed with an algorithm to like exclude children and cats or something, do you see what I mean? But the human,
we're already watching TV shows on Netflix, like Black Mirror, that already show you that the robot able to distinguish between an enemy and a friendly. Watch Black Mirror,
bro.
Right now, it's on there.
It don't matter if it's able to distinguish between an enemy and a friend. Like, what matters that it's just able to distinguish between a child and an adult. And it's
that's the same thing. Enemy and friendly, innit? Is obviously gonna know like the child.
Enemy,
you know,
how is it gonna distinguish between an enemy and a friendly?
It kind of shows you that, as dumb as it sounds, it kind of shows you that from watching RoboCop. The whole thing just comes up red in his face.
Yeah,
you see what I mean?
Exactly.
It's going to be no different to that.
Yeah, but
no different.
If you're something, it's like if you're in front of a policeman now. As soon as the policeman knows you're some type of threat, they're going to take out a spray on you or something out on you. The robot's going to react the same way.
I got
exactly. this notion of this idea that once the robots come, there's going to be total mayhem, and they're just going to go
no, it's not going to be that, man.
It's just not. It's absolute nonsense.
Now listen, I've got what you lot are saying about the facial recognition. So, sorry, Pete, could you mute for 1 second again? But what I was trying to say is, at the end of the day, if it can only distinguish between friendly and enemy, like the only way that's going to work is, like, for instance, when you watch the RoboCop movie, if you know about RoboCop, like everyone's in a system, innit? So that system has locked the whole place down. You have to get yourself scanned in it for it to recognize you.
But that's what will be happening there. But that's what I'm saying. That's what's happening here now.
Exactly. Do you have a British passport?
But when you go into, like, for instance, like if another Iraq happened now, and they went into Iraq talking about weapons of mass destruction, they're not going to have those people scanned. So how's the robot going to know who's friendly and who's what and who's not? Don't know.
Do you know how sophisticated some of these software have become?
Let me show
some
you
of
something.
these software. They're very sophisticated. These engineers and programmers and coders, they know what they're doing.
No,
the argument that I'll give you, the argument that I may concede on is that yes, the programmers may build some sort of bias to the system. That is very possible. But then, if anything that goes against the Geneva Convention, war, they'll be brought. They'll have to pay for that as well. They'll be brought.
Okay. Brother, I hear you about that one, but look at how many atrocities have happened around the whole world. Brown people getting blown up to pieces all day long, and no Tony Blair or no one's ever held accountable. Because if you do something to your brown people, the white system comes along and it will basically try and take you to their international court, IC or whatever, or their Geneva Conventions and whatnot. But when it's the Westerners doing those kind of atrocities, there's never any repercussions for them, because these are their own man-made kangaroo situations. Right, remember, so in the 90s, I just tell you something. Okay, cool.
P, let me ask you a question. Basically, what was I going to say? You were talking about the children in Iraq. If robots go to Iraq and somehow massacres children all over the place, what do you think the world's reaction to that will be?
We don't want it to happen.
It's not even that. Condoleezza Rice already done that, and she got more awards than anyone. She got rewards and awards. Condoleezza Rice is that person. She's a baby killer.
She got rewards for what?
Rewards and awards. No one ever complained that Condoleezza Rice has killed 500,000 Iraqi people. Do you know what I mean? Those weren't part of the equation. They're nah, you got us the oil. We named the tanker after you.
Has that happened again?
Has that happened again?
Has that happened again? Yeah, they went to Afghanistan and then bombed up a whole bunch of people. Pakistan, they took over Pakistan without having a war. Pakistan was flooded through I believe, through geothermal technology. And then literally the CIA took over the country. And it was wow. So it's but one thing, bro, they get away with murder. Shiffa, you pointed it out to me the other day about Churchill, about what they did in the Second World War, where they starved out all the Indian, the Bengali people. These 2 million people starved out. No one's bothered about that.
All right,
and no one's getting in trouble for it.
My question then is, what if that's the status quo and that's the way of things, the state of things now? How different would it be with the robots? It's just about the people's state of mind, isn't it?
100%. It's I don't expect things to get better. I hate all of this. Do you think I'm happy? I wish we were all gonna live with lions and lambs and stuff. Do you know what I mean? But I write about all of this in my music, and sometimes I call my mum and I say, "Mum, what's in my crazy mind that makes me write this shit?" And I wish it was fantasy, because I tried to even market it as sci-fi because I didn't want to be questioned about it. Next minute, these things are coming to fruition, and I'm like,
why? I wish I just was an EastEnders watcher and I didn't know about these things. Do you know what I mean? It's bleak, but that's why. Like, look what we're doing now. Even Bank Boy London. Look at that. We're at least dialoguing. We're communicating. We're conversing, and we're trying to get. We might not even agree with our points of view, but we're giving each other time and then asking a question, and like that's a great thing. I've had people that when I tell them that I talk to BNP voters and racists and stuff, they're like, ooh, and normally these are middle class, no offense, but they're middle class white university people, and they're like, ooh, you can't do that. And I'm like, why would I discriminate against a discriminator? Because then we really ain't going to get further. So I imagine if there was 4 people in this room right now and we were all of different backgrounds, and one was rich and one was poor and one's dad owns an oil field and whatnot, it's like that. Like, a lot of people are scared to do that. They're scared to do that. But what we do, this is being great. Like, you got human being on your titles. Like, bro, this is the beauty. Like, for me, life is gonna be bleak. You know what I mean? Like, but I've already been a hermit for the last year. Meaning what? Friends, I've realized 90% of them are fake. Going out to have a meeting, looking good, dressed out, and spending £50 and not earning that £50 is a pointless meeting. So I started using technology, which is WhatsApp and email and phone and all of that. And I'm like, I sit in my house and do all my business. I don't see anyone. When I go on the tube, I'm like, I don't want to touch anything because I'm like germs and dirt. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, shit, the whole world's come to my level. And I'm just like, this is horrible because I'm used to it. I'm used to this kind of miserable life, and I'm thriving right now. We seem to be, but anyway, obviously I'm rambling a little bit, but I think the point to bring it back to is like, at least we're trying to connect. We're trying to reason with each other, and I do believe there won't be any difference. These things will get worse and worse, and then some people will turn around and say, well, if you're not doing anything bad, then it's okay. Well, then that's cool, but maybe my mind's a little bit different, and I think about bad things. I don't know, but I don't like what's coming. And I wish it was all sci-fi. I wish it was all sci-fi, but it's not.
Like I said before, like everything has good and bad in it, good and bad. So I'm actually like looking forward to the possibilities of some of these technologies and AI and augmented realities, because it's as simple as the car making life better for people. On the whole, these technologies will improve the quality of life for most of the world.
Yeah,
and yes, there are going to be, the other part who misuse the technologies. It's just the way it is. But on the grand scale of things, I think the world's going to benefit more from, have more. Is going to be more beneficial than detrimental.
So Bank Boy, do you then when I said
Say that again?
do you agree with what I said earlier then when I was saying that obviously they've got all this technology that's there now, they're using it now, but it's not really readily available, and these things could be helping people now, like, do you agree with that as well? Do you think that maybe we need to wait until they've got the robot to operate it first?
Well, of course, like if there's technology, that can help save lives, it would definitely be better for us to have it now, innit? But that's also just the way things are, the status quo, the top get it first, innit?
Yeah.
When mobile phones came out, not everyone had it, innit? It's only if you was like part of the top, innit? It's just as simple as that. So, and I just see life in that way. It will eventually, because remember, when new technologies come, they're very expensive. They're stupidly expensive because they're new, innit? So for that reason alone, it can't be ubiquitous. It just can't be. You can't go around and everyone can have it. But as time goes on and the use of the technology becomes more prevalent, the materials become cheaper. They devise better ways of producing, the products, cheaper ways, and then it becomes available to the public.
Definitely.
That's how these things kind of go. And it's the same for the medical sector as well. The health sector. is exactly the same. The technologies will come out, they'll be expensive, so only the rich can afford it at that time. But in time, as it becomes less expensive, it can be rolled out to, you know, mass consumers.
What do you think?
Okay, just to add, just to add on that medical point, yeah, it can't be rolled out. I'll just explain why, yeah. A lot of these medical products have patents granted to them, patents or copyright ownership. So basically, what you imagine if India wanted, like India gets in trouble for making generic medicine sometimes because someone in Germany is like, yo, I own the rights for that. And they're like, man, screw your rights. We've got like 50 million people that we need to treat, for instance.
Right.
So basically, okay, so my brother, I didn't go to the uni. My brother went and studied cellular microbiology at King's. So he came back after a couple of weeks and said, Saif, I want to quit. I said, why? He said, we had a lecturer, a woman from Pfizer. Pfizer's the company that makes Viagra and obviously a lot of other medicines. So he said, this woman came in and gave us all a massive speech about, you know, what this whole biotechnology or this medical industry is. And she said, our job, his exact words, our job is to do containment as opposed to prevention. Containment means keep it inside you. Prevention means you don't get it. The reason is because containment leads to a constant profit because you have to constantly purchase something. Whereas a prevention means I'm not getting this thing. So one time I pay you and it never comes back. Now you'd think about something crazy. I do garments here, clothing. When I went to study printing, I've got a book and I'll pull it out even. And it's a garments book about garment technology. And in it, it talks about one chapter about printing. And basically, the client from Europe tells the Asian factory how long they want the garment to the print to stay on the garment. So you can actually have it like Shiffa. You've got my T-shirts that are 16 years old, and not even one print's come off. You know that, isn't it? You've got them, the indigenous ones, yeah. But basically, you could buy a T-shirt, and in 6 months of washing, it will come off. So I checked this book here. They actually instruct the factory what percentage they want it to wear down, and then in what period they want that to come off the T-shirt. Now, they gave some little answer, reason for that being that Western people like their T-shirts to fade. You're like, no, mate. If you gave me a T-shirt that I could wash for 15 years, I'm not going to come back and buy another one off you. So it's like, obviously, I've made a total different analogy, but I'm just saying the deviousness of man is ridiculous. Like, you got to understand, in China, they were putting they had like baby milk, and then they were putting plastic melanin inside it. And then in Bangladesh, and what happened? The owners of the company who got caught doing that, they were executed because only the Chinese government is allowed to be a gangster in China, not you individual. But in Bangladesh, about 7 Western like Dano and all these type of milk companies all colluded, and they put plastic in our baby milk. Because obviously us brown people ain't worth it, because there's 160 million of us, we're monkeys, and we're good for making clothes, if you see what I mean. And even then you think, oh, we got all these factories and these millionaire factory owners. Bro, they just all got shut down last week, which was what I always call the shakedown. Every once in a while, there's some type of shakedown on earth that just lets everyone know exactly where they are and who they're controlled by. If the orders don't come in for the factory, yes, all them 10,000 little people don't eat, but the boss, who people think is like some type of slave driver, no, they're actually a risk taker who actually go and put something together, and they actually end up becoming millionaires little bit by bit by bit. Like, for every 100,000 that gets spent on garments, only 10,000 profit is made. But look at that, $100,000 worth of garments in the UK probably will sell for 300,000-400,000. So it's just, obviously, like, I'm talking about economics, and I've brought other stuff into it, but it's not very nice. Do you know what I mean?
It's all relative.
Yes. That's more what I was trying to. Yes. That's exactly it is. So it's like there'll always be this play of everything. Like, there'll be a play of powers. What I'm really more interested to know, and maybe someone can enlighten us here, is obviously we know about Western money and that whole cabal and the banking order and fractional reserve banking and everything. And if you don't have their banking system in your country, then you're axis of evil. But what I want to know is that there's a whole Asian side, which is the Chinese, the Japanese, and I want to know more about that. But I don't get any information anywhere about it, because they're like,
really. Pete,
what?
It's like, do you really want to know about that, or is there something else that you really? Mute your mic 1 second.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I said, like, do you really want to know about that, or is there, you know, something else that you actually want to know about? Like, what I mean when I say that is, we can think about all these subjects and stuff that, you know, governments are doing and not doing, you know, till we're blue in the face, innit? You know,
100%.
what control?
That's why I don't
What
do it very
control
much.
do
I
we
do.
have over anything? Like, there are things that are in our circle of influence, and there are things that are outside our circle of influence. Now, I'm only concerned with what's within my circle of influence, meaning what can I do that can have an effect now on the type of life that I want to live, on the life that I want to see. So, like I said before, I can choose to see that the glass is half empty or half full. It's as simple as that. You know, so I can choose to pay attention.
I understand.
To, you know, the economies of China, what China is doing to this and that, and the milk and all this stuff. I can choose to pay attention. You know, energy goes where attention flows, isn't it? So I can choose to give my attention to that, or I can choose to notice, like, when there was this stupid when the corona lockdown thing hit and everyone was going crazy at the stores stockpiling. Yeah, there was a guy who I saw, there was 2 loaves of bread left, you know, and there was another woman going to get the bread, and people were just taking bare things, and the guy got to the bread first, and I thought, oh yeah, that's it, that woman ain't getting nothing in it. There was 2 loaves there. Yeah, but the guy, he took both of them, and then he gave the woman one. I can choose to pay attention to that, you know, like he gave the woman one with a smile on his face, like, you know what, hun, I know you need bread too, innit? So I could stockpile this right now for me and my family, if he's that way inclined, if he thinks in that way, or he could be an actual normal human being and realize everyone needs to eat, innit? So he doesn't need to just take it all for himself. I can choose to pay attention to those type of things, and the world would be a better place to me for doing that. You know, that affects my world right here and now more than what China's doing with the milk in Dano milk in India or Pakistan. Does that make sense?
Well, does that make sense? Yeah, 100%. So where you said about what's around you, I'm Bengali. I was raised there. I was born there. I'm also English. I'm also Australian. So when the bushfires happen in Australia, I cry for the racist old people that would want to, like, tie me to the back of their trucks, because I have an affinity with that place. I actually, when I meet Australians, I feel like I'm their cousin, because my ex-wife was Australian. You know, with Bengalis, like, when I see you can get a tin of baked beans in a council house, and then I see a 5-year-old boy walking in the street in Bangladesh, like, okay, I'll give you an example. I'm walking down the street, it's 8 o'clock at night, and I was passing the cake shop, and I see a little boy outside plastered to the window, and I was like standing behind him. I thought, what an interesting scene. Like, it's like a movie. He's like looking at the cake shop, little poor boy with just a pair of shorts on, about 5 years old, 8 o'clock at night. And then inside the shop here was a little girl in a beautiful dress, the same age as him, with her mum and dad. And she was choosing what cake she wanted. Then I said to myself, shit, you're standing behind watching this. And which one are you going to focus on? Because one's a lovely family, and then one's the boy watching. And I just thought, what's going through that little kid's mind? That he's just homeless on the street. And so then after they left, I went up to the boy. I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm looking. I said, come with me, yeah? He came into the shop. The first thing he did, he ran in the shop. Then he quickly came back out, took off his shoes. Why did he take off his shoes? Because he's a low class. He knows he's not allowed to be in that shop with his shoes. I was like, wow, he's mentally been trained from young. He came in the shop. He wanted a Coca-Cola, he wanted a big cake, and he wanted some ice cream spray. Party spray. So I said, you can't have a Coke. I'll get you a medium-sized cake. And I asked the guy, I said, is he going to like inhale the party spray? He said, nah. I said, what's he going to do with it? He said, he's going to have fun. I said, are you sure he's not going to sell it back to you lot or something? Is this your scam? And that's how hardened I am to all that, yeah? Like, is there money scams going on just to make someone feel pity for someone? He's like, nah. I said, okay, here you go. And then I sent the boy home. So that's in my peripheral. I've been to my
power.
Okay, power or peripheral, but it's what I saw in front of me. Now, I've got a friend here whose whole toilet was better than all 5 of our houses put together. I grew up in his house.
Right.
huh? What? We used to hang out in his toilet, bro. That's how nice it was. Do you understand? This was back in Bangladesh. So my point is this: when I've gone to have dinner with them, I'm all hanging out with them. Next minute, I'm come back to my area, and then I see the little boy walking, and I'm like, these things mess my brain up. And so, you know, when you say about your peripheral, it's like I see everything, and it's so hard not to. And that's why I said earlier, I wish I was
supposed to see everything. You're supposed to see everything. That's right. But then, after you've seen everything, then you make a choice. That's what it's supposed to be. And you choose. You choose what you see and how you proceed, isn't it? So if you want to focus on, you know, the little boy who had not much, you know, and the other guy whose bathroom is bigger than people's houses, like, bro, it's about what you focus on, and how you respond with your focus, you know. So you can look at the child, like you said, you already did the right thing. You did what you could for the little boy, you know, even though you thought like, you know, there might be a scam going on or whatever, because it's just a place that it is. But at the same time, bro, like, you were able to have a direct impact there and then, and you chose to. And that's what I'm about. It's like, what can I do now? What can I do now?
Bro, I'll tell you something, yeah. Like, I talk to my mum daily, yeah. My mum's my best friend, yeah. She used to be my arch enemy. Shiffa knows this. But if I'm honest with you, I always tell my mum, I'm like, and Shiffa knows me for this. Shiffa, 20 years, yeah, have I ever charged anyone to use my studio even? I've been giving my whole life here. My dad don't trust me for business. He laughs and tells everyone. Sorry?
I agree with everything other than arch enemy.
Arch enemy? Who? I don't even know what I said. But anyway, the point was, yeah, even my dad laughs. He's like, if I gave my son a shop, he'd give all the goods away in a week. Every time I've got products, Shiffa, how many t-shirts or hoodies have I ever sold to you? Or how many have I given you? Either hats, the distance. So the thing is, like, if I'm honest with you, like, we're talking about this now, sometimes I wish I was that nasty piece of work. And I try to be a bastard and I try to be hateful, but it don't work. I'm always giving away. I've given away free rooms. I've given away free rent. I'm paying for people's quarantine. They're telling me, oh, we ain't leaving for coronavirus. I said, bro, you're a lodger. I'll have you out in 36 minutes. Yeah, not even literally. But I said, it's my mum, it's my old mum and my business partners in Bangladesh who said to me, huh, Saif, you can't kick out anyone. No. You have to have compassion. And I'm like, okay, great. And it's interesting. My mum's a simple woman from the village, but very intelligent. And then some of these guys who telling me that you can't kick anyone out right now, they're absolute shiesty businessmen. And I'm like, that's interesting. So what I like to do is I like to mix with everyone and get everyone's perspective, but still just be myself. And then that way, when you're with your MP friend, go on.
I just say you got 100 business. If you're gonna be giving, if your business is selling t-shirts or selling garments and you're giving away half those garments for free, you're not gonna be in business much. And if you're trying to help people, meet your mic. Yeah, and if you're trying to help people, then it doesn't make any logical sense you putting yourself in a position where you're gonna be out of business. So, like, there's business and there's compassion. You can have compassion and still be a proper, businessman.
100%, and that's something I struggled with my whole life. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm 100% aware of that. I do find it difficult, and I give things mostly away, and I do things for free. And then when I get fed up, I get rude with people. I'm like, leave me alone now.
Yeah, you can't.
Do you understand? So I haven't worked that balance out myself.
Business is business. You have to be serious about things, and that's the only way we can empower ourselves anyway to be entrepreneurial. Yeah, we have to empower ourselves through business. You know, and if we're going to be businessmen, then we have to do proper business and act accordingly, and keep business, friendship, compassion. You know,
there's nothing wrong with giving your stuff away, you know. But
no, 100%.
Sometimes give your stuff away to people that you know is going to promote your stuff for you. There's no point in giving it in printing t-shirts and giving it to private friends.
Bro, the funny thing is, right now, yeah, I got Naughty by Nature and a whole bunch of people promoting my stuff, but it doesn't stop me from like it's like imagine a
But you
taxi
know the
driver
mad
and I'm
thing
in the
is,
taxi
you know
and bro, this
the
is
mad
nothing.
thing is,
Go
it's
on,
like if
yeah.
you're doing something what you're doing, no one will promote that business better than yourself. Do you see what I mean? It's like not being horrible or harsh. You're not a problem, but you're not doing the right thing for yourself.
No, 100%. And bro, I'll be honest with
A
you.
lot of
Half
us
the
are
reason I
like
give
that.
stuff out is not it's not about promotion. It's literally it's like I'm like, oh, you like what I've got? Take it. Do you know what I mean? And I know that's a bad thing. And obviously we didn't get onto it.
What was your whole point of doing the t-shirts?
Say that again?
What was your whole point of printing the t-shirt?
I love designing.
Okay. So was it never really a
Literally,
business?
Shiffa knows. No, it's not even that. Shiffa knows me. I just have got a passion for creating stuff. I've always been like that, and selling stuff hasn't been my focus. I'm always about like I'll make my money from wherever, and I put all my money into making stuff, and then I end up giving it away, and then I just keep doing it and doing it, and I'm like, do you know what? I'm happy, but it didn't get me the money that I needed though.
No, now you make sense because before you made it sound like he was trying to sell t-shirts, but he's giving them away. But you're not saying that.
No, he's not giving away
Now
the
maybe it's
t-shirt.
like you see this whole quarantine stuff. It's like just try to use this time for yourself as well, innit? To elevate yourself and do things for yourself. Because like you're saying, you're a friend with a nice bathroom. Well, anyone can have a nice bathroom. You could do that next month if you use your head for £500. You see what I mean? I'm not being harsh, but how do you know my bathroom is not a bathroom?
No, I get the point of what I was trying to say was the guy's father is like he was a former aviation minister. They had a different type of money. Do you see what I mean? So what I was saying was when we used to sit in that bathroom, other people might have envied it or tried to work out where did this come from. I understood it all. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, okay, that's cool. So it's like my little bathroom here or my house. Like I don't like, how can I say? You've seen certain things. You're like, okay,
what is a different type of money? What is a different type of money? This is what I mean. Like money
okay,
is money, easy
what
money. If you got £1,000,
okay, so you just
£1,000, you want £2,000. If you got £3,000,
okay, no, you just said it there. No, here's something. I'll answer what you said. You said about easy money comes and goes. So I used to ask my dad when I was a kid. I was like, Dad, how come we've got like a kind of average beat down car, and everyone we go to school with got like Jeeps and drivers and Pajeros? And the first thing he said to me is like, bro, their dads steal their money so they can spend it easily. But when you earn your money, son, then you'll understand what time it is. So, you know, it's like they had those type of monies. Do you see what I mean? Other people, they've got like industrial money and stuff. Like imagine in China, for instance, as an example, the person, or even in England, who owns McVitie's, they got different types of money.
I don't care about what kind of money anyone else has. The only person
that's what I'm saying.
that I'm concerned about is how much money do
scholarship to a school for her singing or something. Yeah, bro, she was telling.
We can't hear you. You know,
We've lost you a bit there, P.
Yeah.
I think your reception's gone down again.
Shiffa, what are you saying about this, Shift?
Boy, I was kind of hearing what you were saying. Like, as far as the t-shirt thing's concerned, I think he's a bit of a modest guy. Because we know each other personally, I can say that what he does do business, innit? He does like big business though, not really.
Yeah.
A one t-shirt seller, he might sell, you know, a few thousand. Who knows? But he's modest, isn't it? He's not putting it out there like that. So obviously, when he's saying he gave a t-shirt away, that might have just been, you know.
The t-shirt thing he made, when he explained it, it made sense. I said that to him. Do you see what I mean? Because he made it clear he wasn't really printing t-shirts, if I'm correct.
He's not really making a loss.
Money.
He's not struggling.
Yeah,
he's not giving away t-shirts and putting himself in a position where he can't pay his rent that month.
Yeah, obviously.
I can survive.
I think the point that he was making is he's not paying rent because it's Corona season. He probably can't work. You know, he's making all the excuses under the sun and moon and stars, but he's supposed to get furlough in it. So he's supposed to say that when the furlough comes, I'm gonna like sort you out in it, or you know, we're gonna make sure we manage it. in some way, but he's not managing it. So, you know, it's just making his life harder because, you know, that's part of his bread and butter as well, renting out them rooms, just like any man.
Yeah.
So he's got to have his...
Corona, man, it's mashed up the world, you get me? Everyone's in the same boat when it comes to Corona.
Everyone.
Yeah, man, I fully get that, but you know, I got your points, Say, you know, you're a caring person, you've got a good heart, you know what I'm saying?
He has.
And
but the thing is, I'm changing my identity because I hate it. Where society wants to be.
Bad. Pete, your mic is really bad.
Sorry, in my...
It's just breaking up. We can't hear you. Yeah. So.
Yo. Got the US just into with.
Yeah, you're cracking it up. Like we can't hear you at all. You're just coming in and out. So, like, have you got headphones?
Or you need to go on your Wi-Fi signal, or I don't know, if you're already on the Wi-Fi.
My Wi-Fi is terrible in the house. That's all. My Wi-Fi is cracking us. Can you hear now?
Nah, we can hear you, but it's not audible.
It'll cut out.
It's not clear.
Okay, let me listen a little. How now?
I can hear you.
Oh, I can hear you clearly. If I can hear you, bang boy.
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's not clear at all.
Yeah, you are cutting in and out a bit. Yeah, I think
try jumping off and jumping back in. See if it fixes it.
Yeah, let me do that. Hold on. Yeah, say something now, P. Try and unmute your mic and say something now if you can hear me. Hey,
I
back
think you can hear you now.
all right, yeah?
What happened to his mic?
I can hear you, but I can't hear him.
Yeah, he's on mute. Yo, Pinero, you're echoing as well, you know?
How come I'm echoing?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Yo, P, unmute your mic and try and speak to us now.
I think he's stuck, you know. That looks like
he's frozen.
Yeah, he forgets to put himself back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, his thing's dropped out completely now. He might be right there.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, I get his point, and yeah, good-hearted people usually get taken for a ride. That's the way of the
man,
world.
definitely.
You know, it's the way of the world, and you know, there's always been a divide between rich and poor, and there's always gonna be that way. There's gonna be rich people in the world. There's gonna be poor people in the world. It's just it's the way it's going to be. Nothing in this world is equal, you know, and men are not created equal either. Let's get that fact straight, innit? Men are not created equal, you know, because a man can do something that I can't do, and I can do what the next man can't do. So how's that equality? You know,
yeah, that's true.
Someone is 6 foot tall, another person is fucking 5'5", and then the next person is 7'3". Is that equality? Like, you know, someone's got mad strength and muscle, memory, and someone else doesn't, but that person has a crazy brain that can think of Einstein shit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, as much as there appears to be inequality, there's actually there's a natural balance of things. Everything balances itself out in reality. You know that's what I feel. Everything balances itself out. The law of compensation.
That's very true.
The law of compensation.
That's right.
I don't know about the last one, the law of compensation. I don't really get that, but yeah, the
law of
rest of it,
compensation is what you know is one of the 7 universal laws. You know,
yeah,
and that it's like it basically uses an example. For example, it's like, you know, a very wealthy man, you know, who's able to throw a banquet with all the best foods in the world on that table. but he doesn't have the appetite to actually eat much, even more than one plate. Yeah. And then a very poor man, he comes to that table, bruv. Watch him eat. You know, like that. He's got the appetite. Yeah, he can eat that stuff. So the rich man who has the money, who's paid for everything, he can't even stomach more than half a plate, cuz he can
eat that stuff.
You know, he's constipated and shit like that. But the poor man come to that table and eat the whole ram. He'll eat the whole lamb by himself. Yeah, there's two space
And the
for
bone,
more.
yeah, what lick the bone.
Lick the bone down, eat it. Yes, he's got the appetite for it. He'll do an Oliver Twist and ask for more.
Oh man,
that's the law. That's the law of compensation. Everything balances out. Everything in life balances out. So I tend not to see, like, you know, that good and bad in black and white lines. Like, there's so much nuances in between black and white. In that gray area between black and white, there's so much going on.
Hey, Bantboy, can I ask you a serious question on that note?
Go on.
Where did you get the lamb from, and was it really that good?
You know what I'm saying?
It's not like the lamb sweet here.
If it's white people lamb, probably not. You get me? But yeah, man. But you know, you get the point I'm trying to make. That's the law of compensation. Everything balances out. Everything. It might appear like it's not, but it is. It's balancing out. That's why the bully, with all his strength in school, was still going to the kid that he was bullying and say, "Help me with my homework." You know what I'm saying? Help me with this. I don't understand this formula. I'm gonna fail this test if I don't understand this formula. And if I don't pass this test, I can't play for the basketball team next year. So can you help me? He's got all the strength. He's athletic, but he don't know the formula. He just ain't got it like that. But the little scrawny, you know, lanky kid that's getting bullied, he understands that formula perfectly fine. That's his power there. You see what I'm saying? That's the law of compensation in action once again. It all balances out. So I want to move away from this idea, or this, you know, this notion of seeing everything for, you know, in a negative light. You know, looking at everything from the glass half empty like perspective. Like, let's learn to actually see things, you know, from a glass half full. You know, and if it's truly empty right in front of your face, you'll feel it anyway, and your natural instinct will tell you what you need to do about that situation. Innit?
I hear you, but some of us might come back at that and say, just fill the glass and done.
Yeah, just fill the glass and done. But sometimes the glass got a bit empty. You gotta wash the glass, innit?
That might have to be a new tune still. I might have to write that down and send it to Popcorn. So instead of saying kill them all and done, you can say fill the glass and done. You get me?
Fill the glass.
Yeah,
my cup runneth over and them thing there. You know,
I like that one still. My cup runneth over. Yeah, come on, fill the glass and done. Why have to walk around with the glass half full? What can I eat out of my? That's like going to someone's house. They offer you a drink and you're filling up your glass. Like, hold up, no, wait, hold up. Halfway, please.
Yeah, I've actually been to some houses that's done that, bro. You think it's a joke?
Yeah, like hold up, yo, mind what you're doing with that juice there. You know, halfway, please.
Yeah, my aunt in America, she's kind of like that, but her one is for more of an etiquette thing. You're not supposed to fill the glass to the brim. You know, you're supposed to fill it up like 3/4. You know, if you're pouring juice, you're not supposed to like pour the whole thing. So if my aunt in America, you do that shit in front of her, she'll have you, bro. You know, she'll be going on for days. You can't use spoon to eat rice in my auntie's house.
Yeah, but what I'm gonna say is though, like, obviously each to their own, innit? So if I went to her house, I'm not gonna walk in there and fill my glass up until it's just about to spill on the side. I'm not gonna do things like that. I'm gonna fill it up to a reasonable amount. But if it's like I can only fill my glass up to halfway, so I can only have
Yo,
half.
my man is backstage, you know.
Like, it just sounds like a lot. It sounds like a punishment, you know, like that. You're only allowed half a glass.
Yeah, but no, but it's just this perspective. If there's water in the glass and it's coming up to halfway, you know, it's just how do you perceive it? Is the quickest test for if you've ever been to a psychologist or a therapist, you know, on the first day they're gonna ask you that kind of question, and they're just trying to get an idea of how you see the world. So
So
if you
why not
answer the
just give me
question as
smaller glasses then? Why would I have to like have half a
it's not
glass? Why
about that.
not just give me
It's not
smaller
about small
glasses?
glass, Shifty. Shifty. Hold on to the point and don't lose it. Let's not make it
I
comical
hear
either.
you, but no,
You know
but
what I'm
I don't
saying?
think
The
you got
point
my
is,
point where I said why not just give me smaller glasses? Because at the end of the day, then I'm gonna understand my position. Now, by giving me half a glass, it's almost like you're tempting me.
no, it's not about just half the glass. Listen, like it's a mechanism in it, just to see where a person's mind is.
Exactly.
That's
So it's
all.
almost like
That's
a
all it's for.
temptation.
Yeah,
That's what the
no,
test is like.
it's not a temptation. It's just a simple mechanism. There's a glass on the table, yeah, whatever size the glass is, big, small, short, fat, whatever, yeah. There's water or there's liquid in that is halfway to the center of that container, yeah. The question is the glass half full or is it half empty? Yeah.
It's
Whatever
both.
answer you gives, well, yeah, that's right. It is both. It is half full and half empty. Yeah, but whatever answer you give tells the therapist or the psychologist how you're seeing the world. If you answer it's half full, if you, like you just said, it's both, then that's balanced, isn't it? Like I've been saying throughout this whole conversation, it's
Yeah.
balanced. Everything needs balance. So if you answered, oh, it's both, the therapist knows that you have a balanced mind.
Yeah,
You're a
but I was
balanced
just gonna
person.
say that though. I was just gonna say that in the sense of, is it balanced or am I balanced? Because
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. It's saying where you are. That's the whole point of that little
I've got
exercise
you.
there.
I've got you.
It's
I've
about
got
it's about the person, not the glass or the water. You know, it's about the person 100%. Where your mind is, where your mind and your psyche, you know, is at that point in time. If you are answered half empty, then it suggests that you are seeing the world from a more negative. Empty, it will fall on the negative side of things, in it. Full is more positive. If you
I
are,
get
it's
you.
very simple. So when they get your answer, that's how they proceed, and they can treat you from there.
But then that science in itself is fallible because, you know, for instance, I could just be a complete ignoramus. I could be a complete buffoon. I just don't even understand the question. I just answer.
I don't know about that.
Whoa, of course you could. There's many people. Come on, we know them. There's loads of ignoramuses in the community. I'm not gonna say ignoramus. When there's loads of not so bright people in the community, and if you ask them certain questions, they might just freeze up. They might not know what to say. And if they
I think like you know, asking someone if there's water or liquid in a container and that they can clearly see, I think, you know, people can answer a simple question like,
no, but that's
you
not
know,
the question. The question here is the glass half full or half empty?
Empty.
I know some people, yeah, if you ask them that question, they could sit there for 45 minutes to an hour just thinking about the question.
well, like I said, not everyone is equal, innit? That
And when you
not
say it
everyone is
like
equal.
that, but when you say it like that now, yeah, although not everyone is equal in, you know, we're not equal in intelligence, we're not equal in
We're not
stats.
equal in anything.
What the equality we have is the one that we give ourselves. You know, when you look at it like that, it makes more sense. You know, we create the equality that works for us as a people, because at the end of the day,
The only equality that we have is we're born, we have time, and we die. That's the only thing that equalizes men of the world. You know, birth, time, and death. That's the great
yeah,
equalizer.
I hear
That's
you. I
it.
hear you. I
There's
hear
nothing
you.
else that we can claim to be equal on, because everything else just moves. Like my dad would say, put all your fingers together, look at it. None of them is equal. That's how the world is. But if all your fingers were equal, you would not be able to grasp things the way you can now. Think about it like that. You know,
I hear you. I hear you.
everyone has a specific place to role and purpose to play in it.
Yeah,
And
that
that's
does
how
make sense. That does make
that's how
sense.
we need to
Because,
we
you
need
know,
to like show more compassion, like
I
people
don't,
and understand these things.
I can't prescribe to know what his purpose was, you know, or what he thought his purpose in life was, to know why he would have that ideology of, you know, thinking a certain way. All I can prescribe to is that, you know what, we live in a world where we can be exactly what we want and choose to be who we want. If we choose to continue being the people who we've been being, you know, the world is a very selfish, cruel, and horrible place. Like in certain parts, certain regions, you know, certain, you know, fields of work, you know, and some of us are very sheltered. That's the truth of it. You know, we don't see the true ugliness of the world. All we see is what we see when we walk through the shopping center, when we saw our mates, or, you know, when we went to school.
And that's that. And those people, that's their path in life. That's their path in life. Like
No, but they
no
have
one
no
chose to
path.
be born, you know.
They have no path then. Their path is just to regurgitate someone
You can't
else's
say
life.
that. No, you can't say that.
You can say that because
No, you cannot say
realistically,
that.
what's like, I put it this way, like I'm gonna say it to you like this then. What is life without choice? And how are you living without really making your own choices? If
Bro,
you're
everyone has a choice. Even the rich kid that says, you know what, I'm just gonna use mom and dad's money and blow and sniff blow all day long. It's a choice.
not
It's a
really,
choice.
to an extent.
Everyone has a choice, bruv.
To an
Everyone's got a choice. You
To
know,
an
except you're mentally incapable through
I wouldn't
disability
call
or
it.
whatever.
I wouldn't call it a
You
choice.
know?
I'd call it a choice for, you know, the haves and, you know, whatever the people who have
I
money.
can't hate the haves, and I can't just like I can't hate the have.
I hear you. I hear
can't
when
hate
you
the
say
haves
you can't hear the
because a lot
haves,
of people
you
are
can't
just
hear
born
the
into
have-nots,
like what
because
can you do
what it
if you're
is
just born
that
into a rich family? Cuz
yeah, but what it is now, yeah, you've put yourself in a frame of mind where, do you know what, I can't do something about something, so do you know what, I'm going to forget about it, I'm going to move on, and I'm just going to deal with what I'm dealing with. We've got you, we're already on your page. But what I'm trying to say to you is, you know, what we've been talking about today is in reference to AI, artificial intelligence.
yes, and that's what I'm trying to talk about too.
Because at the end of the day, like think about it like this. It's like what I was trying to say at the beginning, where I kind of not got interrupted, but we all got into conversation in it. So it's been bounced around a bit. But at the end of the day, when this thing gets very interpersonal, is when we start becoming less useful. Now, let's be real, you know, the common man, the commoner, we rely heavily upon the system to provide for us, to provide work for us, to provide somewhere that we call a city or a town with a town hall and certain things we can utilize, you know, to actually, you know, get to what we think is a life. But ultimately, you know, it's only because certain people control all of the information why they're in the position they're in the first place. Because if they didn't control the information, we wouldn't necessarily need them to do anything.
How did they get in the position where they controlled everything?
Well, to be in a position where you control all of the information,
Who put them in that position? In that position?
They put themselves there, in it. Like
exactly. You feel me?
So
there's no point in moaning about it's just like shit. It's whatever you want, and not everyone wants to be a millionaire. You know, not everyone wants to be a billionaire.
About it, it's about equipping ourselves with a frame of mind where we know how to deal with it, and we know what like you did. You said, do you know what? I don't even look at it like that. I look at it like this. Now, obviously, that works for you. That works for your dad. It might not work for everyone else, though. So we need something that works for everyone. You know, we need to be able to, you know, as human beings, think on our feet, obviously, and think for ourselves. Don't get me wrong, but not everyone's so equipped to, you know, not everyone had a dad to tell them that scenario, to give it to them in that.
This is what I'm trying to say. Everyone is walking a different path. Everyone has a path that was written for them, that is chosen for them, and they have to do what they have to follow that path to learn and see all the signs that's laid on that path for them to figure out what they need to figure out. Now the thing is, some people walk their path and figure out what they're meant to figure out, and most people don't. You know, many are called, but few are chosen. Most people don't. Most people don't ever figure out what their purpose on this earth is for. Most people don't. They're living other people's, you know, they're living ideas from other people's minds.
So now you've done a back pedal, because now
No,
you're
I'm
on
not.
my wavelength. I'll be honest, you're on my wavelength now. Because at the end of the day, what is real freedom? Because you know, in this day and age, in this world, you know, this world might not work for everyone. You know, there may be something else that they need to get out of the world that, you know, this world that's been designed for, you know, a particular person to flourish in, it may not let everyone flourish. So at the end of the day, you know, what kind of decision was that? You know, and how can I make a decision as a child who's just come out of a womb, you know, just been born into a world and been given a birth certificate and all of these things that I don't
This is what I'm
understand?
trying. So this is
There
what I'm
can't
trying to
be no
say, innit?
decision in that.
So that's why you can't hate anyone. That's why you can't have, you know, anyone. And you know, people being born in a certain place and time. It just so happens that your parents probably met in that place, fucked in that place, and had you in that place. That's it. You know. So the country you're born in, you know, the race you're born in, it's just that's what it is. There's nothing you can do about that. Yeah. The only thing you
There's
can do
always
about
something
that
we can
is
do about
live that is live that reality
I hear
that you
you,
are
but
born into.
there's always something we can do about our circumstance. And at the end of the day, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But if it is broke, then what do we do?
Then you find a way to fix it.
Exactly. So that's the whole point in the saying, like, you know, it is important because, you know, the current nature of people, it doesn't work properly. It doesn't allow for, you know, especially people at the lower end. I don't care about people at the top end of society. I don't care if you're a millionaire. We're not talking about you. Like
But
that. I don't care if
but the people at the lower end of society also have to have some sort of mind to be able to realize that they're at the lower end first and foremost, and try and, you know, work out some strategies to get them from being in that lower end.
Well, there
And
is
like
only
I
one
said
strategy.
before, not everyone wants to even be out of that shit. You know?
No, but there is only one strategy. And like the point, I think the real point I'm making is this: at the end of the day, like, the cities are companies, isn't it? The countries are companies, isn't it? So if
This is
we're
all
all,
this is my point precisely, you know.
if we're all,
You see what?
but here what I was gonna say, if we're all citizens, yeah, then we're all part of the company. So that means we should all be shareholders. But it
You
doesn't
are.
work like that.
You are shareholders, mate.
We are shareholders, but not like, no, we're not really. We're shareholders.
Like what?
We're
Like what?
we're shareholders to what we can sweat and, you know, bleed out of the system. But outside of that, you know, we should be shareholders to, you know, the entire in entirety, you know,
And what
because
does that curtail?
what does that entail? That entails that realistically, you know, like, the system's broken, in it needs fixing. It doesn't work anymore. It's outdated. It's not going to work for us. And I think that our government knows that, in it. And I honestly, in my honest opinion, I think that's why we're having all of this stuff going on now with coronavirus and stuff, because it's only so long before people get wise to things. You know,
Can I
it's
tell
like,
you what I think my solution? Can I give you a possible solution?
yeah, go on. I'll
Yeah.
let you run with it. Run with it.
Yeah. I am me and I'm myself, and I have 10 friends that are them and themselves. Yes. So
I am
put,
right.
yeah, I put myself in the position to attain the desires of my heart, the way I see life, the way I want my life to be, the things that I desire for my life. Yeah, I put myself in a position to make that possible. Yeah. Now, part of my desires in life is that other people can also attain their own desires. You know? Now,
Yeah.
if I'm able to put myself in a position where, yes, I've attained my desires, and I have 10 friends who are also doing the same thing individually on their own individual paths, yeah. Now there's 10 of us or 11 of us that are actively living the life that we want to live. And if it is and if it is within our desires that we also want other people to experience what we're experiencing, and like being able to live out their own heart's desires, they will be in a position then to help. But
See,
all this
I hear where you're
all this talking about government and what the government is doing and what they're not doing, whether they're gonna give us reparations or whether they're not gonna like you see all of that. Nah, it's just not doing nothing. 10 men, and those 10 men build another 10 men, and those 10 men build another 10 men. Before you know it, you have 100. Before you know it, you have 1,000. This is the only way we can actively, make an a true effective change that has effect on our lives, taking responsibility for our own actions, our own lives. And then when we have secured our own lives, now we can help secure other people. But it doesn't make sense if we're just gonna moan about the system, moan about what we feel that we're entitled to. Entitlement is a bitch, moan about what we feel we're entitled to or not, moan about what we feel is justice or not. Like, fuck all of that. Just get out there and do what you can with what you have right now. So if I'm a writer, I'm writing my books. You know how long it took for me. Shiffa, I was trying to get published for many years. Trying to find publishing. Once it didn't happen, okay, and I figured out how to self-publish. Boom! I'm officially a published author as we speak. I was able to do that, but I needed to learn what it took to become a self-published author. I needed to learn that and do the work that it required. And
am I the only one hearing it like that?
No, I can hear him, man.
Oh. No, I'm just sorry to stop you. No, sorry to stop you, back there. But I was liking what you were saying, but it sounded like he was coming out doubled on my one. Is it? Are you not hearing it?
Someone needs to mute their mic.
Yeah, someone's. Sorry, Bank Boy, can you go back a little bit from what you were saying? Because I like what you were saying, man, but I didn't get to because it was doubling up.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's better now.
I don't know. Can you remind me what part you heard last?
Well, I like the whole thing, really, just about grouping together and making sure you get a certain amount of people and
He talked about building 10 men and 10 men and another 10.
Yes, but it starts with self.
It
starts with self, and it starts with not. It starts with not shifting responsibility or trying to assign blame, place blame here, there, and everywhere. Like, no, true leaders take responsibility, even for the mistakes of their team, even if it was not their fault. The fact that they're the team leader, they know it's their fault. Even if they didn't directly do it. You feel me? Yeah, we have to start taking responsibility for our lives, our actions. Stop the moaning, stop the bickering, stop the feeling of entitlement, and get on with what needs to happen right now. So, like I was using before, I've got sickle cell. I went and studied architecture. You know this, Shiffa. I worked with architects for 3 years until my leg operation. That sickle cell did. Boom. After that, got made redundant. What now? Yeah. After paying me for a whole year, and I was in work for like 8 days in that year. Trust me, architects talk to each other. So now I'm unemployable when I'm going for other interviews with other architects, because they know I've got this sickle cell and I could just take ill and I'll be on their books getting free money for a year if shit happens like that. So everyone is not giving me a job now. What did that do? What did that do to me, Terry? You remember, you saw me through those stages. Yeah? I had to reshuffle in it and rethink and use whatever resources that I saved at that point to re-strategize and plan. How am I going to live my life? I'm always going to have this sickle cell in it. So am I going to keep working for someone and getting made redundant if I go to hospital once or twice? How is that sustainable? So I've already figured out that's not sustainable in my mind, but I still need to live and I still need to survive and hopefully get to a point where I can thrive. So what do? I start going into my mind and seeing my own natural, innate abilities. What can I do now? And you saw me through that, Shiffa. You saw when I was selling those boss suits. You saw all the things I was doing. But ultimately, I wanted to do writing. I wanted to write. And like I said, I got kickback from a lot of publishers.
How can you ask me if I remember? I introduced you to the guy with the boss suit.
To the guy, exactly. You feel me? You introduced me to the China man, and boom, I saw an opportunity there. That's what I'm talking about. I saw the opportunity there. Like, oh my gosh, if this is how much these suits are going for, I can get this much, and boom. And that's exactly what I did. I used half of my redundancy payment to come on. You know, I patterned the stuff. And the ultimate goal, though, was to be where I am now, which is a published author. And even though I didn't know how to do it then, because I knew I wanted to do it, and no one seems to be helping, no one seems like they're going to help me do it. They're not going to give it to me on a silver platter. I need to go out there and get it myself. So I need to understand self-publishing. I need to understand editorial stuff. I need to understand all this stuff that I taught myself. And today, you've seen my book. You know, in fact, let me just put my camera on. There it is. That's my book.
Yeah, man.
Live in the flesh.
As well.
Yeah? Live in the flesh right now. That's my name right there. That's the name of the book. It's selling. It's selling on Amazon right now. Yeah? The man didn't give me nothing. You know, the man. The man did not give me nothing. And for that reason, he has no say in my pie either. His finger's not in my pie. I get the bulk of what I sell. So do you understand?
Need to put a link in the. Need to send a link out for your book, man.
Yeah.
I'll do that after we finish.
Link in the chat room.
Yeah, I'll do that. But I think I'm on a roll right now. Like I just want to get all this stuff out. You know. So it's like now I'm here. I've attained this dream, and there's a new hurdle I need to jump over, which is sales and marketing and promotion. And just like I did everything else, I'm teaching myself slowly as I go along to learn the sales and the marketing that I need to promote my book. You know, but from when I secured myself in that position, now I can teach another person now, innit, who has dreams of becoming a published author. I can teach a young kid how to do it now. Hey, young blood, this is how I did it.
Oh, you tell me.
This is how I did it, young blood. If you're interested in writing and whatnot, I can show you the ropes. So I did it for writing. What Pinero can do it for engineering. StreamYard can do it for architecture. Pete could do it for agriculture. You know, what are we doing? What do we want? What are your heart's desires? Once you figure them out, get on with it. Stop waiting for the man to come and give you some handout and share his money with you.
I don't think we're here talking about the man coming with a handout though. We're just talking,
you know, on some equal distribution stuff and everyone should just like enough of all of that, man. Let's just we're men, we're grown men. Okay?
Let me say something to what you're saying, bro.
For your life, period, and get on with it. That's
bro,
what I'm saying.
Everything you said is 100%. No, it's 100%
on the whole thing. You know, regardless of what technology comes or doesn't come, it's my life, and I'm living it the way I want to. I'm designing it the way I want to. Yeah? I am not in Syria. I have empathy for the Syrians. I have compassion for them. I feel for what
Your
they're going
thing's just
through.
cutting out, man.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of tatty noise.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's gone now.
Can you hear me? Is it better now?
Yeah.
Why is it going all echoey, man?
It's Professor P when he turns on his mic, he's echoing. I think Professor
P, mute your mic.
Yeah, like don't mute, just mute your mic. Put on some headphones or turn
Yeah,
your
you need to put on headphones, guys.
Your system that you're listening back through, turn it down so we don't get the echo.
Yeah, so it's like, what was I saying there, man? Sorry, man, I forgot what I was saying there. Just that last thing I was talking about.
I swear, like I heard Syria or something through the echo. Did you say something about Syria?
Yes, that's it. Thank you, brother. Yeah. I feel for Syria and the wars and the things that's happening there right now. You know, I can have compassion for them. I can have empathy for them, but I am not there. So the most I can do is have a, say a prayer for them. Say a prayer for them, man. You know, but it's not my reality. I don't even have any family in Syria either. You know, so I can't. Unfortunately, it might sound crazy, but it's not really affecting me like that. The only way it's affecting me is on a grand scale of things. They are humans and they're being treated and being subjected to inhumane practices. For that reason, my heart goes out to them, and I'll say a prayer for them. What else can I do? If I was an activist, then
It's places like Syria probably benefit from having those robots.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If I was an activist, then maybe I'll go and do some activism in Syria. But I'm not an activist. I am a writer, and I am not that kind of writer. I am a poet, and I'm not a war or a political poet. I am a romantic poet. So know yourself, know your lane, choose it, and work it. Stay in your lane. Do not get distracted left, right. Find out what you're good at and play to those strengths, man. Play to those strengths as much as you can. And in that way, that is your personal legend. And in that way, you can effect change in your world. In your world. Not the world. In your world. Yeah? And slowly, there will be a domino effect. If we bring up people in our communities to understand this way of thinking, there will be a domino effect, and it will just keep going like that. People getting empowered. It's about empowering self 100%.
Definitely.
Definitely. So
Bro, you know what? Everything you said, like,
what 5G conspiracy theories are out there. I can't care less. I don't care because
whether it is or not,
whether it is or not, whether it's a theory or not,
they're gonna do what they're gonna do anyway. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. So that tells me I should get on with doing what I need to do.
So, Bank Boy, when you say
but
you're
do
you mean like romantic, like you're like the R&B of poets?
Yes, man. I'm the modern troubadour. That's
all
right.
True Hill. I think Professor P had some questions.
No, it's just something about all of this conversation.
I had something to say earlier, actually.
Oh, go on. What's that?
Yeah, I'm right here, bro.
Yeah. Sorry. Did you want to ask anything else?
No, that was nice. I'm feeling that definitely. Go ahead, continue.
Well, I was just gonna say something. I doubt that all of us here sit here and because you see these type of conversations we initially had, even we were talking about technology and AI and all of that. In the last week here, the amount of videos I've been sent, like conspiracies and whatnot, like I'm just having to tell my friends, guys, can you please stop doing this to me? Because it's a distraction. Exactly what you said. Like I was the one who gave up my life when I was 21. And the reason I gave up my life for study and research was because every time I sat on the tube, and obviously you might in a different light have had this problem in society, but every time I sat on the tube, someone didn't want to sit next to me and my brother anymore because we had backpacks and little mini beards or something, but we was going to the theater to shine some lights. And we used to find it funny and sad at the same time. Like funny that, oh, look, they don't want to sit next to us. Do we smell? But then like, hold on, what's really going on here? Because obviously it's affecting me directly. So where you said about, you know, things affecting you, that was something that was affecting me. So I wanted to look into that.
He's talking. I can't even hear him.
Who, me?
He had backpacks and
He had backpacks and beards.
Yeah, backpacks and little beards. Oh, you can't hear me? Hold on. What about now? Yo, hello?
Yeah, I think he's jumped out. He's gonna jump back in because his signal's playing up.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was the signal or something. No, I fully agree with him about this thing, yeah. When I was young, I used to like try and be some revolutionary, okay? And I used all my wits and brains and intelligence to study about banking. Like I was an economics student, so that was interesting to me anyway. So it's like I'm always watching like where the information is follow the money trail, and you'll understand the motivation for whatever's going on, whether it's a war or a chaos or whatever it is. It's like if you follow the money, you'll be like, ah, okay, that's what's going on. But point was, I spent 10 years. I feel that was quite a lot of waste of time learning about all these things and troubling it and going on a couple of protests and hanging out with the anti-war people and everything. But then I realized at the end of the day, they still went to Iraq. They still bombed it all up. It still was all going to happen.
I see you. So what you've cut out, you know? I don't know if you can hear me.
I think so. Yeah, now I can hear you. But long story short was, because I know I'm so long-winded, but then I just gave up on all of that because I watched, like I was a grade A student in school, and I watched all the grade C students literally come up in front of me, get a wife, a baby, a house, and a life, a basic life. Do you know what I mean? But I realized that there was happiness in that. And maybe that's a little bit what Bank Boy was kind of talking about. Like you can be so knowledgeable and whatnot, but at the end of the day, if you're not living a life and following your path, you're not really going to be happy. So I'd always look at the world as half empty, half full, whatever you lot were saying earlier. I didn't get a job once because they said to me at Curry's or something, so here's one question for you. Do you think the world, the people are more honest or more bad? And I was like, I think there's more bad people on earth. And then that was a qualifying factor for me not to get the job. I don't know if that meant I was going to be nicking money or something, but it was just like, okay, they didn't like my perception of the world. And I do get it. But when I was younger, I never looked at government to help me, but I always looked at my dad to help me because apparently I was his son. And when we're raised in Bangladesh, like you're raised in a certain way that you take over your dad's business, you look after your parents till they die. There's no old people home or nothing. And then what happened? My parents sent me back to England to be English. And I wasn't really English. I was like 19 and I just had an accent and I loved hip hop, but there was nothing English about me. So, you know, for many years, I was always upset fighting with my family and parents, like, because obviously they didn't want me to do music. I was supposed to be a scientist, so that, you know, a scientist, so they could show off to everyone. At the time, I wanted to study genetics and I wanted to feed Bengali people. And this goes back to what we're saying about technology. All I was, you know, a silly kid who was 17 years old, and I wanted to come back to England, be a scientist, and then come back to Bangladesh one day and feed the poor people. Until I realized that we don't need to feed them genetically modified cows and trees because there's everything there already, which is what Shiffa said earlier, that we've got the resources now that could take care of the whole planet. Do we really need to wait for robots to make it better for the world? And I kind of hear you on that one, because I thought that the trick would be genetic engineered food. Then I realized, hold on, there's no implication, like we don't even know the implication, you know, how that mixes with the human genome or DNA or anything. So long story short, I gave up on chasing my dad because that's my dad's supposed to be the way out. And I just said, you know what, I'm just going to stick to my music. How you know, Bank Boy talks about poetry. I tried everything on the block. I tried to be civilized. I went to education. I went here. Did everything. But music always called me back, music and design. And literally, that's all I'm focused on. And in the last month, while all the music and design business as such has gone down the toilet, I've distracted myself with every other thing from PPE to mask and whatnot, breaking my brain every night. And just yesterday, today, in fact, I told my mum, I said, Mum, I don't even know why I'm doing this. I should be here designing clothes, which I did all last night. We moved forward with that. And I should be in my studio recording songs, because ultimately, every time I come back to it, I think maybe that is what God put me here for. It's not to try and be civilized like everyone else wanted me to be. And like, oh, he had such a good brain, he's supposed to be a multimillionaire. Bro, just give me my chance to do what I'm supposed to do on earth. With my music, then, that's something, with my designs, that's something where you can actually give away for free all day long, and you can still get paid as well. Because if one person's paid for that song, 20 people might get to hear it. And then, like you said, you're changing the little things. But it started all with myself. I had to change
Yo,
myself.
Shiffa, Peter's backstage, man.
No, I'm here.
Pinero's backstage.
Oh. But bro, I hear you, bro. You have to follow your path, man. 150% and not get deviated. The only thing I do worry about is, you said about these 10 people. I haven't found these 10 people in my life. And so that's interesting. If you've got that 10 group, that's great. I find a lot of people, you try and motivate them.
Yeah, you're cutting out there, P.
He's frozen.
You up here, and I've had 20 years of training, and that's what I find a little bit taxing. And I'm like, do you know what? That's the difficult side of finding the right people. Because I find a lot of the time I give them prep talks, I make them feel themselves a lot. They get revolutionized, and then they revolutionize against me. So there you go. You know what I mean? But we have to follow our own path.
We have to, man. You know, and I could see, you know, like I said before, after, you know, ask Shiffa, I'm not lying, he will tell you, I was at the peak of my career, you know, when I was 25, working with the architects. You know, I was about to graduate the next year, and this sickle cell stuff hit me hard. Yeah, it hit me hard. I had an operation, I was out. That was it. Made redundant. It's like my world kind of shattered, because 1 minute, I had my whole career planned out. I was
Sorry,
going to finish
bank
my
boy.
study.
Sorry, bank boy. Your Peter's backstage, bro. Carry on, bank boy.
Yeah, you know, 1 minute, my whole life was panned out. You know, I'm working for an architectural company who's paying for my studies at UCL. You know, my life is all planned out. I'm earning a pretty decent wage for 25-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything was fine. And then boom, sickle cell said, hey, where you going? You know, maybe this is not the path. This is not the path I've got for you. Architecture was not your path. You know, it was your mother's path. She wants you to do that. But hey, I didn't see it like at that point in time. At that point in time, I was livid, because I was enjoying my life. I was loving my life. You know, as a junior architect, junior project manager. Do you know what I'm saying? I was enjoying my life. But then sickle cell said, hold up, go and sit down. Go and sit down. And for that year, I burned and cursed, and I was just so angry, because what do I do now? What do I do now? Like I said, those interviews where architect after architect after architect firm, they just refusing me because architects talk to each other. Yeah, I'm getting turned down. That could have
But
brought
I
my
think
spirit.
the argument here is, yeah, was you enjoying your life, or was you just enjoying the life that's been afforded to you?
Exactly. You feel me? Like, until life itself showed me the life that I'm supposed to be living, because I've always loved writing. That was a part of me. Yeah, but I could draw. I understand angles and maths. I could do that too. You know, and if it makes my mum happy, why not? But really and truly inside, I wasn't really happy. I didn't want to do and draw architecture for the rest of my life. I didn't want to do that. Yeah, but I was not complaining about the money I was getting paid. So I loved my life in that sense. So when the operation on my leg happened, it was a huge shock to my system. You know, now what do I do? And like I said, after being knocked back from so many firms, it's like, actually, do I ever really want to work for the man again? Because my sickle cell is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And are they going to do this to me again if I give them another 3-4 years of my life and then I fall ill again? Boom. You know? So at that moment in time, I made like a decision that, you know what? I'm actually never going to work for the man again. But then I still didn't. I knew what I wanted to do, but I didn't know how. We were doing music. You know, I'm a songwriter too. I'm a writer, period. You know, so we're doing music. I'm hustling suits. Like it's just and you know, Terry's mum was extremely helpful. She threw me a party, a sales party in her house to help me sell suits. You know what I'm saying? I sold so much suits from what, you know, Auntie Jeannie did for me. God bless her soul. You know, like, but she saw my drive. She saw that FA is not sitting down like a bum. He's trying to do something. He's trying to do something, you know? And boom, 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 boom. I stacked. But my intention, like I said, was always to end up writing. It's taken years. It was 2008 I got made redundant. So I've been living 12 years, thank the Lord, without working for the man. And I'm still here. I'm still here. I've not needed the man for nothing. I've not needed the man in 12 years.
Bro, you know what? That's very inspirational, because for my journey, it's been 3 years. When I sat with my mum and I said, Mum, I've given these people 12 years of my life. They don't like me working here with them. It's not happening anymore. I said, like we were going to go and do like a whole tribunal case and everything. I had a barrister laid up. I was like, I want 50 grand. He's like, no, you can get 35 off them. Then I said to myself, do I go through the last year of misery that they've given me? And like, we had a lot of personal family problems at the time. So I was like, do I really want to go through that? Or I saved up enough money from the last year of work. What do? Do I work again and just have that extra savings? What am I going to really do with that money? And I just said, you know what? I'm escaping. And I went to Bangladesh, and that was the start of me and my garments business. Like, I always knew about it. And I was just like, this time I'm being serious. So I went there, I made my first batch of hats, like 50 hats, because no one believed that I could make hats. So I was like, okay, I don't wear hats, but I'm going to have to make some hats to show you lot. So I got one of my brands, made some hats. As soon as everyone saw it, they started ordering it. And then literally no one in Bangladesh believed me. They're like, why? Like, we ain't making you 100 hats. Pissed. I found the factory. I don't know how I convinced them. I said, just make me 100 hats at the right price and at the right quality, and I'll show you lot something eventually. It's been 3 years strong. Obviously, coronavirus has knocked it all out, but every day we're still dialoguing, we're still talking. I was making trips back and forth, and then the first time I stayed out there for 9 months on my own. So I'm literally an English guy in Bangladesh on my own. Not my mum and dad are back in England, and I'm like, okay, I've got to fend for myself. So that 50 hats started my business off. While I was in America, I used to be Shiffa's producer, way back from 12 years ago or something. And while I was sitting in Bangladesh, yeah, something like that. Long time, bro. It's been a long time now. So come on, Gordon's been 20 years. You've been at least 10. So what happened now? I'm sitting in Bangladesh. I'm not getting ripped off. I'm making a little bit of change. In my mind, I thought I'm going to come back with 20, 40 grand. I didn't. In the 9 months, I only made 2.5 grand, but I still managed to survive. I still managed to then somehow get an agent in America, a manager. I did my first collaboration with some hip hop people, and I was literally, it was crazy. I was selling hats to people in the UK, and I was taking that money and paying rappers to do features with me through the management. And I said to myself, do you know what? I've finally done it. And my dad had a little car, yeah. I got like £200 and I put a boom system in it, bass cones and everything, and go into the factory. I'm all dressed how I need to be, but I had Capone and Noriega in the background, and I had my notes with me, my phone, the driver's in the front. And I said, you know what? I did it my way. They said, you got to shave your head. You got to put side parting, put a tie on, stop being that kid that you are. Because they confiscated my CD player when I was 15 years old. My dad said to my mum, you've ruined my son. He was a grade A student. You've given him this music. He likes this black hip hop thing. You've ruined my son. They confiscated my CD player, bro. I'm not even messing with you. And that was like, it was like from that day I was told, you can't do this your way. And going to that factory, and then the most beautiful part was when the factory people discovered I was a musician and a rapper and a singer. They were just like, why are you even doing clothing? You need to be doing music. And it was my Bengali people, my dad's builder, who sat me down and said, what? You're embarrassed to do this? Give me your camera. I've never used a camera in my life. I'm filming your music video right now. And we shot a beautiful video in Bangladesh. And when I showed my mum and dad, my mum was just in tears because she realized, you know what? I never lost my son. So you see what you said about trying to please your parents? I tried to please them for university. I couldn't do it. I chose music. They kicked me out. finally they saw, you know what, bro, I'm singing Bengali in my own songs. I'm rapping with Fruit Song from the Grave Diggers, and at the end of it, I'm singing in my Bengali song, telling me like what mum and dad told me to say. So 150%, I'm with you on that one, man. It's been a 20-year
That's
journey.
life, P.
And I say
That's
one
life.
more thing,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
And you know, I wouldn't say that I've been to no one because that shaped me into who I am.
I think mute your mic, brother.
Wow, that was killing my
Yo,
ears.
backstage, Shift, man. Backstage, bro. Keep an eye on the backstage.
Yeah, so now that's real. What you were saying, Pete, man. That's real, you know. And at the same time, it's just like life itself will show you the path your own path that you are meant to be on, but you have to have eyes to see it. It's only you that can see and notice the things that life is trying to show you. You know what I'm saying?
That was an experience, little journey you was on there, P. Still.
Yeah,
bro. I'm just gonna say one more thing. You're not 20 old man that we admit it.
Wow, that mic is messed up.
I don't know what my
hold on.
Yeah, P, you're gonna have to get headphones, man, because that is really not good.
Yeah, because you got a lot of important stuff to say as well. So it's like
your bank boy. Your bank boy.
Yo.
It's your one as well.
Yeah, no, I'm coming off and jumping back in.
All right, cool.
Oh, what I say. So what? 2 years back, my sister, you give these mixtapes, London, and I think we had new. Sure, you guys heard him. Said X and stuff. So my mom said, was 12 years old.
yeah, guys, sorry about all that. It's obviously man's got a lot of important things to say, so we don't want to miss anything, you know.
Yeah, I think his
I think about out.
Yo, P.
All I'm saying is, 12-year-old kid in Bangladesh, this X and new, and in the 9-year-old man in London, songs with, and they we should.
Yo, P, we can't hear you properly, yeah? So log off and log back in. Because I think your signal's just jumping in and out. So log off and log back in, yeah? Yeah, that was sounding crazy, man. The microphone going like that. It's frustrating. You're on mute, you know, Pinero.
Oh, sorry.
I can see you talking now.
No, I'm saying Bank Boys, yes, Peter. Yeah, Bank Boys is asking for the link. Is it is it got to scroll up to the top, or is it?
Hold on, I'm gonna post it again now, Bank Boy. Hold on. There you go. It disappears after a while though, because it's the live chat. So bear that in mind, people. If you ever need to get in the room and you can't see the link, just put it in the messages. It can go in there real quick. It's not a problem. But the link's there, just underneath your last comment, Bank Boy. Yeah, so you can jump back in. Yeah, I see you. I see you. I'm liking the tone of the conversation now. I think it's very positive.
We need to mic check P, see if we can hear him.
Yeah, P, can you do a mic check for us?
You turned it off.
Oh, no. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you man hear me?
Yep.
So everyone's clear now, yeah?
Okay, we're all good now. And I've got headphones.
All right, yeah. So I don't know who was talking before, but yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. Is like life will show you where you need to be, but you need to have your eyes wide open to clock, you know, the good omens that's being put in your way in life. You know, you have to see them, and then you have to embrace them. And more important, and that's what I mean about taking responsibility for our own lives, for our own actions. Full and complete responsibility. Yeah. And in that way, we can build ourselves, build our characters, become real men, and help these young black boys, you know, get on their journey to becoming real men. A lot of us didn't have our fathers at the ages that we needed them
Not just the
the
black
most.
boys, though, bro. Not just the black boys.
No,
Like,
not
help
just the black
everybody.
boys. I'm saying a lot of us. Can you hear
We
me
got
clearly, or am I breaking up?
yeah. We got to help
Am I
all the
breaking
young
up?
people. No, you're cool. I can hear you.
Yeah, so it's like a lot of young men, you know, in inner cities especially, do not have their fathers at the ages where they need them the most. You know, so we have to kind of learn things on our own, innit? You know, and that's where half of us go wrong, because we're dragged one way or the other, whether it's through peer pressure, whether it's through family pressure, you know, one way or another, we're being, you know, pulled away from our true destinies and what we should be achieving. So looking back, back then, whilst I thought, you know, the you know, my bones chipping away, my foot through sickle cell was like, you know, a curse. I look back on it now and I realize that it was the biggest blessing that happened to me, you know, because I'm doing everything that I want right now. Um, Possibly not getting paid what I would be earning if I was still in architecture, but I'm happier. I'm happier because everything I do for me, and it's done from my mind. Is what I've wanted to do and wanted to achieve, and I'm proving to myself that I can, you know, provide for self. I can sustain self, sustain my son. You know, that gives me a bit of dignity in myself. It gives me a bit of pride in myself and confidence. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
man.
when
You're
I
getting paid to
master
do something
something,
you enjoy, innit?
I'm now able to share my mastery with someone else and use that mastery to teach someone else something that I know. So like I said before, any kid right now who's interested in writing, he's been trying to get a publisher, but he's been getting knocked back and whatnot, and they want to know how to self-publish, I can show them, I can open that door for them right now. Right now, they could be published within 3 months. If they do the work of actually writing the whatever content that they want to publish, if they do the work, I could assist them in helping them become a self-published author, because I know that now. You know, what else does the next man know? Is the next man a skilled carpenter? Is he a master carpenter that can teach other kids who are interested in carpentry? Where's the other guy who's a master producer? We have to master ourselves. We have to master ourselves, our talents, our gifts. We have to first and foremost recognize what are our gifts, our true gifts. Because, you know, P, I heard you when you were doing science, but you're doing music and you're doing t-shirts. This is where a lot of us go wrong.
Yeah, but Bank Boy, this was the point to
Because
our
yes,
conversation
we
the
may
other
be,
day
some people
talking
are
about
multi-talented.
your Bank Boy.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
multifaceted. But it does not mean that we are meant to choose one thing and do it to the best of of our ability, and get that thing shining as bright as it
Your
can
Bank Boy,
shine
can you hear
before
me?
we move on to the next.
Yo, can you hear me?
Simple.
Bank boy, can you hear Shiffa?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I was trying to talk to you and you can't. Can you hear me
Hello.
now?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you man hear me, or do I need to go out and come back in?
Yeah, tell him to go out and come back in.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you.
I can't.
I could hear him.
If Shiffa's
Yeah, but
talking, I
even
can't hear him.
Shiffa, as Shiffa's the host, you understand? So if you can't hear Shiffa, Bank boy, jump
Yeah,
out and jump back in.
jump back in, innit? Yeah. All right, cool.
Safe, bro. P, you want to add to that?
No, I was just saying. Obviously, we had the conversation
Turn it off.
about,
Yeah. No, you know
and
what it is
obviously,
though.
what
It's true. If you're a creative person, Shiffa, you're gonna end up like if you're creative, you'll end up jumping on everything that you can because like I've always I think I've got ADHD and
has he gone? Can you hear me? P. Yeah, you're muted as well. You're muted. Yeah.
You was cutting out yourself and then you came back. Did you have to bring yourself back in?
Do you know what I did? I took my thing out, brought it back in because you know what, you could hear me. Bank boy couldn't hear me. I'm not sure what happened there.
Your mic sounds a bit funny today, Shiv. It's not usually like that. Usually it's clear. Usually like a different audio first.
No, not on that. You know what? It might be because I turned down the settings a little bit.
It might be Comet Atlas or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What about now? Is that better?
P, look, P. Yeah, P's gone. Look.
Is that better? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now. Can
you
you hear me?
good?
I can hear
Yeah,
you
but
good, yeah.
it's just not as clear as it usually is.
I don't know. It might be the stream. It might be the internet.
Yeah, but you're echoing as well, Shiffy.
That's Pinero's system is echoing.
Big up to J Prophet. Oh, is it echoing, man? No.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, big up J Prophet, man.
Yeah, man. Big up everyone, man. But I don't know, like, do you guys like? Did you hear what I said before?
Yeah, I was trying to talk to you. I was trying to say that what you were saying, it kind of touches back on our subject from the other day when we was talking about community and, you know, building communities and, you know, looking at the community we got and saying, you know, is it sufficient? You know, and do we need something new? Do we need a new start? Do we need a reset? Do we need to
Yes, and we do. But you know what? We need to build individual, separate communities, not like separate communities, but like individual bubble communities. That's why it's good. You know me, Shifty. I'm in the art community. I'm an artist, did it? I'm a creative. So I'm in a creative community in London right now, which is based in Shoreditch. Yeah. So that's my people in it. That's like my tribe. When it comes to, like, you know, the business side of things, you know, I'm in the art community. Someone else might be in the engineering community. Someone else might be in the anthropology community. We need to be empowering ourselves with our strengths, not playing to a next man thing, not because, oh, my brethren is rapping and I can kind of rap, so maybe I should be rapping too. No, it might be your brethren's path that he's meant to be a rapper, but it's not your path, even though if you put your mind to it, you can probably rap too. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's what you should, that's where you should try and carve out, you know, some sort of sustainable future for yourself in. It does not mean that. What it means is we should be finding out what our true powers are in terms of gifts, talent. You know, it is our job to find out what gifts and talents and powers we have. And once we've found those out, then we play to them. We play to those strengths. Yeah. And then all our weaknesses, we find people who are strong in those areas. And that's how we, you know, we fix that side of things. You know, because your strength is gonna be someone else's weakness as well. If we're doing that separately, then we can come together. You know, like I said, if there's 10 men who are 10 successful self-published authors, there's 10 men who are successful graphic designers, another 10 successful videographers. Can you see how, like, little clicks and bubbles of empowerment begins to happen? And then for the younger people who are interested in those things, for the younger people who have a natural talent or natural gift or flair for those things, they gravitate towards the area of their concern, and then the experts in that field can help them grow. It's as simple as that. It's not hard. I think we kid ourselves a lot, man. We make things so hard for ourselves. I don't even know why. Because everyone's trying to be what they're not.
That's straight facts. A lot of followers.
You know?
Yeah.
Let me give you an example, Pinero. Like my brethren, so when I got made redundant, yeah, he's been selling cars for like 10 years. What he does is he goes to scrap yards, buys the derelict car, fixes them and makes his bread, yeah? So I've got made redundant. He's like, oh yeah, jump on this with me, innit? Like, yeah, you can make a lot of money here, FA. Bam, bam, bam. Just let's go out to Essex, buy a whip for whatever, and come back to London, fix it up, and you said you make bread. Bro, I did just that. I went, I bought a car. I came back. Shiffa, how long was that car sitting in my car park? For years, Pinero. For years.
Yeah.
I must have spent like nearly £2,000 on buying and fixing the car. Do you know how much I ended up selling the car 2 years after for £400? Why? Because my brethren, who's an expert in it, he's selling his cars, but somehow he's not helping me sell mine. And this is not my field, innit? I don't really know this like that. So what that taught me was that, okay, I took a loss in it, but it's not a loss. It's not really a loss. I learned something from that. I was like, okay, stay in your lane, FA. you know, like that. Stay in your lane, innit? Do what you know. He knows that, and that's why it works for him. I don't know nothing about no car, buying scrap cars and fixing. I didn't know nothing about it. It didn't work for me. Cool. I stopped right there and focused on what I need to focus on, what I'm good at. And since that day, I've never really, I don't sway. Some man might come with this scheme, or let's do this, let's do that. My answer is usually no. Because if I don't know it, I don't understand it, it's not for me. Simple. But what I do know and understand, if that will help you out, then we can talk. Apart from that, no. Stay in your lane. Play to your strengths.
J Prophet is saying that turn the speaker down on your phones when you're talking, because there you go. See it on the screen there.
Yeah, I can see it. So, yeah, man, what you guys got to say on this, man? I think I've possibly been rambling on for too long now.
No, it's never too long, bro. Shiffa, what you reckon?
You know what? At the end of the day, there's some really valid points. You know, the world is what it is. Sometimes you got to do it rather than dwelling on what.
Echoing. Who's echoing?
Shiffa, your mic sounds terrible today, brother. I don't know why that is.
Terrible.
But usually you're the clearest out of everybody.
I got no idea. But I'm echoing through your system now.
Am I echoing as well now?
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
shit.
you're not echoing. I'm echoing from your side. So, yeah, I was just saying, like, I think at the end of the day, you know, the world we live in now, with all this AI stuff, the implementation of it, it could have detrimental effects to, you know, all of our abilities to sustain the life we're living now.
And it could equally, because everything has balance, it could equally have, you know, superb effects that help the world, extremely beneficial effects, just like the car. But the car
you know what, though?
still produces pollution.
I hear where you're coming from, yeah, but if you would let me finish here, I think you'd see where I'm coming from, in the sense of, like, don't get me wrong, yeah, the robotics side of it, yeah, can definitely be beneficial to us. But the AI side of it, I think is where, you know, that's where I'm a bit suspicious, because like I've made it clear before, if we've already got the technology now,
You know, that's where I'm a
Yo,
bit.
Skipper, sorry to cut you there, Cuzzy, but your mic sounds terrible. It's literally clicking.
it shouldn't be clicking.
That's a J Prophet saying. I can hear it clicking as well right now.
That's not my mic.
Yeah, you're probably doing something. Is that the keypad or something?
No. That's
Hey, you know
someone.
what I'm going to do? Let me jump out as well. I'm going to jump out and jump back in just in case it's me. All right?
Yeah. Yeah, so
Yeah, go on.
basically, like I was saying earlier, like at the end of the day, like I lost my train of thought. That kind of threw me off a little bit. But what was we talking about again?
You was talking about the AI.
The AI, yeah, the implications of the AI, you know, like could be detrimental to all of us in so many ways, because like I said, you know, the world that we live in now relies upon, even if we've got a computer or a machine, a robot, you know, some type of, you know, Android, whatever it is we're using, it relies on us programming it or operating it. Do you feel where I'm coming from? Now, once it gets to a stage of AI, artificial intelligence now, is where we're going into a stage where the computer no longer needs us. And that's where I think it becomes dangerous, because at the end of the day, you know, that's millions of jobs that they're not necessary anymore. You know, and that's people's only avenue to really make it in the system. You know,
No,
so
but that's why they're talking about, you know, for years they've been talking about implementing something called UBI, Universal Basic Income. And I don't mean universal credit. I'm talking universal basic income, because of the displacement, you know, and unemployment that the advent of new technology is going to bring. But the fact of the matter is, this new technology will also bring in so much prosperity. Just like, look at what the internet era did, and then the Facebook era and all these apps and whatnot. Look at the amount of money that's been made within a short space of time. You know, it's like this. It's like, how long did it take um 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 Bill Gates to become a billionaire? And in comparison, how long did it take Mark Zuckerberg? A lot shorter time, innit? And that's how life is. You know, things are gonna grow, things are gonna move faster and get bigger. Yeah, there was more money in Mark Zuckerberg's era than it was in Steve Jobs and Gates era at the
no, but
time.
we understand your point. I think what it is that I'm trying to point out to you is that just because it works for some doesn't mean it's going to work for all, you know, and it doesn't work for the majority. It works for a few. Don't get me wrong. Like you're quite an adaptable character, you know, in many ways, you know, in more ways than one, as you've proven by your story. But not everyone's so adaptable. So, you know, for more simple-minded people, it makes the game unfair. So at the end of the day, I get where you're coming from. Do you know what? Be happy with what you got. Yeah, still do that as well. I'm not objective to any of what you said. I'm just saying, you know, on the flip side of that, you know, there has to come a time where, like you said, if we're gonna build a community, you know, let's get on and do it. You know, if we're gonna, you know, we're gonna speak out against what's going on and, you know, ask for something better, like, let's get on with it. Like, if we're not new and we're just gonna get on with things how they are, and everyone's just gonna forget about it and go back to their normal day-to-day routine, like, that's cool too. But we
You know
just
what
get
it is, though? You know what it is, Shift? We don't, man's tired of asking for something better. Like, we don't need to ask no more, bro.
Well, there's
Honestly.
only one thing we can really ask for, you know. It's like I'm gonna give you an example. When you're a child and you're growing up, and your mum says, you say, "Mum, can I go out?" Yeah, you can go out. You can go as far as the shops and back. Anywhere in that within that radius, you're cool. If I find you went outside of that radius, you're in trouble. Yeah. So now one day, 2, 3 years later, you're saying, "Oh, well, Mum, I want to go out, but my friend lives past the shop. Can I go past the shop, Mum? I'm a bit older now. I can be a bit responsible, and that's all you can ask for, your freedoms.
Did Panera come back, or maybe he needs the link? Put the link in the thing.
Yeah, I'll put the link back in through it. I think he's got the link though, but he just needs to sort out his computer. But yeah, long story short, that's all it is. All we can ask for is our freedoms, and in having our freedom, we're the ones now making the choices. So, for instance, when people are talking about 5G going up and all of these things, now remember, we live in a systematic environment where everything is placed already. You didn't put your house where you put it, someone else put that house there. You just have to come on the market and buy it. So you don't get a choice where the 5G post goes. You don't get a choice in any of the decisions that's being made. For instance, when the government or the council are looking for planning permission to put certain things up, okay, maybe the house owners as a collective make a decision, but you don't personally get a decision as far as your house is concerned, unless you're someone. For instance, if you're a farmer, then yeah, you've got a decision. It's your land.
Or except you're just building your own house.
All right. So when we put it in perspective, that's what it is. The system can't survive without us. Yeah. But we can survive without it. Even with all the robots and all the technology in the world, the system cannot survive without us, but we can survive without it. And that's the whole point I'm making, in the sense of it's a dirty game. They don't want us to have our freedom, because if we've got our freedom, that means every single piece of technology, piece of information, and things we've learned within this society, we could take it into a whole new society and have it all for free. And anything else that we couldn't make, for instance, if we can't make PlayStations, we can just, our country can buy it and just give everyone PlayStations if we want. Like that. It's how we want to run it. It's not how they want to run it. But in the circumstances that we're under right now, it's how they want to run it, because we can only vote in a parliament member for our area, or for our postcode, or for our what's the word, region,
Jurisdiction.
constituency, whatever,
Constituency.
jurisdiction. That's it. So once we voted in one of them, now they're going to be the one to make the decision on what the policies are going to be. And it's not just going to be them. They're going to be speaking with people who's way above their own pay grade. Like you got lords and all sorts of people involved when you're in England. Obviously in America it's going to be a bit different. You have different people in different levels of society making these decisions. But the point I'm making is, without the people, none of their decisions mean anything.
Good evening or good morning, people. I just had to quickly throw that in there.
But yeah, I definitely agree with what you said, though, Bank Boy. I just think that at the end of the day, until people have got true freedom, people aren't making true decisions, like you said. Like, obviously, you was guided by certain circumstantial
events in my life.
Events, yeah. So without those circumstances, you wouldn't necessarily be where you are now, because although you was in control, you're not ultimately in control. There's something ultimately in control of you, before you even.
But I could, and I think that's destiny, because I could equally be on some other shit right now. You feel me? On some other stuff.
Yeah, but I for instance, I'm going to give you the example. I mean, you see, like, for instance, you got people who live in countries, they might call them third world countries or whatever they want to call them, and like, those people might not have much, but I tell you what they do have. They have freedom, because they live on their own accord. They got their own land. They got their own things. Yeah, no one can't tell them nothing. No one can't come and knock at their door and ask them for nothing. Only reason you can come to that door, you're the postman and something's getting delivered. All right, goodbye. It's just like I said, like with the farmers, they got their own land. they're free of certain pressures that, you know, we as citizens of society, you know, we're constantly under. So if you alleviate those pressures now, you're in a whole different, you're now making a whole, your decisions are no longer obscured, basically.
But that's the key word there is decision, isn't it? It's decision. So it's not like if man wanted to, like you just said, there are farmers who are living a more natural existence off of their own land, you know, not particularly, you know, held by most of the not governed by anyone like that, so to speak. You know, they have more of their freedom. Yeah. But it's a choice.
No, but
If
it's
we
not a
really
choice,
want,
because
it is a
if it is
choice.
a choice, if it was just a choice, yeah, then your decisions wouldn't have to be obscured. They wouldn't have to put you in a situation where your citizenship means next to nothing, basically, you know.
Can I ask something? You know, because I'm listening and I understand the benefits and the non-benefits of it. But in reality, if it wasn't for the fact that the computer was set up, we wouldn't have the information that we currently is available to us now, because it's a system that was set up for sharing. Fair enough,
Exactly.
it's been manipulated, yeah, or should I say it evolved, because the principles of what it used to do has additional parts, but in theory it was supposed to help, not to control. And the point of it is you get people who hold on,
who
you
are
get
always going to
people
have
who,
malicious ideas.
yeah, but that comes with anybody who
Everything.
creates an idea and makes something. It doesn't mean that the person who made it had a bad idea. They may
Yeah,
have, but
exactly. It's just
it's
that
the
there's malicious
user.
people in the world.
Hold on, it's the user behind the application, is their intention. So in reality, it's not the weapon that kills the person, it's the person who's pushing the button. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what
I
I was
100% agree.
you know, so what I'm trying to explain to you is, for instance, you have people that spend 10, 15 years educating themselves and evolving, right? They share the information. Now, you don't have some people that aspire to do that. They just want to live very simple lives, but they still want the luxury to be able to use the applications that these people spend years developing, right? Because it makes life easier. It makes us communicate and connect to each other more. But is it really making you connect? Because as far as I'm aware, we're less humanly social with each other. What I mean by that is, I don't connect through a telephone line. I
Sorry,
physically touch
yeah.
you.
Can I add something to what you just said there? Yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, you know, these people are developing this software. Yeah, it takes them years and years and years, whatever. I've got you, yeah. So they want like stupid amounts of money for it. So everyone's got to pay through the nose, the eyes, the teeth. You got to chop off a foot, an arm, and a leg to get all of it. I've got you. Why do we have to do that though? Because if you spend all of these years studying it now, yeah. All right, bam, you've perfected it now, yeah. Now the whole world is going to need it. Why do you need to sell it so high a price?
Hold on. There's 2 points I can make to that. Yeah.
It don't make no sense unless you're just greedy.
Hold on. Yes, that's one of them. So one of the points is you can be greedy. One of the other points is it's not actually cheap to manufacture. For research and development, you have to make new machines which have new processes. It takes time to develop that machine.
Richard,
And
let me say something.
hold on. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Yeah. At a time where things and materials or principles are not easy, you have to discover them. And when you're discovering them, the materials or the applications that you have to build are quite expensive at that period of time. So they spend maybe 5 or 10 years putting in money and research. Yeah, some of the people don't care about the financial outcome. They just want a result. But there are other people that have an issue, like you said, that want financial income. They want to tax everyone that uses this application. They don't want it to have a lifetime endurance. They want it to fail at a certain time, so you have to go back and make more money.
Before you continue, because you sound like you got a lot to say on this subject, yeah. Like, at the end of the day, when they're researching these things, yeah, it's half the time it's us paying the bill. They're not paying it out their own pocket. They're government funded. So when
all right, yes, I can agree. But then what about private people who do their own
One sec,
research and
Sofa, let me just
development?
say
let me just
something.
finish. Let me just finish. Yeah. So, you know, they're government funded, majority of these people that's discovering these discoveries and building these robots or whatever they're building, AI, you know, computer chips and whatever the rest of it now, yeah. On top of them getting government funding, they want to sell it back to us. Have they lost their minds? Do they not know that government means you work for us? You sit your servants now, innit? But they don't want to serve, they want to dominate. So it doesn't make any sense, you know. So why did we pay for a government to pay them to make us pay them as well?
Hold on, wait. What does the word govern mean?
It doesn't matter what the word govern means.
No, it actually does.
Hear what
For
I'm
you
saying?
to understand why
Hear
they're
me-
governing you is
hear
because
me out. Hear
govern
me
means to control and dictate.
All right. So to control and dictate. All right, cool. Let's put that to one side. Regardless of what govern means, it don't make no sense. Imagine this. I take you to the shop, yeah. I say, all right, you could buy me a drink, yeah. So you buy me the drink in the shop, yeah. You walk outside of the shop, you give me the drink in my hand. The man in the shop walks out of the shop and takes the drink back out of my hand and says, no, you didn't pay for that. You can't have it. Yeah, what you're not gonna have nothing to say for that? You've already paid for it. Why am I paying again? It don't make sense. Get out
That's
of it.
the whole scam of government, man. This is the whole point. What Bankboy was saying earlier about it's like we can't like in this whole period, like everyone's running for their furlough programs, and I've seen even thugs on Instagram asking, "Yo, how do I get on self-employment furlough programs and stuff?" And I'm saying, do you know what? I've always been revolutionary minded. The only thing I can do right now is not go onto that universal credit page and go and find my money somewhere in whatever hustle I can manage. So, bro, that's a scam of government in general. That's why I fight in all my music and stuff, innit? It does that. Obviously, we have to accept what it does, but I'm not gonna accept it like quietly. I'll go kicking and screaming. And for me,
no. So I think what it is, yeah, it's not accepting things ignorantly. We understand what's going on, innit? So half of these power companies and stuff that they've been selling off to, foreign, billionaires or whatever, and they're selling off the Royal Mail Service. The British Telecoms are selling off the phone lines to
Hold on, because I know you were explaining something, but I really needed to drive a point which is very valid about technology.
I'm gonna go on mute, but let me just finish. The point is, these companies are owned by the country, by the company, innit? And we paid for them with our taxes. So why are we paying again?
Okay,
I'll tell you why. Because
I'm not gonna say what you're stating is not facts, because it's facts, but it's also a fact that most of these people that actually design and make these things are poor. These are people that don't have any finance. Yeah, hold on. You can go and look up people that invented stuff, and some of them still live. Some of them work for the government or work for their own private company. Some of them are actually dead. But the whole point of it is the individual who thought of the idea never had money, majority of them. They just had time and an idea, right? But in order for it to go to the public, they go to someone to invest in them. But sometimes they need the materials to be able to produce it on a bigger scale, or produce it so that it's not small but big enough to house more than just one person.
You get where you're coming from, because I think, do you know what? Someone can think of something, but financing it is something else. So at the end of the day, like we all know, a lot of famous inventions was where people had bought ideas off of people, like
exactly. Right, so they pay in the idea, and the person who made it doesn't actually make as much money as the person who's now producing the idea.
All right,
and they don't give them the nomination to say that, you know what, this person made it. We learn about electricity, but we're not told Nikola Tesla did it. We're told Edison did it. And
no,
we know
Edison, which is a false.
Hold on, we all know. We all know that he's one of the people that buys ideas, or he reverse engineers ideas. So you have to look at what the history is telling you. I'm a scientist. I'm an engineer. I have to
I'm
learn
lost right now. I'm
information.
lost. Like, what are we actually talking about? What's the point? I'm
The
lost.
the point of it is when you're building or making something and you want to bring it to mainline production for the public to have, majority of the time the person who made it didn't have the finances to bring it there. So you're dealing with someone who has an economical
Yeah. So no, but what's
agenda.
the point? What's the point of what how it relates to the conversation we've been having?
Right. How it relates to the conversation is that, like I said in the beginning, it was first an assisted idea to help with people, AI. Where we're on the brink of now is giving the machine independence. Because when you give a machine independence, it has a consciousness, meaning it's living. Can you now kill it?
Are you talking about the singularity?
It's not a singularity, because then it means that we're singularities. You have to apply the singularity to anything that has a living life form, and it's organic. Yeah.
No, I mean the singularity as in the point when robotic machines become sentient beings.
They've already done that.
Life.
They've already done that.
That's the singularity.
They've already done that, but they haven't publicly done it.
Or more importantly, when the robotic machines develop a consciousness of their own.
But they've already done that. They've already on their own. All right. So hold on. Watch this.
Of their own, but on their own as well.
Hold on. Watch this. No machine, which is man-made, can develop a consciousness on its own, because you have to program basic information so it can process.
Learning. Like other things. I know what you're like. I'll give you an example.
We actually had this conversation earlier, though.
Yeah,
no,
I know fully what you're about to say. Google teaching, using machine learning, teaching a computer English, and then teaching the other computer Mandarin, and then having them talk between each other.
You didn't need to do that.
But then it didn't teach. It didn't teach. It taught it how to interpret from English into Mandarin, but it didn't teach it how to interpret from Mandarin into English. But it learned that by itself, sort of thing. Yeah?
Of course it can, because it's just an algorithm of repetitive numbers. Yeah, every information that you know right now is broken into binary, which is just zeros and ones. So eventually it's going to crack the code.
Bro, how long have you been with us on the conversation? It's about probably 45 minutes. Well, we've been for 4 hours.
No,
this is what we were talking about the zero and the ones on and off.
I know, but the point
you're talking about. Oh, go ahead, bro.
The point I was basically trying to say, which I still haven't been able to get out, is, like he said, giving something a consciousness is at the point of where we are now. But again, if I give something
the experiment software. Sorry, the experiment I was talking about was it taught one machine how to speak English and French. Then it taught the other machine how to speak English and Mandarin, and how to translate between that. But then the machine learned how to translate from French into Mandarin by itself.
Yeah, but it will, like I said, it's the same thing. It's basic binary. The point I'm basically trying to tell you is, how do we learn as people? We grow up and our parents give us information. Even if you had no parent to teach you, you would still sit there and observe and copy. Animals do it. People do it. It's a basic way of learning. Yeah. So once you have the ability to absorb and replay back information, you're just learning. But someone has to build the core.
Right.
You know, when your parents combine together, they build a core, which is your body. So again, AI is at a point where it can either help or not. It's the person behind it. If I make a robot and I keep treating it bad, or I show it bad things, eventually it's gonna know that that's the only way.
Everything that's ever existed and that will ever exist will always be that way.
I don't know that. because the future
will
is
always
not
be
fit.
that way, as in
Hold.
the ability to, you know, it could be created with, you know, great
Malicious
intention.
intent. Yes,
Yeah,
right. But
no, it could be
the whole point.
created in the beginning with great benevolent intentions, but then at some point, man being who man is, will use the same thing for malevolent purposes. You
All right.
know?
Well, throughout history, you have to blame man because man has been violent. Yeah. So right now, if you make something which is going to learn and you put it on the internet, yes, it will learn that there's good things, but it will learn majority of the time throughout history. We have done nothing but cause violence to each other. What is that as a teacher?
Bro, can we ask you a little bit about yourself? Because you've got a lot of nice knowledge and information and nice reasoning, which we did cover before. So, like, do you mind telling us a bit about yourself? Like, what you do and, like, you know what I mean, where you get some of your motivations and ideas from and stuff? Because it's
now we know about
like,
software.
it's
Maybe
enlightening.
needs to tell you.
Oh, I don't know. Sorry, I'm new.
Well, I basically I have had history in aviation and motorsports engineering. I do computer coding at the moment. You know, I'm a basic engineer, so I have a fascination into certain things, right? So yes, I have done music as well, so I do understand frequencies. So when I'm coming on here, I'm giving you information which I myself have sat down and looked into, or is from my experience, from what I've learned. So when I'm talking about AI at the moment, when you learn in computer coding, you have to learn about user interface and artificial intelligence. User interface is what you make. So basically you have choices which are preset.
Yeah, we know what UI is. Yeah, go on, make a point.
Right? And then you have AI, which is set with information and now it self-learns. So when I'm trying to explain to you about the two differences, it's really about the person behind it, whose intentions it is. Fair enough, the person had benevolent ideas, but all right, it's in someone else's hands. What are they going to do with
and
it?
that someone else may be malicious, and that's the way life is, and that's the
All
way
right,
life
are
will
you a
always
malicious
be.
person? If you had a robot right now,
Everyone has the tendency to
no,
be
no,
malicious.
but that's fine. That's fair. That's fair enough.
Can we come off with a personal for a second, yeah? Because I think obviously, you know, this question can, like, everyone's gonna have a different answer in it. So, you know, obviously you lot have both given your answer on the question to some extent. Like, I want to try and redirect the question, the questions a little bit. So, as far as the AI is concerned, you know, some of us think it could be good, some of us think it could be bad. Like, we've seen that part of the conversation.
Even down to 5G, yeah, because
Everything's
software.
got good and bad sides to it.
Okay, look, let me say this. Let me say this quickly, because software, you know, knows a lot about all of this, and software also knows about blockchain. Yeah, software. If we are to make blockchain technology ubiquitous, is 5G not essential for that purpose?
Of course, you might as well hold on. You might as well say that having a blockchain, yeah, which fair enough, I may not know the user's name, but I still know your identity, which is given to you as a hash, which you can go and track back. Right?
No,
So
I don't mean to interrupt you here, but we know the benefits of the 5G. We know the benefits. So obviously, when we done the 5G show yesterday, we wasn't discussing the benefits of 5G. We was
no,
discussing.
but that's not 5G I just mentioned. That's just blockchain itself. 5G just has the same principles.
Things like blockchain will benefit from 5G. Full stop. Anything that's using the internet, downloads and stuff like that is going to benefit from
the internet. Yeah, the internet, the basic internet of things.
Full stop. Full stop.
Anything that's connected to the internet. Yeah. So cryptocurrency is going to be run on.
It's definitely going to benefit.
And that's where AI comes in as well, because AI and VR, what the plans they have for AI and VR can only be powered by 5G.
All right. So what I was going
to
say,
not really. You need 6G and up, but 5G is the starting platform.
What I'm saying, where they're starting from, where they're starting from now, you know,
5G.
It's 5G, bro. You know,
right. Just to move the conversation somewhere else for a second, yeah, because I think we've kind of exhausted the 5G talk. Like, obviously we've been talking about community and people having decisions and X, Y, Z. I thought I'd just look at some statistics. So I'm gonna put my screen on the screen, and you lot can tell me what are your thoughts on this piece of information.
I'm glad Pinero's here as well, because I wanted to put something on the screen after this as well.
I'll tell you why I pulled it up afterwards.
Okay, 10%. So we can either you read it, bro.
You want me to read it, yeah? Hold
Yeah.
on. So we can either state that most humans now inhabit only 10% of the world's land, but we have the rest 80% well connected, with roads, highways, farmlands, etc. So depending on time taken to travel, we can say that humans now inhabit 90% of the world's land, leaving only 10% for wilderness. Now, like, you see, when you ask a question and you get an answer, like when I get an answer back like this, it just, I don't know, man. This is one of the reasons why I don't trust Google. Because to me, the answer just wasn't clear. So I want to know. Now I'm going to read it again. So we can either state that most humans now inhabit only, listen, so we can either state that most humans now inhabit only 10% of the world's land, but we have the rest 80% well connected with roads, highways, farmlands, etc. So depending on time taken to travel, we can say that humans now inhabit 90% of the world's land, leaving only 10% for wilderness. Someone make sense of this to me.
All right. So what it means, is because we built so much structures on the land's surface, right? And some of the land is barren. Yeah, so you're not really going to build structures on the desert, even though they have done. But
All right, before you continue, where did you get barren? Please explain.
No, he's right. Like some of the land on the planet is inhospitable.
Obviously, it didn't say barren in that piece.
I think it was just it was just part of his rhetoric. It was just part of his
it's part of when you look at
the
atlas.
Farmland. They said farmland. I'm gonna tell you.
No, I know what they say because I can see it, but I'm trying to get you to understand how they're looking at it.
So the rest of hold on, wait a second. Before we continue, just so we're clear, going by this piece of writing here, if the rest of the land is well connected with roads, highways, farmlands, etc., then there's plenty of land out there.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
This is what there's not. Understand the breakdown of the mathematics.
Hold on, 80%. Hold on, listen. Hold on. Let's understand the breakdown of the maths. Yes, good thinking. So watch this. 10% is where people actually live.
Yeah. So where's that cities?
Wait. Let me finish. 10% is where people actually live. So there's a whole 90% where people ain't actually living. Now, hold on, wait a second. 80% of that 90% is farmlands, highways, and well-connected roads, and whatever you would call barren lands, wastelands. I don't know.
Businesses, factories.
I've got
okay. You. So look at it.
Let me land. So the fact of the matter is, that technically, the people themselves, who are doing all of the work to build up all of these cities, build up all of these things, we only inhabit 10% of it. So there's a good, there's a good 90% out there, that could be restructured and remodeled to make more space for people.
Is it? How do you work that out? Because hold on, theoretically, you're right. In theory, if there's pieces of land which is not being used, you're supposed to be able to use it.
Well, how many pieces of land do you think there's no pieces of land that aren't being used?
All right. So hold on. Say we now divert some of the land which is used for farmland. That's less food resources coming in.
No, sir. Like, you see, when you live in a country like the UK, yeah, you need to understand something. We buy food from other countries. So there's
No,
listen,
but you still got farmland where people are growing crops,
this is
or
what
they're
I'm
having it for their cows or sheep. They
show you,
need to
let me show
graze.
you something here. You see these people who like to live organic here, and they've got their little country farm, like little country markets and stuff they go to buy their stuff from. They live in expensive. Like, organic is not cheap. Let's get that straight on the table. And then, to be clear about this year, there's not that much of it going around, because most of these farmers ain't farming. Half of the land ain't even being used. People are just walking their dogs on it. Yeah.
No, well, all right, hold on.
So let me finish. I remember seeing this in the news years ago, and I was baffled by it. I was like, well, why would they do that? Yeah. And they're talking about they pay the farmers, yeah, to not grow nothing. So obviously, I get where you're coming from, but obviously, like, just to bring you up to speed with the conversation, because it's not a debate. We're just sharing information, isn't
No,
it?
I know. So what I'm trying to say is I can't say nothing about paying farmers not to grow nothing. I do understand that certain times of the year you can't grow nothing. Yeah, as somebody who's grown plants. Yeah.
They pay the farmers to keep the land free so that people can walk their dogs. So the thing,
Yes, but hold on. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Yeah, there are certain parts of the land which now have to be sectioned off as a sanctuary for nature because we've literally depleted most of the wild land. Yeah, where where we walk, where we farm, where we build. So we're now having to leave sections because it's running out. You have to understand the logic. Yeah, because you can't expect the wildlife to keep moving when you keep cutting down their inhabitants to a place where it doesn't even have life because it's barren. So you have to save something for them.
I think what you're saying, it makes sense to some extent. Yes, don't get me wrong. You can't go around just cutting down everything, mashing up the world, tearing down all the wildlife. No, but what you can do is integrate with it. So, like I was saying in the beginning, at the end of the day, if the majority of the world is taken up by roads, highways, farmlands, and barren lands, and deserts, and places that ain't just majority is not being used.
Yeah, but all right, look at it like this. You're saying we can inhabit with it. So far, when we inhabit with any wildlife, we have to force it to live in the environment that we've now created for it to now survive in.
I hear you. I'm hearing you, yeah. But like, what I'm saying is, yeah, like, at the end of the day, if 90% of the world, how can 90% of the world be roads? What sense does that make?
No, well, it's not just. It don't mean just theory roads. It just means pathways to be connected. Yeah, so it's roads.
You keep jumping in too quick. Let me finish. Yeah, 90% is roads, farmland, yeah, and just wasteland basically. Yeah, and flipping like 10%. Come on, that's ridiculous. Get out of here. You can't tell me that 90% of the world is land that can't be farmed and can't be used. I'm not hearing that.
Well, from what I'm aware of, yeah, there's cities, rural areas, factories, then storage facilities. Yeah, then you have stadiums for entertainment. All of these different places, they all take up space. We still need to, wait, hold on. There's places where you need to get resources from. So wildlife ain't gonna live there. So you're gonna be digging, blowing up, researching whatever.
The mines.
Yeah, and then like I said, there's barren areas where you can't get nothing. You're not even gonna go there. There's other places which are historical sites. You're not even gonna touch it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Antarctica or Siberia.
There's other places which are just X'd off the map. You can't even go there for whatever historical reason. It's just not allowed to go. Right? So,
but yeah, this is kind of like, I don't know what was the point being made here again, and how does this link to AI?
The point I'm making is, at the end of the day, I don't trust the AI in it. I don't trust the implications of it. I trust when we're in control of things. When you put governments in control of things and you put people with money and power in control of things, you come up with controversies like this.
So, do you agree with Elon Musk then?
Listen, I'll be honest. I'm not into Elon Musk. I'm not into all of that. I'm not into all of this going into space and stuff. To be honest, I find it hard to believe any of that stuff. Because at the end of the
Fair enough.
The only way you're really going to know it is by experience, and I ain't experienced nothing like that in my lifetime.
But if you were given the option to go and do that, would you go?
I don't know if I trust them to send me to space. They probably send
No,
me
but if it was someone that you knew,
if it was someone that I knew, then I might think like, how do I trust you again? Like at the end of the day, you could just put me in a box and clone me and have some guy come back and say he went.
no, but no, look, that's because you're putting that aside. Take it as someone you knew that you grew up with. You've known everything that they've been up to because you've been there along the way. Now they have the ability to go to space theoretically. Would you go? So that was the question. That was the question. Me asking you: is it because you don't believe, or because you don't want to go?
No, it's like this. Like the only way you're gonna get me to get into any kind of rocket ship or spaceship is when it's my spaceship. I'm the type of person, I don't get on a bus, I haven't got on a train or anything like that for years because I've got a phobia. I find it really awkward. Like I don't like the last time I got on a train, I'll be honest with you, was when all the bombings went off in London. And I almost got blown up on a train that day. If I hadn't got on the train that I got on, I could have been blown up on the train. So I'm not getting on the train.
Okay, so that basically means that even if someone made something and gave it to you, you wouldn't get on it anyway. So hold on, that means that you have to now spend your time to build one yourself. So are you going to build one to go? You personally, from what I gather, you don't really want to go. So that's your interest.
I'll be honest with you. I believe that's why the world's the way it is. I believe that's why only certain people are billionaires. Because you see, if you gave me that Tony Stark's money, yeah, like I'm gonna build my own rocket ship, and I'm gonna see if these people are telling the truth or lying, and I'm gonna talk things. And they
Well,
don't.
then that's fair enough. That's your answer. So that was what I was asking you. Would you go? So yes, you would go.
All right, can I say something now? Yo, Shiva, pull this up on the screen. Universal basic income, and this is directly linked to the topic of today, which is AI. AI and VR and AR, which is augmented reality, virtual reality, and all the robotics that's gonna come from them is gonna displace, a lot of employed people and cause a lot of unemployment. Yeah, they realize this, but at the same time, they know that they are going to make more money than they've ever made before because of these new technologies. And with so much money, they are toying with the idea of, can we just pay everyone a universal basic income? Now, that means for those people who are not skilled and cannot find any work, they just get the UBI. And then for those who are skilled, you can get you still get your UBI, but you can still have a job. If you're skilled enough to actually operate one of these, or build these robotic systems. Have you put it in? Universal basic income. Wikipedia, can you read it, please?
It's on the screen.
Yeah, read it. My screen is small.
My screen is small.
Yeah. Like that one.
What am I doing? I'm on the wrong page, isn't I? Hold on, there we go. Universal basic income. So basic income, also called universal basic income, UBI.
And it's not universal credit. Let's get that.
It's UBI. Citizens income, citizens basic income guarantee, basic living, stipend, guaranteed annual income, or universal demo grant. is a governmental public program for periodic payment delivered to all and an individual and on an individual basis without means test or work requirement.
Yep, you don't have to sign on. You don't have to do no benefit papers. This is not benefits. It's just you just get it. If you're a citizen of that country, you get it. It's already
so
being tried right now in certain countries.
the income would be unconditional. A basic income would vary with age, but with no other conditions. Everyone of the same age would receive the same basic income, whatever their gender, employment status, family structure, contribution to society, housing costs, or anything else. Automatic. Someone's basic income would be automatically paid weekly or monthly into a bank account or
Okay,
similar.
go to implementation and why they deciding to even try out these schemes.
All right, non-withdrawable. Basic incomes would not be means tested whether someone's earnings increased, decreased, or stay the same. Their basic income will not change. Individual basic incomes will be paid on an individual basis and not on the basis of a couple or household. As a right, every legal resident would receive a basic income subject to a minimum period of legal residency and continuing residency for most of the year. Basic income can be implemented nationally,
Not that part, Shiffa, man. I want you to get to the part of why.
The
History.
idea of a state-run basic income dates back to the early 16th century when Sir Thomas More's Utopia depicted a society in which every person receives a guaranteed income. In the late 18th century, English radical Thomas Spence and American revolutionary Thomas Paine both declared their support for a welfare system that guaranteed all citizens a certain income. 19th century debate on basic income was limited, but during the early part of the 20th century, a basic income called the state bonus was widely discussed. And in 1946, the United Kingdom implemented unconditional family allowances for the second subsequent children of every family. In the 1960s and 1970s, the United States and Canada conducted several experiments with negative income taxation and related welfare system.
Yeah, move to today. Today.
A few countries have implemented large-scale welfare systems that have some similarities to basic income, such as Bolsa Familia in Brazil. From 2008 onwards, several experiments with basic income and related systems have taken place. Governments can contribute to individual and household income maintenance strategies in three ways. The government can establish a minimum income guaranteed and not allow income to fall below levels set for various household types, maintaining these levels by paying means tested benefits. Social insurance can pay benefits in the case of sickness, unemployment, or old age on the basis of contributions paid. Universal unconditional payments, such as United Kingdom's child benefit for children. In more detail, a means tested benefit that raises a household's income to a guaranteed minimum level is
So you still not found the why, cause and that's why I don't like Wikipedia. I don't need all this history stuff. I just want to know why did they decide to even start these sort of experiments. It's because of them knowing that eventually the machines will take over all forms of labor.
Yeah, that is true. So that means that people just spend their time doing research and development, or doing nothing, because you
no
have
heavy lifting at all.
hold on,
It's
hold
all
on,
gonna
because
be brainwashed.
you've seen films like Wall-E, yeah, where they're in the future and they're sitting down in the chairs and they don't even move. That's what they're afraid of.
Your software.
Pinero, what did you think of that, Pinero?
hold on 1 second, Mills. Yeah, like I think we can get to that point. Yeah, but it's like looking at that piece of literature. There's so much writing there. There's not a section where it just says why they're doing it. Do you know what I'm trying to say? In fact, I don't think they'd really want to put that out there.
No, they have put it out there, and I've told you why they're doing it, because they foresee that obviously the world once, you know, robotics technology really takes over all forms of manual labor, you know, or any dexterous activity, you know, in the workplace. They knew that what are people going to do? People they're still going to need money, you know.
So, but is there a part in this Wikipedia
You don't have to use Wikipedia, you know. Just type in universal basic income and click on the news tab.
Okay, so obviously I'm not even trying to critique you. I'm just saying obviously this piece of literature doesn't have that information in there though. So
Nah, yeah, just type in UBI and click on the news tab. You know, it will give you more like up to date articles about what's actually happening right now.
yeah, only because we're sharing information, you know, so that other people, could you just put that in a comment in the chat room? You know, just so that obviously, you know, other people, they're not going to
I
struggle.
can't use the chat room on my phone.
If you want to understand about how a possible future may be, there's a film out called Years and Years. I think it's on YouTube and another place. Yeah, so you've seen the BBC highlighting a girl augmenting herself and eventually having these chips inside her. You know, she can make telephone calls, take pictures, send messages, and be on the internet looking at things, you know, of the Internet of Things. So you can see a possibility of what it may be for an intentional history or future that may surpass or may come. I don't know, but have a look. It's called Years and Years.
Yo, Pinero, so what did you think of the UBI system? Is Pinero there?
I might be doing something or on the phone.
Yeah. So, and this is what AI is prompting, isn't it?
Yo, I'm back.
Yo, Pete. So, did you hear about the UBI?
I was watching you lot on YouTube, then I said, you know what, I have to come in on this one, yeah? So here's a practical example. In the factories in Bangladesh, let's go back to t-shirts, yeah? So what's the printing factory? It's basically 200-300 men and women with the actual manual prints, all one by one by one. And literally 200 hair dryers drying it all, yeah? And then what we find in China is, obviously the factories in China closed down because, no, hold on. Those kind of factories are labor uncompetitive with Bangladesh because we got such low labor, isn't it? So that's why we're like loads of people doing that work. But what China's now doing is, which is cool, it's all great, they're developing a lot of automative machines. So it's almost like half the processes that we did in Bangladesh by hand, or what they used to do in China by hand, now they've exported the work to Bangladesh because we're labor intensive. And slowly, the machinery is being imported. But the Chinese, they're not focusing on like, yo, we're going to be in factories now. They're focusing on like what Software said earlier, research and development, and how to automate processes and automate it so that you can have like, you know, 1,000 caps being cut in literally a minute or something, rather than it being all done manually. So even in the factory side, we've seen this already, that obviously every time people are investing in equipment, the equipment's getting more and more automated. And then obviously there's going to be a lack of jobs, I believe. But then the thing is, those jobs were created mainly from poor farmers who couldn't really farm anymore and get like, they
Yeah,
couldn't
but that's what
subsistence farm
UBI.
very well.
Me one take, bro. That's what UBI is trying to address, isn't it? Those economically displaced
Yeah, that's
farmers
why I
and
was
people.
saying, you said in it about the technology, so I was adding to that to saying, look, in front of me, I'm actually seeing it in real life, like in terms of practicality.
Yeah,
So it's like
right now, yeah.
slowly, it's like,
you know,
yeah, that's what I was
it's when
saying.
we go to Sainsbury's and Tesco's. It started happening for remember when you went to Sainsbury's and you couldn't find someone to serve you at one point? Well, I was at uni at the time, bro. The Sainsbury's in Tottenham Court Road, there's no human staff. There's no human till person, none. You know, and the day I walked in and I saw that, it was like a shock to the system. It's like there was just like two people. So before, this is one of the busiest Sainsbury's in London. Yeah, there was like 14 active human tills. That's 14 jobs in it. By the time they retrofitted and put all the self-servicing machines, it's like down to like 2-3 people just to man those machines. You know, and that from then, I've seen what the power of these technologies is going to do. And then it went into the underground, you know, and people are just touching and tapping the oysters. No one needs to look at your ticket anymore. So those ones lost their jobs too. Half of the ticket attendants in train stations. Remember that? Yeah. So they went. So everything is just getting automated, and people are gonna, become economically displaced. But the whole point of the matter is that's why they're having these discussions and experiments, to do with universal basic income. And it's good for people to at least know about these things. It's good for people to know that these things are out there happening.
Ca-
Because
ca-
some people might be like, what the fuck? Like, what the heck is a UBI?
yeah, but can I
They
ask you something? In
go,
reality, if machines are doing everything to buildings, they're gonna be fighting wars. So
yeah,
that's the
yeah,
only
well,
reason why they're gonna
we
be
talked about that before.
improving them for that. So
Yeah, but we've talked
what
about that.
else?
We talked
So
about that.
the point, that's fair enough. But what are we left to do? Are we just gonna
You're,
build
this is
more
what I'm trying to
weapons?
say. You are here. You are here. What did people listen before? People had washing machines, yeah, and dishwashers. People used to sit out and wash their clothes by hand, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? In England, what did
I
people
still do
do?
that sometimes.
Exactly. No, yeah, not sometimes, and not the one-off two thing. I'm talking the whole
No,
big
you need to do it for
laundries.
your whites, man. You
Yeah,
need to.
they sit down and they wash that shit by hand, like the whole family's laundry for the whole week, and
Without
you
swearing,
know.
please.
Oh, sorry, yeah, for the whole family's laundry for the whole week, they do it by hand. What happened when washing machine came? What did people do with that time, with that new time that they just found? What did they do? They watch TV, or the smart ones use that time to develop whatever it is, whatever ideas they've got in it, whatever passions they may have, hobbies, you know, learning, educating themselves.
Yeah, but what did that cause?
What do you
A
mean? What did
wind,
that cause?
a wind rush of millennials that want to go independent. Where again,
It
the
caused the
money.
internet. It caused the internet, and
Hold,
it's
hold,
cheaper in
hold on,
ideas.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Because you got to remember, at a certain time, there were only set businesses, and set businesses usually work with the government. Yeah, so the money goes in a certain way. When you have independence, it means the money's going everywhere. That's why the taxation got higher. And we have more millennials in these last couple of years than we've had in all of the years combined.
Right. So
All right, we do understand that taxation, a lot of it goes into research development. As I said, a lot of it goes into the ether. Let's probably say black ops or military funded development. Yeah. So in hindsight, it's still about the money, or still about a way for someone to control what you're doing, because
bro,
there's too many independent people doing whatever they want, basically.
bro, all I'm trying to say is like all these lofty ideas and lofty conversations and about um you know these things that we can't control, for God's sakes, man. Like, we need to allow it, man. Like I said, find what you are good at. Now, get working at it. Stick to it. Master it. Once you've mastered it, if you want to go on to something else, if you're that way inclined, move on to something else. But stick to that and master it and then teach. That's our only business, man. That's honestly our only business. That's the only thing we should be concerning ourselves with, man. I don't want to hear no more about what China's. I don't care about what the government is doing like that, man. I really don't. The only way like I care is how it affects my world, and it affects my world is like, do I need a bank account? Yes, I'll get a bank account. You know, do I need it? Whatever I need for my world, as long as I'm able to get it, like just keep doing that and going.
Well,
You know,
seeing as we're summarizing, I'm gonna get Professor P to summarize. I'm gonna get software to summarize. Then I'm gonna do a quick summary, and we're gonna be out because it's getting late. We're gonna overtime again, so I'm assuming, you know, we did say we're gonna run from 8:30 to 1 o'clock, but it seems like the show's going overtime because people like to, I don't know, people like to get on late, innit? So we may have to extend the show. Who knows? So, like, you know, I'm gonna let P, go right now and just give us a summary and breakdown of what he's been trying to get across, what he's been listening to.
What I take from all of this is, I don't think all of us waste our time 24/7 talking about conspiracies and non-conspiracies and, you know, all this type of stuff that we're actually discussing right now. Because if we did, we'd basically be a bunch of like useless people. So I always look at it like, this is great that we've come back and, you know, we're sharing some ideas and stuff, but all of us have got a path. And I think one thing we should all realize is none of us sit here doing this as a career, because then we'd be like waste of time, useless people. We're just sharing a bit of knowledge and ideas that we've come across. And it's like, no one's grumbling and complaining. We're not bickering. We're not fighting. We're here to learn from each other. It's like, it's Mills, isn't it? I didn't realize that was you, bro. But Mills gave me some like, Mills, you gave me the life information. Do you understand? Whereas I could give you the technical information, and then software's come with some more technical information, which I've really enjoyed. I was like listening to it on YouTube, like, man, I need to cool down my phone and get back on. But ultimately, it's like this. I started thinking while we were talking, I'm like, right, 5 hours into it, could I be on my computer with my Photoshop running up, doing my work for them guys in America, getting my designs on, having a little hello and feedback at the same time? That's what was more in my mind, because I'm like, you know what? If we're just going to be talking and talking, we're not actually doing any of our past work. So that's what I was really just thinking about the last little couple of, 45 minutes. Like, man, how do I combine doing this and doing my work and still being practical? Because again, it's like Mills is saying, we're not here to complain. But one other thing, we have to have at least a little peripheral open about what's going on, but then not get so caught up in it that we can't function. Because my mum always told me, Sai, you come back and rescue us when you're a big man, but we don't need rescuing. Thank God. Some people have to send money to their parents. They said you don't need to rescue us, but if you want to rescue everyone, you go and be big first. You go and be powerful, fulfill your place or whatever, your path for you, and then you come back and save us if you so feel inclined. And that was the same thing like when I was saying years ago to my friend in the factory who said I was a whistleblower. I said, oh, I don't want to do this work. They don't get paid enough. All of this. He said, bro, if you don't do the work with the Bangladeshi factory, some other one person will. And what they do with their profit is the difference in what you do with your profit. So that's much I'll say. Like, we got to follow our path. And this isn't something I'm sure that, if we sat there from morning to night doing this, we'd be really useless people, because then we'd just be like these. Do you understand what I mean? We all have got practical things to do, and it's been brilliant. I'm really happy. So you know what? Nice connecting, guys, and thank you for having me. Panero, you've done a great job. Shiffa, thanks for bringing me in. And Mills, it's good seeing you. And Software, I've really enjoyed your conversation when you start talking about the buildings and all the land and this and that. It's like I'm looking forward to more conversations about these things with you guys. So Software's got to come back as well.
Can you give us a summary of what's been going on with your conversation and what you've been trying to get across? And yeah, big up yourself as well, P, man. We're gonna be on every night from 8:30 anyway, so you know you haven't missed anything yet.
Hold on. No, I can't.
Yo, software. Yeah, I think is either his reception's gone or his battery died or something. Hold on, here we go.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, no, my mic wasn't connecting. I simply have to say we need to self-improve, have unity, and be more aware of and conscious of your surroundings and the information you're dealing with. That's the only thing I can really say. You self-improve however you want, but just evolve, read, teach yourself, teach others. But yeah, that's
thank you, software, man. Thank you, man. Like appreciating all the input, appreciating Bank Boy, your input was like that's what I want people to be doing at the end of the night as well. Like summarizing, like that was nice the way you led us into that. On a different note, I think just for me to summarize the show, I think like what I'm taking home with me from the show today, and what I'm hoping a lot of people are taking from the show today is, there are a lot of issues in the world, and the little bit of freedoms that we got, we have to sacrifice a lot for, so, live it while you've got it, man. Don't just save all of the money. Obviously, if you're rich, you just got it like that, then maybe it makes no difference. Who knows? All I know is understanding, is something I'm definitely taking from this conversation. Like when you don't understand something, I think that's a dangerous thing because, how can one then make the right decisions? It's like reflecting back on something I said earlier when I was talking about people living within a society and living within the boundaries of what that imposes upon them. Their decisions are now going to be obscured. So at the end of the day, the only real freedom we've got to take from that whole, what I've got to take from that whole conversation, the way I was seeing it anyway, is, my perspective and, just ultimately my ability to think. That's the only real freedom I've got, my
That's right.
personality, so putting it in perspective, all of my decisions were always going to be obscured. All of our decisions are obscured unless you're part of that, 10%, or whatever it is that own the world. If you're not within that 10%, then of course your decisions are obscured because, wherever you're coming from, your people are still trying to make it, and even if you're not trying to make it, there's only so far you can make it in reality, because don't get me wrong, like not every footballer is Ronaldo, if that makes sense. Not every footballer is Lionel Messi. Not all of us are going to have that much of an impact and an influence on people like that. Not every singer is Michael Jackson, so when we put
Not every basketballer is Michael Jordan.
Come on, and then when we put it all in perspective, it's like, all right, it's hard
That's
enough
what I
having
said
to
before, innit? Like
no, but
no one's
hear what I'm gonna
equal,
say.
innit? Like
It's hard enough here, like being a basketball player, coming up in that time, in that era, and just having to compete with Michael Jordan. Now you got to compete with a robot as well. It's like, come on, man. Where does it let up a little bit? When do we get a break? They got all of this robot technology. This stuff could be helping us right now to advance ourselves right now and helping us move forward with things and projects that we're doing right now. But rather than give it to us right now, they're going to make us wait until the robots can control it all.
I think the robots are less of a threat than probably the other agendas that they've got going on out there, like then, you know, certain transformers and stuff. I think the robots are less of a threat to the.
Yeah, but now we're dealing with the real transformers now.
You know
Listen,
what I'm saying?
Robots in the sky.
we're going to be dealing with Starscream and Megatron soon. Like, come on, man. Like, you got to think about
Yeah, but
this.
hold on. Remember that conversation we had earlier about when I was saying trans, and then the definition of the humans in America. Do you remember I was talking about that? And then saying, for me, that's my opening of where you eventually get humanoid, android, cheetah-oid, gorilla-oid. But because we're starting right now with 150 different types of anyway, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I was saying earlier about
Where
the
did
trans.
where did the idea come from?
I don't know. We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, but you know, to say that some machine can transform.
No. I'm talking about, like, imagine robots being combined. Like, it will start with a bionic arm or something. You know what I mean? A part of your body or something. But the idea, like, gene manipulation between humans, animals, and robots. That's what I was kind of talking about. And I was just saying that in my mind, my crazy mind, the idea of like trans, and then the new definition of what a human being is and all of that could potentially open the brain, the young new brain, to in 30 years, you've got a part, you know, DNA of human, another being, another animal, and then part chips and robotics and pumps and all that kind of stuff combined into some type of semi humanoid type thing. But it's almost like from the trans situation, it could evolve into that. That's what we were saying earlier. It was just my little crazy idea.
Maybe they found a transformer. Who knows?
At the end of the day, each to their own. Each to their own. Like, you know, I'm just like, when I'm talking about Transformers, I'm talking about like Megatron, Optimus Prime, Starscream, you know, Ironhide, that these big Transformers you see in the film, you know, we could be looking at something like that. You know, you're in your car and I don't know, you're thinking about doing a crime. The car can read your mind. The car just turns into Megatron and just locks you up, just takes you straight to jail. You know, like that. Like, I like the implications of it. I think it's just too much. It's way too much. It's like, you know, some people like myself, I don't have tattoos, but many people nowadays, yeah, when you look around the world, you'll notice that it's like, especially when you're looking in Western societies, it's like everyone's got a tattoo nowadays. But
yeah, but the tattoos is what you see it as. There's always been tribal markings from way back in the day.
Yeah, but some of us are going to want to keep it just natural, you know. And it's like, for instance, you know, everyone wants what are these cars? The AI car, the car that drives itself, the Tesla. Yeah. Now, I'm not really a fan of the car driving itself. I prefer to be in control. I've got a thing about being in control of things like cars and, you know, things that are going to drive, you know, powerful moving machines. I've got a thing about being in control, because if this thing, for instance, now, yeah, this AI, yeah, just decides, you know what, today I just want to kill someone, what you going to do? You know, if it just decides, you know what, I don't understand this reading, and just one decides to fly into another one, you know, you die on that plane. Like,
okay, sorry to interrupt. Exactly what you're talking about is what I've been watching airplane crash documentaries, and so many new systems that they put into planes, and it was like things weren't calibrated right, or the machine, you know, would get cool, and then the calibration wasn't read properly, and then all of a sudden the autopilot's taken over, and the pilot can't actually control the plane anymore, and they're sitting there radioing down saying like, we're actually dying, like we're crashing, we're pulling it up, it's banking down again. You know what I mean? So exactly. That's actually practical, real stuff that's going on right now, in airplanes especially. So yeah,
P, you're right, because machines malfunction. At the end of the day, they don't make mistakes, but they malfunction. They break down.
Yeah. They were saying, imagine the temperature's gone too high somewhere. Something's been exposed, and one of the sensors gets damaged. Just like my phone crashed a minute ago. The phone got so hot, the whole thing shut down, innit?
All right, so
I had to wait 15 minutes. But if we were in a plane we would have been crashed in the ocean by now. I wouldn't have been able to wait 15 minutes and turn the engine, turn it back on.
Right. So ultimately, it makes us more vulnerable, which is why, although the plane flies on autopilot, the pilot's got to be there just in case the autopilot malfunctions. So it's the same thing with the car.
With the Sainsbury's, and Tesco's attendant, that even though you know, the customers now serve themselves, they just need the one.
That machine messes up and she's got to swipe her phone every 2 minutes, man. It's ridiculous. I'm like, are you lot working or not?
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Nice.
But remember, as software knows, these are bugs. Like, obviously there's bugs in software, isn't it? Development, the beta version, the final version. But that's why, you know, XP advances and everything. So that's where, and obviously normally what happens, like I'm sure software knows, in society, like especially software, there'll be a whole bunch of programmer type people who jump on Spotify and all of that stuff before regular people got it. Like my nerdy cousin would be passing me that all the time. The one who said I was a whistleblower because he's a web developer. And so he'd pass me like Spotify and Facebook and all of this stuff like a year and a half before it goes mainstream. And these are like testers and stuff. But again, with products and everything, there are testers as well, isn't it? So, you know, how are they going to test certain things unless they put it into wow, everyone's coming on now. I'll let you lot talk.
Yeah, man. I think the AI, you know, don't get me wrong, I see what the benefits are also. I just think the implications of it, you know, it just sounds really risky. I think we're standing on really shaky ground. It's a Pandora's box. I don't want to see Megatron walking down the street. I don't want to see nothing like that. I don't want to see no Starscream flying down the skies and then jump at that, turn into a giant robot and just drop down and land on someone. I don't want to see nothing like this going on. You know, all right, fair enough. We got.
You're not gonna see nothing like that going on. The kind of that's just entertainment. That's just film. The real robots are gonna be the robots in banks, the robots at airports, the robots at in supermarkets.
No, they're going to replace the government and make decisions. That's
and they
what's
don't
going to
have
happen.
to look like robots either. They don't have to look like a robot with an arm and a leg and whatnot. Yeah, the machine that serves you in Sainsbury's and Tesco is a bloody robot. Understand that? The self-servicing machine is a robot.
I've got
they don't always have
no, that's earlier. Just the computer's a robot. But yo, we got what Mossland's minding who was making comment. Let's hear some conversation because we're gonna wrap up soon. Let's come in and talk to us. Sorry, Shiffa.
Yo, he's good, yeah.
Yeah,
man. Big up Mossland.
I've missed half the broadcast because my signal's been down, but I'm back now, so.
Yeah, we've been talking about
give us a quick update on what we've covered so far.
To be honest, we've covered so much. We've covered a lot of ground in a small space of time, I'll be honest. But I'm at the point now where, as far as I'm concerned, that I can't see the as far as the artificial intelligence is concerned, I think the bads outweigh the goods. Like, I think there's going to be people who are for the other side who think the goods outweigh the bad. And I think that at the end of the day, you know, right now, the conditions we live under in this world today are hard enough as it is.
Exactly. We don't have enough control over it as it is.
But
I say the creator is fully in control. Like, nothing that is not written, nothing that has not been, you know, ordained or allowed by the creator will happen anyway. So
Mills, I really believe that, and I'm not even religious here, but I 100% believe that if I won't fight for something, if we got to work for it, yeah, we got to work for it. But if it's not supposed to be for us, it's not supposed to be for us. If it is for us, it's what we get. You know what I mean? It's like how you said about your sixth self. How did you use that to turn your life around? Do you see what I mean? And that's something that not many people would want on them, but it's like that was your path, and probably my 20-year path of like having to do stuff the long way, the hard way, and then basically it's giving me a different type of heart Because sometimes I say, do you know what? If my dad gave me everything, like he was a Mowgli from the age of 5 years old, lost his mum and
Feedback's
dad,
terrible.
had no looking after him. So that's why he was a cold man. But had he have given me everything that my friends have got, do you think I would have been able to go to Bangladesh for 9 months here, not get robbed, and even like find my own business? I wouldn't be able to do
Hey
it.
guys, we need to really sort out this audio, you know, because if we keep carrying on with this type of audio, people are gonna come in the room and duck. You know what I mean?
Someone had mic on.
And I've had 2 people call me and told me they can't listen to it and they can't stay in the room because of the quality of the audio.
Yeah, we gotta get you to sort out your mic, P.
Pete, all you gotta do is turn your speakers down because it's sitting right in front of your mic and you're causing feedback. Yeah, so anytime you turn your mic on right now, your speakers need to be off.
Sounds like you're talking to a 2-year-old, bro.
No, I'm just basically trying to help right now, please.
Yeah, out to DC Brothers 925. Yeah, I'm sure Bank
What
Boy.
DC Brothers odds?
Yeah.
So could I just put something out there? Have we discovered who the leaders are on the AI now?
Who the what?
The leaders of AI is.
Who are the leaders of AI? Talk to me, man. I don't know who the leaders are. We've done some discovery on what AI is and, you know, the potential of what it can possibly can, and
One
you know,
second quickly.
or potentially.
Hey, big up DC Brothers, man. He said his book just come, man. Safe Brad for buying, you know, a copy of my book. I'm glad that it's arrived. I hope you like it. Let me know what you think in the comments. Sorry, carry on, Shiffa.
I just want to put it out there from the research I've been doing. The leaders at the minute are the Russians.
Well,
But
on,
then
everybody. What's
if
good?
we look at the
so
Oh, no, sorry,
if we look at the
Muslims.
leaders.
Yo, Muslims,
You
one
what,
second,
bro?
one second. We just brought someone new into the chat room.
What's happening, brothers?
Do you want to introduce yourself to the chat room, Brad?
What's happening, Brad?
Oh man, it's DC Brad, aka when I'm on Perilous Minds, I'm DC Shiffa. I gotta give respect to Shiffa, so I'm DC Shiffa.
My brother.
All right, you know DC Brad done out here, but you know DC Shiffa living good. You feel me?
All right, say no more. Say no.
Yeah, but big up, DC.
Oh yeah, Bang Boy.
You know what I'm saying?
Bang Boy, your book came. Yeah. I want to let you know this, okay? I want to let you know this. I'm not gonna give you credit all the time when I take some of them lines and put in text messages and DMs, okay? So don't get mad at me, brother, okay? I gotta make a family here now, okay, brother? You feel me? You know what I mean? You from the Delta, you know how big the family, you know how big family is, bro. I'm a Yoruba man. I need to spread my oats, bro. You feel me?
I'm feeling the energy.
Oh,
still.
wicked, man. So you like
Bang
the
Boy
book,
back
yeah?
with you.
I haven't cracked it open yet. The Amazon package is on the front, still in the foyer in my house, so I have to go get it. But yeah. I'm a
no more, man.
But there's some days. There's gonna be some days you be like, yo, hold on. Why is he doing? I wrote this. What is he saying? You know, so don't hop on a panel and like ruin my thing. You feel me?
Say no more, my G.
All
Say
right,
no
cool,
more.
cool.
Hey, big up Muslim Mind as well, man. Well, go on, Muslim.
Yeah, Muslim. Sorry about that, bro. Like, I just wanted to introduce Brad to the channel, but yeah, Brad. We were just sharing some information. We've been talking about artificial intelligence, what the implications are.
I can tell you, I'm in agriculture and artificial AI. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you where my biggest fear is. And
All right, jump in.
Yeah, my biggest fear with AI is there's way too many movies out there that shows that if we give consciousness, like right from wrong, how to save the world, you know, like to a robot. Because if I think cold like a robot, right? And I'm like, all right, cool. I got to save the world. That's my job. Like, say, Shiffa creates me. I'm the black robot protector. You know what I mean? All right. So if that's my thing, I know for a fact things like genocide are going to be like natural. You know, it's going to have to be the only answer to ultimately protect. So I feel like robots would make that very cold-hearted decision of like, okay, we got to kill everybody. You know what I mean? But then again, there's the other section of it where you see, if you look at AI in agriculture, what Microsoft is doing, there are robots that know when to pick, when to water, when to add nutrients to like single fruits. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? That's where I say AI is good. And then there's like robots that know how to do perfect surgeries and things like that too, on different sizes of humans. So it's like AI has a good thing, but it's like I'm always thinking about that one asshole that's like, I want my iPhone to talk to me, you know, and have like full conversations with me. So, you know, that's when I'm just like, nah, I ain't down for the AI thing. Let me still pluck my own fruit. You feel me? But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I'm feeling your critique still. I'm feeling your critique because I'm kind of in the same kind of thought pattern about that thing, you know.
Like, I don't want to stop production. Like, I don't want to stop progress. I don't want to stop human production. I don't want to stop humans progressing and getting better. But it's just like, bro, you know, like.
I'm going to agree with what you said.
You said the magic thing. You kept on saying human. That was the main thing. So it's like we want to do AI, but be human about it and have our spirit, which is where 6 of us are all connecting with our spirits right now.
Yeah.
All I know, within the next 10 years, we're going to be fucked if we follow AI.
So can you explain that to us a bit, Moss?
Oh yeah,
Well,
yeah,
already we've got China and Russia. Russia's the ones that have put it into weaponry, weaponizing it, whereas China's the one who's released it to the public for us to test it. We're like the guinea pigs for it. And then I've been watching these videos on Russia. They're doing these military fairs and they're advertising all this technology they're doing. But it's like the Tesla, they started with Tesla driving itself and stuff like that. But now they've used all that technology. Now it's working and they've put it into tanks. They've put it into helicopters. We've got mini drones.
Yeah.
You know, and all this technology, we're the ones who've been like testing it. So they're already at that stage now where they've weaponized all this technology. So you think that's only took like 5 years maximum? So you think what's going to come within the next 5 years? Now we've already got all that stuff weaponized. They're going to be putting the weaponized stuff into practice.
Well, I
We're
don't
going to
actually
start
see
seeing it in the
I
field.
don't see a problem in weaponizing it because you shouldn't know. Like, if you know if you know in your iPhone, like right now, I'm on my phone right now. I know I can have access to the entire internet just from my phone. So I wouldn't be surprised if they take robots and say, "All right, oh crap, I'm dead. I'm playing my video games. I'm sorry," but I wouldn't take too much or I wasn't surprised when I found out like, okay, yeah, they're turning, because I think it was the Call of Duty movie. Russia got inspired where they did the robots with it, and I think that's what I saw that video. That scared me. Look at those androids shoot the gun real fast. Now I don't know if that's what's it called, CGI, but damn, that's scary to me, bro. I ain't gonna fake. Like, I feel like we need to create our own weapons in a sense, you know. Like, because all you need is an EMP, right? That's what destroy every technology right there. We just need to find a way to create if the individual people, like let's say everybody on here had their own like EMP, technology is useless at that point. You know what I mean? So like that's the weakness to AI. But I forgot. There's that little thing they because the Air Force One has it where like it can survive an EMP blast. Damn, this shit's retarded. Huh.
Elon Musk.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, all hell Skynet. That's all we goes. You better.
Remember that in the Terminator as well when they hit him with the EMP and he could just suck it up.
Bro. That's what scares me the most, man. It's like, you know, I ain't gonna fake. That's what, when I look at these Al Jazeera. I look at because I don't like American news anymore after 2016 because literally they literally took the piss at us and like told us like BS and we followed it. But because I was one of those like sheep Democrat type guys that like, well, liberals, I guess that's the better way of saying it, that like used to say, all right, well, this politician took a picture with this rapper, so I guess he cares about black people. You know what I mean? That was me, you know.
Elon Musk's already discovered how to use the other percentage of our brain that we've never been able to connect to.
Now, are you against that? Are you against that though? Like like how humans, what's it called? Transhumanism, where they like taking AI and mixing it with you know what I mean, like combining technology and humans, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not against that. I'm not gonna fake. I'm not, because I have a friend that lost his arm, and I see that like the little artificial arms that they have and stuff like that, I'm all for that. Like if amputees and things like that, kids who weren't born with limbs and things like that, I'm down for that stuff. But there's this one thing, it's like a computer chip where you can like download facts like that, you know? Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't trust that.
That's what they've
I don't
had
want
to do though
brain.
to get us on board with it.
Yeah.
They've had to like give goodness for it. Do you know what I mean? So we all accept it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, that's
it's
what,
like it's like if you see a man that's just gone and beat up 10 guys, but then you see him help an old lady on the bus with his shopping. The people that's just seen him beat the guys up, and the people on the bus, they're gonna have two different perspectives on that person.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm
And
saying?
then
So
on top of that,
it's the same with the artificial intelligence. They're giving us good things from it, so then we're accepting it, and then we're going to bounce with it. We're going to run with it, and then that's when they're going to switch up on us, and it's going to be too late.
But don't you think this is where I feel like it won't be 100% wrong, because they're letting the public have it. So the public, like the innovation of like the individual citizen could contribute. Because like if I were to teach you all like hydroponics and aquaponics right now, right? Everybody on the panel, that the information I gave you, I know that right now, P, Bank Boy, Shiffa, mostly, I know you guys are going to have your own little critique, and you're going to have your own little thing. You would contribute to the skills I just gave you. So don't you think like them releasing it to the public might be the thing that like keeps the balance of power in the favor of the people? You know what I mean?
Turn your mic on.
Yeah, turn your mic on. I was gonna say that's the same thing. That was funny. You know?
Sorry, similar to open source software, right? Because obviously, rather than like imagine the programming languages and stuff, like obviously, hey, where am I? Yeah, so it's like imagine you've got languages like PHP, and these are languages that they use for programming for websites and bits and pieces. But it's the same language and programming that you use for AI, isn't it? But so I suppose what where is it? DC Shifra was saying was that, oh man, where's my connection on? Yeah, that if they go into public domain, then it kind of allows a bit more balance. And as web developers, we kind of felt the same thing with web design. It's like if we go with Microsoft's language, or there was another one called Cold Fusion, a bunch of languages, then you're hijacked to a company or a corporation. And so if it's an open source thing, then yeah, what can you do with it? But then obviously that danger is that open source can go to the dastardly people as well, who obviously the dastardly ones are with the government, but there's also big businesses, industries who they'll always use the technology for nefarious purposes, because at the end of the day, some people think that they're better than other human beings. Even though we established that not all men are created equal, we get it, all men and women aren't created equal, but some people just inherently believe that their group is better than another group. So do you know what? It's all right, we can do this to them because they're not really humans. And that's the main thing about, I think the whole thing is
Yeah, Professor, we seem to have lost you there. Hopefully you'll be back shortly.
Sooner or later, we're not even going to be able to reproduce. Do you know what I'm saying? They're going to be making men with men, women with women.
Yeah.
They don't want us to be reproducing.
Even worse, clones.
Yeah. Well, that's
Wait,
it,
you
bro.
think clones are a bad thing, bro? I don't think clones are a bad thing, bro.
I don't know. That I'll be honest, yeah. If they gave me 2 clones right now, yeah, it seems like a good thing, because the clones could do things while I'm doing other things. But then I got 2 more mouths to feed. I don't
They've
know.
they've made
One
a
clone
film
might
about
be
it.
he might be real bad. Do you know, like that? One might be good, but one might be real bad, and that might mess up the whole apple cart.
What would be funny though if you have your clones though, so like your girl
film.
comes up to you, you have your clones, and
There's
your
a
girl
film,
comes up to
yeah.
you like, "Yo, is this you?" You be like, "No, that's my clone. Check that. I ain't cheat on you. That's my clones. I like clones, bro. I like it, bro.
I hear you.
Cause like my side chick will be messing with me, but I'm like, "Yo, clone, go mess with my wife, please. Thank you, thank you."
I got you, but it could still go. It could still go south. It could still go south if she
To let you guys know, Shiffa, yeah, like I must have, like, when I first started the channel, I was like, my 4th video was a clone video. They blocked that worldwide, so there must be something going on.
Yeah, bro, I was watching it halfway through, and it sorry for swearing, they cut it off, innit?
Wow.
Now they blocked it. 'Cause I've still got the evidence of it. If you go into the mainframe of the channel, it's still there. It still shows it. The cloning video blocked worldwide.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
when I'm up.
that's
Yeah.
that's the dangerous one, because at the end of the day, you know, we as natural human beings, we go through a natural process to get to, you know, the level of life that we're at now as grown-ups, you know. And when we come out of that natural process, you know, we don't know what the implications of that are with all of this AI and all of these robots and stuff they want to.
Yeah, but Shiffa, you said it right there though. When you said natural humans, that the idea of clones might actually unite the human race, because people would be like, I think like instead of discriminating against races, it would be like discriminate against clones to natural humans. You know what I mean? Like it actually might be.
This is why
unifying.
this is why they're stealing all our data, individual data, so they could build copies of us. And what's to say one day we go out for a walk or something, we get took off by them, and then they send a clone back to our family. Do you know what I'm saying?
You know, that is because I saw. I don't know if you ever seen this show on Netflix.
Black Mirror.
Thank you, whoever. Thank you. Okay, so there was an episode with the guy, the veterans, right, and the military guy, and it was something they had in their eyes, and it was like they were able to picture, because they were committing a genocide, but in the way the military manipulated their visions, they thought they were killing like mutants. I don't know if you saw that one, but Black Mirror is really good.
It is, and that's why I told them earlier on in the show today. Like they need to watch that if you really want to understand, you know, the potential of AI, VR, and AR. Watch Black Mirror first. It's simple as that. Just watch Black Mirror.
Yeah,
All
but
the
it goes
episodes.
deeper than that. Remember the film with what's the guy's name? Is it Jason Bourne? Remember that film? And you don't remember
that's
who
a good
he is. Yes, I
Yeah,
remember.
that one was just mind control, isn't it?
Yeah, but this is the point I'm making though. Like Bankway, the point I'm making is like the most sophisticated computer or piece of equipment on this planet is us, you know, and we're programmable just like a computer, you know. So when you were putting these things,
But wait, do you think though, because the way I see it, if you've been training, like let's say you've been training and you've had like a particular skill set, like I'm pretty sure if everyone here has, like I guess you can say, like I don't know if I want to say we're all pro, if like it's mind control or anything like that. I just think that like maybe, you know, if you adapt to your environment, you might want to master your environment. You know what I mean? Like if you're in IT, you want to be the best in IT. You want to be on Wired magazine and things like that, because you know that's your industry. But like I don't really feel that like people like the MK, and this is where I'm probably going to be like the oddball on the panel. I've never really been big on the whole conspiracy theories thing, because I just feel like we probably a little bit more.
Well, MK Ultra is not conspiracy theory. You can research a book, by Naomi Klein. She's a very, very well respected researcher. Naomi Klein, and it's called Shock Doctrine. She starts the whole book about MK Ultra, giving you all the facts and all the details on what the American military and how the American military, should I say, was using MK Ultra. You know, creating a blank slate in people's minds, so to speak, and then reprogramming them to be whatever sort of warriors that they wanted them to be. So
they showed it in the United film.
Can I just jump in on one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever thought we're already clones?
Say that again, Muslim.
Not yet. Nah.
I don't know about you, but I've got like this psychic thing where I can see things in the future, and then I swear, I lived in the past as a soldier, bro. I grew up as a kid, and I'm very artistic. And in school, before I'd watched films about anything, the teachers were concerned with my family, how I knew so much stuff about weapons and stuff. I was able to draw things that they haven't even seen before. Like I was able to tell them bits of war that nobody even knew about until now, where it's on the internet.
It could be an ancestral connection though, because I've met bare Africans that go like, I've met bare Africans within spiritual systems that are able to like talk about like, yeah, man, I remember when the master smacked me in the when the master whipped me in the back, and you're like, bro, you're from Cleveland and you were born in 1990s. Like, what whip did you feel? You know what I mean?
No,
But
but
they're
it
able
could
to,
be genetic though,
right?
Brad, because
So that's
at
what
the end
I'm
of the
saying.
day,
That's what I'm saying. Most land mines could be doing that though. His ancestors, he could be like a
channeling.
Yeah.
yeah, you could be channeling still. But when I say genetics, yeah, remember, you see, like when you go to the gym and you train. All right, so say like you went to the gym for 5 years, solid training, you was a unit, and then you stop training. All right, your muscles will deflate. You're not going to be the same as when you were training every day in, day out. But what's going to happen eventually if you go back to the gym is your muscle memory is going to kick in. So we know our bodies are very sophisticated, more sophisticated than any machine that we could ever create. So when we put it into
Holy crap! You're talking about Assassin's Creed.
Shit.
That's the whole point of Assassin's Creed. They were able to redo everything because it's DNA. Wow, Shiffa. Damn, Shiffa.
I'll
Damn,
be
Shiffa.
honest,
This blew my
I've
mind.
not played Assassin's Creed. I've not played it, so
Play
thanks for
that, man.
letting me know what
It's
the game
literally
is
everything
about.
you just
So
said was Assassin's Creed.
I'm gonna play that now. Now that
Everything you just said, like the whole series is built on being able to take one person's DNA and then being able to relive. So what Mosland's mind probably is, he probably has that kind of thing where he's like, if he has like do you have ancestors that fought? You know what I mean? Because I have buffalo soldiers and I'm really good with horses. You know what I mean? So I have buffalo soldiers in my family. I'm afraid of height. I'm afraid of flies sometimes, but I also have Tuskegee Airmen. But like you can inherit those things. You know what I mean? I know one thing. I ain't gonna piss you off. Jesus, stuff a lie ain't pissing you off.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about reanimation, I think is the word for it, or something along those lines. But
like being able to like relive what your ancestors did and have the skill set. So like maybe if he actually joined the military, he might actually become a top tier soldier. Because
but it's more like
that exactly could be it.
If you've
he
seen
could be
that
a top
film,
tier soldier because of his ancestry.
but I'm saying, you see that? Have you seen the
And
film?
I'm very strong. I'm very strong with VSP as well.
I'm trying to tell you, what's the name of the film? Is it Wanted? I think it's called Wanted. Yeah, it's called Wanted. And obviously in the film, the guy, his dad was the assassin, in it, and because he's his son, they're trying to use the son to take out the dad because the dad's the bad boy assassin, in it. They can't deal with him, in it. The problem because he goes against the assassins guild or whatever it is. So similar kind of thing there, but I think a lot of these things are genetics because if you're, say for instance, your grandparent had the muscle memory from being in war, from dodging out of the way of bullets, you might just have that muscle memory in
because once you inherit it, you inherit it. Yeah, I agree 100%.
That's the thing, bro. I know how to fully strip down weapons and everything. Weapons I've never had my hands on. Do you know what I'm saying?
And like hand to God, you have no formal training or anything like that. Hand to God,
fam. There's two films that reference this. Yeah, like The Matrix, when all he needs to do is just download it into his mind and boom, he knows it. Yeah, that's one. The second one was in Avatar, where they would go to the tree of the mother tree and connect their things and listen to messages from their ancestors, in the present moment. That's real. That's real. That's in our blood. You know what I'm saying? That's fully in our blood. Like,
you know what I mean?
Intelligence in it is passed down.
Yeah.
There's a law of physics here because I'm a gypsy, and our law of physics, we have to keep moving. And I've never been able to put my finger on exactly why, but anytime we've stayed still, our life turns upside down. But as long as we keep moving place to place, nothing catches back up with us. But as soon as we settle places, bad things happen.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it's not because they're bloody cloning us all.
But here's the thing, though. If they're the reason why I don't think cloning would be a thing, because if people are complaining about resources and population, you don't want to put more people. You don't want to duplicate people. And if you make clones, what do they? See, the thing is, if they make clones, they're probably going to make like some nutrient juice thing that everybody, like a shake that everybody would survive off if they were cloned. You know what I mean? Like rather than like physical food and water, you know what I mean? It probably could be like some nutrient mix thing because that's how I see it being done. Like picture.
I think Drake is a clone. I think Drake, like, he could definitely be a clone. Like, they got loads of little Drakes out there, you know. They feed them on, you know, at one point they was feeding him, what's that, that group, the Migos. One point they're feeding him Migos. Before that, they were feeding him Little Wayne. And they just got loads of little Drakes and little laboratories, and then they just send out the new Drake when the new artists come out. Like, he's been listening to all the new artists, he's ready for them, he's ready to go.
Oh no, because see, the thing is though, the lab is called SoundCloud, man, and that's where all these rappers are made. Okay, they just become popular and they die out. Okay, you just brought up. See, Shiffa, you just be exposing stuff. You brought it first. You talk about Assassin's Creed, the whole game and movie series, and don't even never played the game. Gracious.
No, but it's true though. Like, what man said, what we're actually talking about is true stuff though. And the thing is, like, this is the problem, Brad's here. Like, a lot of stuff that is real stuff in the world that's really going on, it gets trivialized into things like computer games. Like, if you think right now, what we're living right now, is like, it's like an episode of Metal Gear Solid or Resident Evil. Yeah, and you're just waiting for everyone to go
Well,
zombie.
don't say Resident Evil. You know, stuff a lot. I ain't built for Resident Evil.
Well, it's kind of like Resident Evil, because if you got that corona right now, you're like a zombie. You're like a walking zombie. You don't even know it yet, and no one don't want to get near you. No one don't want you to touch in it. So when you watch the zombie,
but let's be real though. We live in the West.
Why do we come to this earth when we're born? Why do we come to this earth screaming and crying? What have we left just behind for us to come to earth screaming and crying?
I actually heard a theory that so the moment we're born, we remember everything from our past life, and we're sad that like we have to go into this world and we're about to forget it all. That's one thing I heard. Is that like that? It's just a theory. So if you know something else, Moss, tell me. But no, that's just a theory I heard. Because you know me, I'm kind of like, I'm not. You don't know me, but I'm like kind of like, I'm kind of the guy that used to like shoot away at like metaphysics and all that stuff. I'd be like, yo, this is pseudo. Shut up. Get away from me. You know, I don't care about my third eye. You know what I mean? If my third eye don't pay my bills, I don't give a damn. You know what I mean? Like, that was me. But no, there's some things that, because my brother said something one time. He was like, art depicts life. So like that scene when Morpheus teaches Neo how to do martial arts, and he just downloaded everything, you know, and then you see Google come out with, because the Google glasses were supposed to be a prototype of something that like you can connect. You were supposed to be able to see things with your glasses, but then you were able to have like a chip that you can insert into your brain and download facts off the internet like that. Like, picture learning all of quantum physics in under a minute.
Wait. Insert a chip into your brain.
Yeah.
That's
Brad, I don't know about that with the Google glasses. I think the chip was.
Hold on, I think Panero wants to say something.
Go on.
No, you're not talking about brains and chips. Yeah, that's for real.
Yeah, but it wasn't Google that did that. I thought it was Google.
Yeah, it was Google. It was the Google glasses. But the chip was in the glasses itself. So, what the glasses did was it juxtaposed the internet basically in front of your eyeballs in the real world. So, say for example, you wanted to find out where is the closest Starbucks. Usually, you would have to pull out your phone and pull out your Google Maps, innit? So on the glasses, all you need to do was tap the side of it and say Starbucks, and basically the map directions will be right in front of your eyes, and you can just be walking straight to it without having to look.
But you'll see like that little green strip on the road as you're walking. Oh, that's actually cool.
all of that. It's like it's overlaid, isn't it, in front of your eyes on the glasses.
That's actually pretty.
Look at virtual reality.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. You know, like you was in the airport and you're lost, you're trying to find Terminal 4. You just say Terminal 4 glasses, and then it starts giving you the directions right in front of your eyes.
Oh, that's pretty. I ain't gonna fake. I ain't gonna fake. Like, I don't really trust putting a chip in my head, but like, that's pretty cool. I ain't gonna fake.
Yeah. So, but the chip was on the glasses itself. You didn't have to.
But wouldn't that kind of destroy?
Because I was gonna get one. But the list was too long, and it was $1,000. But I didn't make it. The list, for the waiting list was so crazy. I remember it was just a prototype as well.
Yeah, isn't it? But wouldn't that be kind of like this? Because to give world knowledge to a simple human what would be the like? Okay, so if me and like, let's say I wanted to like, let's say if you, I just don't see. This is what makes me think, and this is why like I'm probably gonna be an oddball when I say this. This is why it'll make me think the world is controlled by some secret organization, because it's like, why are they so bad at it? Like, why would you give away prize information, like the internet being released, being able to have these conversations about the Illuminati, Bohemian Grove, and all these different things?
You know
Why
what
would
it is, Brad? Brad, you know
Yeah.
what it is? It's like, what is information if you don't understand it?
Okay. Because you know me, I mean, if you, because I always kind of stock at like, if we can't prove it, I don't want to hear speculation.
It
But
doesn't
it's
matter
like,
whether you can prove it or not. Like, if you just don't understand it, what is
Yeah.
knowledge? What is information? If you cannot understand it, if you cannot understand it, then you can't make use of it. And
Are
then
you
when
guys? Have
Yo.
you seen the film where the girls got the 5G? Not the 5G, the Google glasses. I
Has
think it's
anyone
called.
experienced that?
It's a horror
Like, you
film.
actually died and come back.
What you say, Muslim?
Hold on, say that again.
Has anybody died and then come back? Yeah. Because when I have a few times, yeah, and like certain things that's happened in life, I've like blacked out, I've died, and then I've come back, yeah. But when I've died, all my life, yeah, flashed right in front of me within like 12 seconds, yeah. But then when we come into this real world, bruv, we're living with a time, a watch. So we're our perspective of time, yeah, is ran by the 12-hour clock, yeah. What's to say our life isn't actually just boom as quick as this?
Yeah,
the scariest thing I heard though was a guy that said, "All right, so when you die, yeah, I think Moslin just said it. Like, how do we know that we're not on our deathbed right now, just reliving our life?" Damn, I'm scared. I'm scared.
Yeah, like it says in the Bible, you know, like a 1,000 years is, to us is like a day
40, yeah.
to the creator, innit?
Yeah,
So
but
exactly, and look at a dog's life.
These are the things that connect us to, you know, eternity. You know, everything's got a beginning and an end. You know, everything's connected through, you know, these little small bits of information, the more simpler ones. But ultimately, you know, like obviously we don't really know whether, you know, time is really not what we're seeing, if it's something else, but we know what we know. So we just deal with what we know, and we try to utilize what we know to the best of our ability. So
you see, there you go. And that was my whole point today as well. That was my whole point about the AI and the VR and whatnot. It's not about really like beating man's head with it and thinking, oh shit, how bad is this thing gonna be for us and whatnot. It's about using what you know, using it. Because right now, look, Brad, you bought my book, innit?
Yeah.
There you go. And you're in America. That book is on the internet, bro. It's selling when I'm sleeping, when I'm awake, when I'm on holiday, when I'm anywhere. The book is selling, bro. You know? And
bro, send the link. Put the link in the description for the book, bro.
Yeah, it's not that expensive either. So everybody in the chat should be able to get it.
Yeah.
Link in the chat.
I can't. I'm on my phone, innit? So I can't put it in.
All right, send me the
Say
link.
nothing. We can put the link in after the thing's done. So yeah, we can do it like that.
Okay.
And we can do your own
jump off
separate little
here and I'm
advert
gonna
for it or
watch this on
something.
YouTube. I can't hear a thing.
Plus, he has an ebook too.
Yeah,
like,
so I've
I
got
would
two
say
versions.
But like, you know.
Yeah, I got the two versions. So I've got the hard copy and the
Well, can you like at least tell us the name of it? Like, let's come and promote it right now. Like, you know,
the
where
name
they
of the
can
book
find
is
it.
called White Noise and Love Angels. Or Angeles, depending on how you want to pronounce it.
And what's the easiest way to find it?
It's on Amazon. It's only available on Amazon.
All right, guys. Cool.
Yeah, man.
Make sure you get buying, guys.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, when it's echoing. Is that you, P?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is like, if we just focus on our strengths and use these things, because they're just tools, man. They're just tools. Look, the phone right now It's a tool for me to communicate with you and Shiffa right now. It's as
Right.
simple as that. Yeah. If we build our things and play to our strengths and use these tools to our advantage, then that's like seeing the glass half full. That's my whole point of seeing the glass half full. Just what can you do? What can the internet do for you? The internet right now is selling my book. There, live. The internet can also do a lot of bad things for other people, though. You know what I'm saying? But it's what I'm choosing to make the internet work for me. All my social network stuff. You're not really gonna see any picture on my face or me like that, but you're gonna see all my work. Once again, Instagram is a tool. It's a tool that's messing up some people's lives, but it's those people who ain't got no heads, bro. Those people who want to come on, such platforms and put their whole life story there, not realizing that these things are, in essence, marketing tools. They're just marketing tools. Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, the lot of them are marketing tools, period. And when AI comes out and VR and whatnot, they're just gonna be tools that other people are gonna find ways to make it work for them.
It's
That's
funny
what
you say that because
You thought it.
that's the whole point in me saying, why are they holding that technology back to wait until artificial intelligence can come and control it all for us? Why can't you give
Because
it?
you ain't even mastered the one that you got right now, the internet.
What do you mean you ain't mastered the one we got right now? We ain't got no artificial intelligence right now.
No, the technologies that you've got right now, we ain't even mastered it yet.
Of course we've mastered it. We've got to a
So how
stage
you mastered it?
when you
When you've
say we ain't
mastered it, I'll
mastered
tell
it,
you who's mastered it. I'll
technology.
tell you who's mastered the internet. You see Jamal Edwards? He's mastered the internet. He's made it work for him. Yeah? That's when you understand you've mastered. Just because we're using the internet
Yeah,
right
but no,
now,
but you're
doesn't
talking
mean.
about this is
No,
what
let me
you're
finish what I'm
doing.
saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
You're kind of
Let
going
me
off
finish
the
what I'm saying.
subject. You're talking
No,
about
no,
the
just
internet, where we're talking just about a piece of technology. If we're just talking about pieces of technology and computers, you don't have to be Jamal Edwards or you don't have to be Pinero's Mind and have a web channel and have subscribers to have mastered a piece
no.
of.
You need no. The point of mastery is you are now making the tool work for you.
I'm not. No, you see, when you say it like that, yeah, I've got you there. Yes, he's made the internet tool
Work for
work.
him. Now you can do it anyway,
You've got,
whether it's through
you've got,
StreamYard or YouTube. Some people do it through SoundCloud. Some people do it through there's so many other apps
yeah, but the
that
implication
and
of
things that
the implication of robots is something completely different in the sense of, if I've got a robot, yeah, for instance, my robot works like the automated car. In fact, it's even better than the automated car because it can get in the car can drive it to the shop, it can go and do all my shopping for me, and it can drive itself back, carry it up the stairs and the rest of it. It can go to work for me and push buttons on the machine, so they don't need me at a job no more. There's no point in me being there. Now, all I'm saying is, when we're dealing, what you're talking about as far as, okay, the internet is a tool, everyone can utilize it and make it work for them. It doesn't work like that. Like what happens is, for instance, when you look at the automated cars they got now, the price of it, no one can't afford that unless you have a substantial amount of money. Simple, isn't it? Done.
yes. Why is that? Because it's
I've got you.
relatively new.
I've
It's
got
a
you.
relatively
You
new
say,
technology.
but this is what I mean. You see, when we're saying things like it's relatively new, like, you saying it's relatively new doesn't mean that it's relatively new. That's all I'm trying to say. And I get where you're
It's
coming from.
relatively new to consumers, to the general
I'll
public.
be honest. I thought a car running on water was relatively new until we was talking about it on the show the other day, and then I started looking it up, and I said, "Whoa, this is some ancient stuff. This isn't, like that." Like,
Yeah,
and
but we were
people
just
like
talking about
software speaking to people who know a bit about science and engineering and stuff like that. What I've come to the realization of is that, for instance, back in the day, we used to have remote control car. Now we've got drone. It's the same thing. Yeah. All they've done is given us a more advanced version. That means they've had it the whole time. So
No,
when you
that's not
say
true.
something like,
That's not true.
when you say
That's
that's
not
not
true.
true, listen, hear what I'm saying. When you say that's not true, it isn't necessarily.
Let me back it up, innit?
Let me just point out the point I'm going to make to you. Yeah, if you think about it, yeah, we looked at the I could bring out the screen share again that we brought up, because I was going to talk about this, because you know, when someone's brought it up, software was the one that brought it up. But when we're looking at these anti-denial systems and these things, how ancient are they? How old is it? It's not that it didn't come out yesterday.
Well, I've got a video, Shift. I agree with you, Shift, because I've got a video. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, but I've got a video on a VR machine, and it actually came out in the 1960s.
Do you understand?
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say is like like, look, when I asked you to read UBI, Universal Basic Income, what was the first date you heard about, bruv? Like 1600s, bro.
Yeah, that was ancient. It's
ancient 1600s, but no one's heard about it until only a couple years ago when people start talking about UBI again. So what I'm trying to say is, like, these things might be in the pipeline, you know, like the 1600 one might just be the initial seed idea. It does not mean it's taken form. It doesn't mean it's fully formed yet. And from when you plant the seed,
no, but
Mills.
Let
Let me finish what I'm saying. When you plant the seed, it starts growing, and in time, people pick it up.
No, it don't start growing like that, though, Mills. No, it grows in a laboratory, because the scientists are doing experiments with the technology day in, day out. It never stops growing. They just give us what they want to give us, because, like someone pointed out on the show, I'm not sure if he was listening at that point or if he was doing something else. I'm not sure what was going on, but it was pointed out that this thing is using microwaves. Now, how long has a microwave been out? When was the first microwave invented? Someone was talking about dismantling microwaves and being able to produce the same kind of a signal. So
yeah, I said that yesterday.
How long has a microwave been around? So when we
Bro,
get into those
you're actually making my point for me. You're making my point for me, because, like, yes, microwave technology has been out for X amount of years, but this particular use case, this case study, this particular use for it has only become, like, sort of available or thought of now for this time. Trust me, man.
I'm hearing
like,
you.
Don't ever think like, oh yeah, they just
I,
got everything.
you know what? I'm inclined to agree with you, but then I'm inclined to disagree with you, because,
like,
what I'm going to
if
do,
you want to go that back here, we can go into the Bible and show you that all the weapons are already in the Bible. Yeah,
I've got you. All
the weapons are already in the Bible, because, like, look, like I told you, when they went round the walls of Jericho, yeah, that's like almost that kind of technology. It's sound technology. It's sound warfare that they did there, and they're using that today. They're building those type of those weapons today, using sound to bring down the whole city. But they had to walk around the city, march around the city, and circling it for 7 days or something. Yeah? When you're doing circles, concentric circles, what does concentric circles have? The power within concentric circles. Everyone should know that. Yeah? Now,
The same
they're
for dog.
circling that building for 7 days. And on the 7th day, blow the trumpet. It's like magnet and sound. You've already encircled the city, yeah? You've encircled the city for 7 days, wrapping all that magnetic energy around it. And then you blow sound directed at it.
Hear what I'm going to say to you, yeah? Hear what I'm going to say to you. Like,
that's in the Bible.
I'm hearing
Yeah,
what
he's
you're
right
saying.
still.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but listen to what I'm going to say. It was said earlier in the show, yeah, and no one disagreed with it, and that's why I've come from this stance point, yeah. When they make these types of technologies, yeah, before they bring it out, they weaponize it first.
Yeah.
Before they bring it out to the general public and say, well, here's the version we're going to give you that you can use from this piece of technology, they weaponize it first. So going by this article,
and let's not forget the money aspect of it.
All right, then the money aspect of it, for all the research and the time that I had to go into it. So
no, not even that. I'm not even that to make the money off it.
And then
no, but I just broke it down to you, know.
But hold on, wait.
Yo, slow down, no.
So looking at this article here, yeah, American engineer Percy Spencer is generally credited with inventing the modern microwave oven after World War II from radar technology developed during the war, named the radar range. It was first sold in 1946. Yeah, but this guy was doing it. Hold on, what does it say? After World War II. Long story short. So the technology that he was using to mess around with, you know, came from radar. So
Yeah, but Shiff, I get your point, but I get Bankboy's point still. You're making two different points, bro.
No, I get Bankboy's point. All I'm trying to say is this year, like, realistically, how long had these people been playing around with that technology? Did this guy just mess around with it and just discover all of a sudden, you know what, if I do this, if I turn the nozzle this way, it will heat things up rather than making beeps on a map, you know? And how many other people had played around with that technology before that, you know? So when we say, I'm just saying, hold on, wait a second, one second, Bankboy, yeah? When we're saying that this anti-denial system, yeah, is the anti-denial system, I believe it came out in like 1946 or something. I can't remember the exact date. Let me go back. Let's see. So I can't remember the exact date, but no, in fact, it wasn't. No, it's long. It's longer than that. That's 2010. I'm chatting shit.
Yeah.
So long story short, that came out. It was deployed in 2010. It doesn't tell you when it was made. It just tells you when it was deployed. It's not telling us.
Can I say something now then, yeah?
Now, realistically, you know, all of these technologies are coming out of one technology, which we know is radar then, because that's where they was getting the microwaves from in the first place. So, you know, if they've had that technology for that long, for like 100 years almost.
The same as AIDS. We've had all these things follow from AIDS and shit.
Like one track. Okay, so if we're gonna talk about, you know, you said before they release it to the general public, they usually weaponize, yeah, first. You said that. So I'll deal with that right now.
I'll be honest, that's what was said in the show. I never personally said it, but everyone else seemed to agree with it, including yourself. So I thought, okay, if everyone's at that stance point,
let me just quell that now. Yeah. So listen, the book of life, the Bible, all military, all weaponry, all technology usually begins in the military. I'm sorry. Yeah, because it's about protecting your people, innit? And from those, you know, from what what goes into actually protecting a people, you're gonna learn so many things. So yes, like I was talking about.
No, but you're missing the point, though. You're missing the point. The point I was making is, if they've had the technology hiding away for however long, then, you know, how would they? Why wouldn't they give it to us now so it can benefit us, rather than wait until the robots come and can use the technology for us so that they can benefit from us? That doesn't make sense. You know,
who's to say the robots are going to benefit from us?
Though, and this
you know
is why we've got
or the
AR
people who created the robots.
The people, not just the people who's creating the robots, the governments. At the end of the day, the governments are the ones who are funding all of the science, in it. Bottom line, innit?
Oh, you see, this is what I'm trying to say.
At the end of the day,
we need to stop that, man.
Listen, you're saying we need to stop that, but I think that
what do we need to stop? I want to hear. What do we need to stop?
What do we need to stop?
We need to stop like all this, like the focus on the government and this and that. It's taking so much power.
Bro, it stems back to the Bible.
But it's them that
not been focused on the government.
Away from us.
I
be aware of something, you know.
I think what you're saying, yeah, what you're saying is.
No, let me finish.
Yo, I don't like all this talking over each other business right now, you know.
When you've got a second, let me know. So I've got something I want to cover.
Yeah,
one at a time, please, guys.
So what I'm saying is this, yeah. Yes, what I'm saying here is, you can have what was I saying before? Shiffa, remind me.
Look, the point I'm going to make my point in it. The point I was making is this: at the end of the day, you know, these people, yeah, who we pay taxes to, who take food out of your household every year in, year out, yeah, we've paid them for a service that they're not providing. So it doesn't make sense to say, well, do you know what? There's no point sitting back saying the government all the time.
What service have you paid them for that they're not providing?
The reason it does make sense to
What
sit back.
service are you paying for that they're not providing?
The service we're paying for that they're not
I've
providing.
got a good point.
Are you serious? No, hold on, bro. Are you serious right now?
I just I'm curious.
No, because bro, right now everyone's locked up in their yard and they're still paying taxes, bro. So what? I don't understand that, bro. Right now we're all locked up in their yard and people are still paying taxes, bro.
Well, the only people paying taxes are the people who's actually still earning, innit?
Got to pay even
Bro,
more.
people paying,
you must be
people
earning
paying
something,
road
innit?
tax. People paying all type of taxes. We can't even use certain facilities, bro.
Get this, yeah, Pete.
Right.
What I've been thinking,
But it's still,
yeah,
it's just
It's
because
still nothing, bro. Like,
just because you go on holiday doesn't mean you
so what you want us to
don't
do?
pay.
Just forget that the government's doing this. Like, just forget that what the government's doing to man. Is that what you're saying? Like,
No,
you said
yes,
earlier.
I remember what I was gonna say.
Yeah. That's Go on.
You can have
Yeah.
awareness of something. You can be
Mm.
aware of something. You can have
Right.
knowledge of it, but it's how you use that knowledge, innit? Like I can know about the antics of the government and whatnot, but to be quite fair, in my daily life, and how it affects me daily, I'm not that concerned about it because I can't affect real change anyway.
Yeah, but what you can't. Yeah, but what you can't
I am.
also do. What you can't also do is expect everyone to think like you, bro.
No, but what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to show people, the more energy and attention, energy goes where attention flows, the more attention you give to something, you are actually giving energy to that thing, and you are taking energy away from other things that you could be doing. So if what I'm saying is I am not empowered personally, thinking or putting my mind so much about what the government is doing or is not doing or could be
That's
doing
you,
or
bro.
could not be
That's you,
doing.
bro. I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned
No,
still.
if you really check it properly,
Yeah.
it reduces your power because it reduces the attention and the energy that you're
But
giving
without
to
the awareness, there would be no power, bro. I don't really get I don't really get that. That's like saying, right, there's a problem, so you're just gonna forget about the problem. I don't get that, bro. To me,
it's not that.
but you can think how you want to think, bro. That everyone,
No, it's
but
not
you
that there's a
can't tell
problem. You're gonna
people. It's like I
forget
can't say
about it.
like you like
I'm not saying
poetry,
that
yeah.
though, Pinero.
No, but listen, you like poetry, innit? So you put a lot of energy into poetry. Someone else might not like poetry, so they're not gonna put that much energy into poetry. So what I'm saying is, you can talk for yourself, bro, but you can't talk for everybody. Like, we should do this, or we shouldn't care, or we shouldn't put all of our efforts on this and on that. You're not in that position to tell people that. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying when I say that, if people are listening properly, is of course that's why I said I am my passion and my path and my powers, natural talent is in writing.
Right.
I've managed to figure that out for myself. Now the next person, like I said, his one could be engineering. The next person could be architecture. The next one could be graphic
and the next
design.
one could be the government, fam. That's what I'm saying. So it's you can't tell people that don't put their energy.
But is it right? Okay, fair enough. If it's gonna be
hold on, bro. Everyone has different. Everyone deals with energy differently as well. You're forgetting that, bro. Do you understand? Everyone can take a certain level of shit than others, bro.
Okay, so
Yo,
I hear you, and I agree with you 100%. But if
go on, Mossy, say something. Mossy, say your part, please, bro. You're not sitting there for nothing. Say your part, bro.
Let me just finish what I was about to say, though.
No, Mossy, say your part, bro. Say your part, bro. You've been sitting there impatient, go on.
You know, with the Bible and that, how it states that we're going to be resurrected and that, what's to say AR ain't designed? What's to say AR ain't designed, for when the good people get taken by God, the bad people are going to be left with just bad people, so they need someone to still do the good people's work. So what's to say AR ain't going to be taking over the good people's work when we get took to heaven? Do you know what I'm saying? Because we're missing it. We're chasing the government and that, but the fact is, we live by the book, innit? So what's to say? We're not going to be resurrected very soon. It's been stated in the Bible it's coming. So when it's going to come, there's going to be a big gap left in the earth, and that's going to be needed to be filled up. So what's to say they're not making all this technology and robots and all that to fill our space?
Yeah, well, they are doing it to fill our space. That's the thing. You know what I mean? They are doing it to fill our space, and that's not necessarily a good thing. I've listened earlier, and I'm hearing guys saying it might be a good thing. I don't really see how taking somebody's job can be a good thing. I don't get it, bro. It's just like when I go to the supermarket and I see the little the little pay yourself tills.
Yeah,
that's somebody's
that's
job.
man's job.
Yeah, that's someone's job.
Yeah.
Now, for the people that got
Same as me, bro. I
disabilities,
did engineering.
for people with disabilities, it could be a bonus.
I lost my job through. I was a machine operator, yeah, and then all of a sudden they put these robots to do my job. I lost that job then.
Yeah, but you don't see my point though, in the sense that the way the robots are
Shiffa, quickly before you
implemented-
say that, because I was saying something before, yeah, and it's gonna go. So Pinero said, like, yeah, someone else's thing could be the government, right? That's fair dues. But you know what? Have effective things. Then if it's gonna be about the government, then you should be doing stuff. Yeah,
Bruv, you're not in a
that is
position to tell man what to do. You're not in a
no.
Bruv, you know what it is,
that
yo?
the point
Too
I
much
am
man have got voice and they're not doing nothing anyway, bro.
That is the point I am
that's why I'm getting a bit fed up of hearing people saying that man should do this and man should do that. What are you doing, bro?
That's the point I am making. My point is, whatever it is you have chosen that you feel is your power and it's your talent, it's your destiny to do it and do it effectively. You know? So I use myself as an example. Yeah. I've taken writing as my life's work. And I am doing it.
Hey, listen, I hear what you're saying, but you see me, I don't put out awareness to tell people what to do, bro. At the end of the day, everyone's gonna make their own path, innit? Like, you know what I'm saying?
But that's what this is about. Otherwise, what we doing this for?
No, I did. So you didn't hear what you're gonna ask me what this is about. Are you serious, bro? I said
we're
to
trying
you
to
just
empower
now.
ourselves, innit? And
No, I told you this is about awareness, but at the end of the day, we can't force people.
Exactly.
We can't force people to do. Yeah, everyone's got their own lane, bro. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
It's not a forcing thing. That's why I'm just talking. I'm actually suggesting.
No, but no, you're not, because you're using key words. You're saying people have to do this. They don't have to do anything, bro. You see, when you talk,
I'm saying
you're
people
talking
have
with
to.
key words.
Have to chase their dreams. Yes, and I
they do have to chase. Well, but if they don't want to chase their dreams, who are you to tell them not
if
to?
they don't want to chase their dreams, then they can't moan about nothing. There, can they? They can't.
But who's moaning though? I don't get it, bro. Like I really don't understand it.
What I'm saying is, but this is a generic, yeah. This is not personal to anyone.
No, of course
so
not.
Let's just get that straight. So this is a generic conversation. So that's what I'm trying to say. If it's on a general thing, if people are not, that's what I said from the beginning. Take responsibility for our actions, our lives, and start from there. So if a person is not gonna like you just said, or maybe they don't want to do it, or they don't want to do anything, then they can't moan then about
no. What? Listen, you said the government, messing with the government and thinking about that all the time will drain you. But what I'm saying is people can take different levels of this, though. That's what I'm saying to you. Certain effects that it might have on you might not have on the next person.
Exactly.
So that's the only reason why I'm telling you that's not sort of like I don't know. To me,
that might be someone who might be like adept to politics, right? So yes. So
I'm trying to make people aware of
stuff.
I'm trying to make people aware on my channel of people such as the government and stuff like that. So when you're saying that, I don't know, it just like kind of threw me off.
What I'm trying to say, my whole point, is about effective communication, effective action. Otherwise, there's no point to it. There's no point to talking to even speaking if the words that's coming out of our mouths do not have any effect.
What can you show the people then? What can you show the people that you've done apart from poetry, something more into what we're doing here? Yeah, that will show people that they should listen to you in what you're saying.
When you say into what we're doing here, what do you mean?
No, because you're talking as a big voice for the people, innit? So what are you doing as well, where they can refer to, apart from something that's related to what we're talking about? Yeah, related to the channel or whatever, yeah, or reality, what's going on. What are you doing because you're talking with a very high voice, bro. Like you're doing big stuff. So I'm just saying, like what
I'm doing big
what
stuff
you
for
do?
me.
Yeah.
I'm
For
doing
you,
big
yeah.
stuff for me. Yeah.
See, I'm trying to do
as in,
things for the people, bro. See, that's what I mean. That's what I'm
no,
saying.
you're
I'm
not
trying to.
understanding.
Can
You're
I?
not
This
understanding.
channel.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
Nah, this
Say
channel's for the
guys.
people,
Like
bro.
word.
Yo,
I'm
I'm
not.
the talk.
One second, bro.
Yo,
One
P,
second.
whenever you're.
Hey, P.
What's that?
Mute
What's
your
that?
Yeah,
mic 1
big up
second.
Panero on that
Yeah,
one.
like my words sometimes maybe you're misinterpreting it. When I say
No. I only know English. I only know one language, brother.
right,
One
so
language.
yeah, but it can be
You just said you're
misinterpreted.
doing it for yourself, bro. No
No,
one
I
on
am
this
doing it.
channel.
You
No
said
one
I'm
on this
talking like
panel
I've
is
got
here
a
for
big voice.
themselves, bro.
I've got a big voice, yes, in my lane.
No
In
one
my
on this
lane.
panel is here for themselves, bro. What do you mean for yourself?
You're not getting it, man. You're
What
not
do you mean
like
get what? You just said it in plain English.
you're not getting it. When I say I'm doing it for me, as in you said I'm talking like I've got a big voice. I said yes, I've got a big voice. I've got
Then
a
I
big
said,
voice
what are
for
you
me.
doing? What are you doing with all this that can help everybody? And you said, no, I'm doing it for myself.
I'm doing big things for me. I'm
Jesus
doing big
Christ,
things
man.
for me. Do you not get that? I already said that before.
No, I
We
don't
have
get
to
it, bro. I
empower
don't get it,
ourselves.
man. I don't get
Bro,
it.
Okay,
but
if you
we.
don't get it, then I'll explain it. 1 second, P. Yeah, if you don't explain it, then if you didn't get it, I'll explain it.
Now, someone's things echoing.
We have to empower self first before we can empower each other and empower our communities.
Yeah,
It
we
is
agreed
only
with you on that
logical.
one, bro. Bro, we agreed with you on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, so
We weren't
I'm
talking
still
about that.
I'm still on that right now. So when I say
Okay. So you keep saying,
I'm doing
go
good
on.
for me, I'm empowering me. I'm empowering myself. So when I get myself in a position, of a place where I can actually effect real change for someone else, then I'll get to that level. But as of right now, I'm doing good for me. Does that make sense? I'm empowering myself, and I'm not waiting for handouts. And and as much as I know what the government is doing or not doing, I'm not letting it cloud my vision in what I need to do.
Yeah, but Bank Boy, that's it. That's the key word you used there when you said I'm not waiting for handouts, because I don't understand where that word even came from. No
I
one
don't
here.
even know why you even said that.
Like where you see,
because I've heard a lot of talk about reparations and the government.
No, I hear you. I hear you. But listen, that may be That may be there may be one person who's been in the chat that may have mentioned that earlier on in the conversation, but we can't get lost in that, because then we're gonna be tarnishing everyone with the same brush. And even the person who said it, sometimes things can be taken out of context because they may not have meant it in the context where you're taking it. So, putting things in perspective like that.
Let's get away from let's get away from things that
We've got a wide aspect of viewers, so we've got to watch what we're saying.
Exactly, man.
We gotta get away from things.
Be professional, man.
I feel like I am being professional. I feel we gotta get away
Remember
from
what we're doing it
I'm here for you, but I really need you to hear and understand where I'm coming from with this, in the sense of, at the end of the day, if our own government isn't going to protect us, then we've got to protect ourselves. So the same way you're saying, I'm not going to wait around for some government handout, someone to come and give me some money to, better my life. I'm going to go and do it for myself. The same way, we're not waiting for their handout to come and better our lives. We're saying, listen.
Well, you've been saying that the whole show. You're saying, like, why don't they free up the technology? Why don't they give us the technology when they know we need it now? How many times?
No. But you're misinterpreting the meaning, or the reasoning behind the question. So, in the sense of, realistically, these people are saying they're using these things to make our lives better. Yeah. But what they're doing is not using them to make our lives better. They're using them to weaponize them. Yeah. To then probably throw some terrorist scandal out there to scare us into submission, to then give us a microwave oven.
All right. And now, having that information, what is that doing for you now?
Well,
how is that empowering you now? How are you going to use that information? How are you going to use that information?
How I utilize that information?
Empower yourself.
Now, you said, how do I utilize that information now? Utilizing
to empower yourself right now.
Empower myself right now. Yeah.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Man, them start acting like man's got all the answers right now, innit? This is kind of bugging me out right now, Man, start acting like that's the whole point of this thing, man. Yeah. Hey, listen. Yeah. First of all, man, them slow down out here.
We're just
slide down.
debating, bro.
Yeah, but
We're
bro,
just
what I'm
debating.
saying is we ain't got all the answers, bro. So all that going back and forth talking about this, that, and what stop all that, man.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna give you my
Just
answer.
stop that shit, man.
I don't have all the answers. I only have my answer. So my answer to your question would be this, Bank Boy. Yeah. At the end of the day, by discussing things and being able to understand things, all we're gonna do is put ourselves in a better position and equip ourselves to be able to deal with it easier, you know, and to be able to equip others with the information. That's all we can do. You know, that's our only protection. You know, like I said earlier in the conversation.
Give me information that I can use. Then give me information that I can actively use right now. Not just telling me that
But at the end of the day, you still got to
the
respect what
government
P's
is doing
saying, man,
this
because he's
and the
right.
government is doing that and the government is doing. It's just not doing nothing for me, mate. Give me something that I need right now because the people
I hear
are
you.
hungry.
It's not doing anything
Like
for you.
you keep saying,
Hey, Shiffa, what are you waiting for, bro?
It's not doing anything.
Sorry.
It's not doing anything for you personally. It's not doing anything for you personally because you're comfortable in your position. And I think this is
not
a
a case
good
of comfortable in my position. It's just knowledge needs to be valuable. What value
is valuable?
is the knowledge?
When you say knowledge
of me
needs
just
to be valuable,
of just having like the government is doing this and the government is doing that. What value?
Hey, bro, are you on this thing like
head?
for the same reasons why we're here, bro? Because it's looking kind of different, you know, bro.
Am I supposed to just agree with everyone? Because if that's what
No, you
want,
don't agree with us, but you part of the team, though.
I'm off the show now if that's what you want, man. Because I don't understand why this.
No, I'm asking you, are you a part of the team, though? You saying like every time you come in there, you're like you're against, man. We're not like
need to be.
You saying like we're on the same team, bro.
Like my ideas does not need to be in line. I don't need to agree with everyone. I'm a critical thinker. Yeah.
No, no one didn't say that, but it's the way you're coming off. I don't get it.
And I expect that if we're having, serious debates and discussions.
No, but it's yeah, but bro, listen, yeah. But listen, yeah.
Thinkers too.
Hey, but listen, no, yeah, fam. Like, look, let me just let the viewers know. These two are brethrens, you know, like brethrens. You know what I'm saying?
There's no argument here, though.
Yeah. No, it sounds fishy to me. I don't like it.
I don't know why. Maybe you're reading it.
I just want people to understand. I just want people to get a clear understanding, bro. Like all that back and forth shit is bogus to me, bro. That's why when you go on my channel, yeah, you don't see me having it out with trolls and all that dumb shit. You feel me? That's why you don't see me putting up no heated moments and all that. And you know how we get down. We can put all that up all day, but I don't do that.
Let's take.
Bro, we're just talking right now, man. I don't know. There's no heated moment. I don't feel heated.
Hold on 1 second, please. Let's take the tone of the conversation down a notch because I really want to deal with what it is you're saying, and I want to ensure you.
And I want to deal with yours too, honestly, because I feel this is a really nice debate.
I'm listening.
What? So you man are telling me, yeah? So you're telling me that you're going to continue to talk about the same shit that we just spoke about for 10, 15 minutes?
We're not going to continue to do anything other than, I'm going to wait for you lot to finish talking, and then I'm going to just let me just finish saying what I was saying anyway. So,
you know what time it is, yeah?
Yeah, I know. Like, I'd love to deal with what your concerns are, but ultimately, we're only going to be dealing with my personal answers. This is not answering the question, about life. Or about what you're supposed to do in a particular situation. This is just personal to me. And what you're saying is personal to you. So ultimately, it's almost like, it's almost like a waste of time then, because we haven't got any definitive answer coming out of this conversation. But one thing I can tell you and assure you is this: with information, you have armed yourself. So at least you could be ready for a situation. At least if there was, a conversation being had or going around, we might.
Let's not forget who put us here in the first place, though. Yeah,
a more guarded
position. Put us here, bro.
What's that?
I'm going out, man. Don't forget who put us here, innit?
Exactly.
Who? What? What do you mean?
He's
you
the
about
one
the creator?
who set this up, yeah. So we gotta respect what Pete started this for, fam.
Yeah. But that's
I'm going anyway. There's too many negativity vibes now.
That's what it comes down to. We're here to share information in it. So, it's not really a debating channel, and I get that, and I can understand, why obviously the conversation may have went to where it just went to. But the fact of the matter is, sometimes we're gonna have to debate things. Sometimes,
exactly,
we're not all gonna agree on things. Sometimes, what?
Exactly. That's just life.
someone might have a different point of view when they get it across. I don't want anyone to feel like they can't get their point across. So at the end of the day,
I don't want to be misunderstood. Yeah, I don't want to be misunderstood. I want it to be clear. Yeah, let me make it clear that my point, my only gripe, yeah, is, yeah, this is an awareness channel. Yeah, I'm being made aware about things that I may or may not have known. Yeah, but there's a purpose to that, innit? Or have you heard about this? Or did you know this happened? And then, okay, what can I do with that information? Otherwise, if that information, the information is pointless to me. You're making me aware about something. Now, either maybe I already know in my mind what to do with that information, but what if I don't? What if
I'll
I
be
don't
honest
know?
with you, yeah. I think information is a catalyst. Yeah. So at the end of the day, for instance, back in the day when we had things like, you know, people were still being in slavery and not getting equal rights even after slavery and stuff like that going on, you had a lot of freedom fighting going on, and a lot of information was being utilized for people to fight for their freedoms. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm hearing, you know, the narrative of the day. You know, slavery is not what it was back then. You know, it's been standardized to a level where everyone's accepting of this level of slavery they've given us now. But we wasn't supposed to stop fighting for our freedoms, is the bottom line. You know, so in putting that into perspective, you know, in my honest opinion, I believe that our grandparents, you know, the people who came before us, will be turning over in their graves to see how comfortable we've become, you know, with the scraps that we were given, you know. And don't get me wrong, that's not for all of us, because not all of us was given scraps. Some of us come from places where, you know, they was very comfortable, you know. So not everyone's in the same position, but for the ones of us who are, you know, that were freedom fighters in a previous life, or an ancestor, a grandparent, great grandparent, whoever, you know, you got to think that, you know, did they fight for us to get into a half decent position for us to just give in, you know? And then I get where you're coming from in the sense of, at the end of the day,
but I'm not giving in. You feel me?
You're not giving in, and a lot of people ain't giving in, because we can still fight for position in the world without worrying about what anyone else is doing. So I totally get where you're coming from in that.
You know, like there's a saying, yeah, that like it says some people, yeah, read or just to let you know that they know things. You know, and I find that to be like the way I took that is just like, okay, they're not reading to actually read to gain knowledge. They're not reading to you know, use that knowledge and gain understanding, and then use the knowledge and understanding to gain wisdom. They just want you to know that they've read something.
Yeah, I hear that. I'll be honest,
Yeah.
I find stuff like that.
And now that's the point I'm trying to make. So information without the weight behind it, without the purpose, to me, to my ears, it sounds like that. So the government is doing this, the government is doing that, the government is doing this. Okay, so like after you've told me what the government is doing, okay, how are we gonna address this or combat it? And I'm talking now. What can we do? That's why I drew the circle of control and circle of influence.
No, but
What is it? What are we able to do? Let me finish what I'm saying, though. What are we able to do now with that information that we've got?
This is why I think, like, to an extent, the rest of the panel was taking you the wrong way, because, you know, we're doing what we can do. We're raising awareness. We're just speaking about it. That alone is raising awareness, because people have to know about things to be, like, for instance, I'll give you a good example. Let's just say,
okay, if that's all it is, then I'll take it. I'll take it. If it's a case of, you know what, we just want to put the information out there. We don't really want to, you know, it's just awareness. We just want to make people know. It's like basically, you know, I can do a sickle cell awareness, innit? Hey, everyone, there's something called sickle cell anemia. It kills black people. It causes a lot of pain. That's awareness. Now they're aware of it. And what?
I wouldn't say it's not deeper than it in one respect, but it's deeper than it.
And what? No, you get what I'm saying though with that analogy? Because that's sorry, that's the perfect analogy. Yeah, it's like we were talking about awareness, and I used sickle cell as an example. Yeah, okay, we want to make people aware about sickle cell. Obviously, there's a purpose for it, innit? But how about this? I just come and talk to you. Hi, do you know about sickle cell? No. Well, it's a disease that affects black people and causes loads of pain. Okay, and I leave it there. It's like okay, thanks for that awareness. Thanks for making me aware. What now, though? Where's the action that's being taken?
Listen, I totally get where you're coming from, yeah, and I think like you're quite strong on your point because you've missed part of my point, which is that at the end of the day, not everyone's in the same position, you know. So you saying that now, yeah, I'm gonna give you the perfect example that's gonna put you on the track now that we was all thinking on, that I believe we was all thinking on anyway. Now, let's say you get on the bus every single day, yeah, and there's two conductors. There's one conductor at the back of the bus, and everyone usually gets on the back of the bus. But you see a couple of people getting on the front of the bus. And at the front of the bus, they're paying 20 pence to get on the bus. At the back of the bus, you're paying 80 pence to get on the bus. Now, some people, you know, if you're rich, you ain't going to see a problem in that, you know. But if you're not rich, they might like, why would I have to pay 80 pence and they're paying 20 pence over that, you know? Now, at the end of the day, if all I've got to do is walk to the front door to pay the 20 pence, then that's what I'm going to do.
Then walk to the rascal front door, innit?
But here what I'm going to say to you now, yeah? Let's make the scenario a little bit more tricky. Let's say you're going to a club now, yeah? And every week you go to this club, and every single week you get to the club, you get to the door, the bouncer lets you in, you know, you pay him first before you go in, and you give him a £10. You go in, everything's cool, you buy your drinks, you're having a good time, everything's cool, you've not had a problem until, all right, your 8th week of going to the club. You get to the club, and that bouncer's not there on the door today. You get to the inside of the club, and then there's a cloakroom. They say, oh, do you want to hang your coat up? And you've got to put your hat in. It costs £1 or whatever, bam. But they're not charging you. So all of this time, you're going to be thinking, I've been coming here and I'm paying this bouncer when the club's free. But he's just not letting me know that the club's free, you know? And when you put it in perspective for people like that, yeah, like for instance, I might have gone back to the club on my own, yeah, and realized, you know what, the club's free, and this guy tried to scam me. I'm gonna wait until I see him. So I go back there, and the day I go back there, they got some big event on. There's like 20 bouncers there. I'm going for the brother, and you know, 20 other guys are jumping on me. You know, I'm not having much success with it. But in numbers, you know, we have a better chance of success. And that's all I'm trying to say. So without raising the awareness, you know, how are people going to be ready for anything?
Bro, my bro, yeah, raise the awareness. But people need a purpose to rally behind anything. If you don't give them, a purpose, yeah, you can inform them about whatever you wish to inform them, and no action, no real action will be taken.
Yeah,
my
but
point
you
is,
just highlighted purpose. They are their own purpose because it's their own money. Yeah. So if they've been going to the same club and getting charged £10 by this bouncer and the club was free, they're gonna want their money back too. Their own purpose.
it depends on how people see things. Like you said it before, you're right. It depends on how you see it. Because you know what, someone like me, if that happens to me, oh, okay. So all these 8 weeks I've been coming here and giving this guy £10. I didn't have to do that, yeah. And now he's not here no more. All right, say nothing. It's just a fucking £80 loss. It's as simple as that, bro. Because I know now, innit? And as from now on, I know, I'm aware now that I don't have to pay to come here anymore. So the objective is not paying whenever I come here in the future. Do you feel me? The objective is now not paying.
Do you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna lock off for the night because it's been a mad long one. But I'm definitely hearing your dialogue. You know,
I hear what you're saying too, man.
Thanks for having us on the channel. Out to Muslim Minds, out to J Prophet, out to everyone who took part, DC Brothers.
No, hold on a second. One sec. One sec. Shiffa, one sec. I'm just reading the comment. Mosslands. I need to address this as well. He says, Banks, you're messing this up, G. You hearing?
Sorry, Bank Boy. I've got to lock it off, man. I've got to lock it off. I've been told that the channel needs to shut down now. Sorry, mate. Who else is there? Annibal, Rastrill, Joel. Yeah, everyone who locked in. Gully and Cole, Ockingold, The Sessions UK. Big up yourselves, man. All right, we're going to come back tomorrow with a different subject. We might touch back on this one, but big up yourselves, people. Everyone stay blessed. Have a good evening. I hope you enjoyed the show. There's been so much to go through and talk about today that is dragged out. And I'll be honest, like, we were supposed to finish an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Whoa, 2 hours ago. 2.5 hours ago, to be precise. 23 minutes. So, yeah, we're going to wrap it up for the night, and we'll be back tomorrow, 8:30. Don't be late. Yeah, it was nice having you. I'm out. Bless.